Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here on this kind of rainy Wednesday morning. We're so excited to be launching the October Dialogues, the first of the October Dialogues, and the Black Lives Matter conference here at Nottingham Contemporary today. My name's Jana, and I'm very happy to welcome you here. For those who haven't been to Nottingham Contemporary before, it's a fairly young institution, and within its relatively short history, there have been a recurrence of certain issues within the exhibition and public programs here. And one of these involves working with histories of anti-racism and civil rights. And we've done this through exhibitions, including works and events from former members of the Black Panther Party, engagements with histories of slavery in the city of Nottingham, and currently upstairs with an exhibition by the late civil rights movement activist, artist, and musician Sun Ra, which I encourage you to go up and see if you have a chance during the intermissions or during the lunch break. These engagements, while aimed at producing wider spread public education, if not connected to movements on the ground, run the risk of the kind of symbolic and spectacular association that has become all too common in the art world. The risk of representing politics far from and without directly engaging with them in the here and now. It's for this reason that I'm so happy that our collaborators from the UK, from Bright Ideas Nottingham, from the Nottingham Can't Breathe campaign, from the Monitoring Group, and from the Centre for Research into Race and Rights at the University of Nottingham have come together to think of a way to engage in what is both an exchange of ideas, but also a call to action. So we're really, really thrilled to have this day together, which is a kind of marathon day, really, where we start now and go until essentially 10 tonight. But also, I wanted to mention the things that have happened in advance and will happen after this event, because I think sometimes we can get caught up in the events and not think about their legacies. So I wanted to mention the event that we had last night and to thank the participants who launched this really amazing newspaper, which is a collaboration between young people who are part of the Chatbout Collective here in Nottingham who work on issues of policing, and also with young people and artists from London under the name Sorry You Feel Uncomfortable, working with the artist Barbara Asante. And we had a really great beginning, I think, of this conversation in a pretty informal setting last night. And tomorrow there will be an activist workshop from 10 o'clock until 12 o'clock where everybody, or 10 till 1, where we'll all come back together, or those of you who can will come back together and also think about how this conference and its ideas might produce particular actions in the UK, in Europe, and in Nottingham. So I just wanted to really say a huge thank you to the collaborators at all of the organizations who worked amazingly to produce today. And you will meet now Zoe from the Centre for Research in Race and Rights. You'll meet Lisa Robertson from Bright Ideas Nottingham, and later today you'll meet Jagdish Patel from the Monitoring Group. And they and all of their teams have been really outstanding in working together and putting this day together. So I'm going to hand over to Zoe, and I just wanted to say, please feel welcome here. There's going to be kind of a lot of people in the building, so if things kind of are a bit clunky at times, just come and let me know, or other people who are involved in the conference wearing these lovely t-shirts. Yes, and we'll do our best to make everything run as smoothly as we possibly can. So thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm Zoe. I just want to say a couple of words really quickly on behalf of the Centre for Research in Race and Rights. I think about what our hopes and what our aims are for today. We believe in scholar activism. We believe that scholars and researchers do have a role to play in social justice. We remember always that the Black Panthers started with a study group, and that throughout their history, intellectual production and research was really key to how they developed new forms of social action. It's really steeped in a tradition of intellectual engagement as political praxis. So we believe that scholars and researchers need to work with local activist groups, need to develop tools for recovering a sort of activist history, the historical precedent that helps us understand both the current forms of repression, but also of resistance. And so we are at this centre activist scholars working on the history and literature and art and music and sociology and politics of social justice, believing that there is a usable past for contemporary social justice, that this Black Lives Matter movement has not come out of nowhere, that it has a deep heritage in both the US and the UK, that there is no such thing as activist discontinuity, that there is such a thing as protest memory, memory of protest used for protest, that it's not just the conservatives who have a hold on tradition. Really just that protest movements are at their best when they look backwards to move forward, when they can borrow and adapt the tactics and rhetoric and visual culture, the activist lessons of the past, from the first uprisings of enslaved people on board slave ships on plantations, through the anti-slavery, anti-lynching, anti-racist, desegregationist, black power, black feminist, prison abolition, protest movements of the last 200 years of a long freedom struggle, this hard, often hugely successful, often crushed, long 200-year freedom struggle on the part of the Black diaspora. And I think as scholar activists, as historians, as theorists of this movement, we might have a role to play in contemporary social justice, in being part of this movement that is activist-led, but academically supported. And so as a historian, I could outline for you now the origin point of the Black Lives Matter movement, where it begins, I think, and it would be a really long lecture, and it might begin with the Haitian Revolution. It might pause at the armed uprisings of Nathaniel Turner and Madison Washington. It might pause at the protest movements led by Ida B. Wells, Marcus Garvey, Du Bois in the early 20th century, and stop at the Black Power era on both sides of the Atlantic in the mid to late 20th century. Because activists have been saying for centuries, Black Lives Matter. It was white abolitionists who circulated this popular but problematic image in the 18th century of a crouching, pleading slave asking, "Am I not a man and a brother?" But for the last 200 years, Black activists and protest writers and artists have not just answered, but transformed that question. The leading Black abolitionist, Frederick Douglass, who made several trips to the UK and spoke to audiences here in the 19th century, he said that when he posed for photographs like this, became the most photographed American, actually, of the whole 19th century, with a clenched fist, with folded arms, replacing the pleading hands of that image, which he castigated with his own clenched fist. It was his own statement, Black Lives Matter. The same statement made 100 years later at the funeral of Emmett Till in 1955 by Emmett Till's mother, who insisted on an open casket so that the world could see what the lynchers had done to her 14-year-old son and know that his life and his death mattered. The same statement made in 1968 in Memphis when activists turned that question, "Am I not a man?" into a statement, "I am a man," with these banners. When Black Power turned those pleading hands of that original icon into a power fist on the podium at the 1968 Olympics, and by the Panthers with their iconic symbol, the power salute, the figure of that original anti-slavery icon standing up. The slogan then, Black Lives Matter, it might not have actually circulated as a slogan until the last 2 years, but it's been at the heart of this long freedom struggle on both sides of the Atlantic. And so when 3 Black feminists and seasoned organizers, Alicia Garza, Patrisse Cullors, Opal Tometi, 2 of whom identify as queer, one is a daughter of Nigerian immigrants, when they harnessed what began as a social media hashtag and turned it into an activist network in 2013, it resonated, I think, not just because of the high-profile deaths of Michael Brown, Eric Garner, and others, but also because it recalls this protest heritage, this deep protest memory. I also think, of course, just narrowing in a bit in this historical story, we might also trace the origins of just this particular phase of the freedom struggle, the phase we're in now, maybe back to at least 2005, just over 10 years ago, in New Orleans. It was clear from the government response to Hurricane Katrina that Black lives might not matter. Certainly back to July 2013, when a jury agreed for 4 hours, as though his Black life did not matter, and the killing in Ferguson sparked up yet again the white police officer. Last year as well, when Eric Garner repeated "I can't breathe" 11 times while lying face down in a police officer's illegal chokehold, and his Black life didn't matter. Not then, and not when a jury decided, again, not to indict the white police officer. And so in response, since August 2014, there have been over 1,000 protest actions in the name of Black Lives Matter. A new generation of protest music has come forth. The first US national convening in July of this year had over 1,000 participants. The Black Lives Matter organization of Freedom Rides brought 600 people from 18 cities across the US. The activist group We the Protesters, based in Ferguson, has released a really widely circulated manifesto with 10 detailed policy points at its website, Campaign Zero. So we've witnessed this creative, this consistent, this confident, just mosaic of struggle. New generation of activists against state-sanctioned violence. It's a leaderful, not a leaderless movement. It's a turning point. It's a new collective memory. Solidarity action just across the world, from Brazil to India, across Europe to regular actions here in Paris, but in London, Amsterdam, Berlin, the occupation of a London shopping centre last December in which 600 protesters participated. And these are actions that go beyond solidarity with Black Americans. This is part of a movement to end racist policing in Europe. And I'm sure that this, perhaps here in Nottingham today or tomorrow, might result in the formation of a chapter of Black Lives Matter, the first in Europe, joining the 30 that exist in the US, Canada, and Ghana. This is a global activism that we're talking about today that carries on the goals of this long civil rights movement of the last 2 centuries. It's also a new phase in that struggle with the forces of the last 50 years that have curtailed the progress of that civil rights movement. It's an activism, I think, that tells us, not just that Black lives matter, but that resistance matters and that it always has mattered. Thank you, Lisa.
I can't breathe. There's been many times in my life where I've thought those words to myself. I was an athlete when I was younger, and I used to run for not Sesay all over the country. And I gave it my all. And at the end of that race, I could hardly breathe. Could hardly breathe. Felt good. I've been so in love to the extent where my heart is just bursting, and I think, I can never live without this person. It's just totally taken my breath away. I stood at the side of the Victoria Falls. The Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe with my 4-year-old son on my back. I couldn't breathe. The beauty. Has anybody ever been to Victoria Falls? Yeah. The rainbows, the rain like it is today, and the sunshine together, just creating the most beautiful, beautiful rainbows. It takes your breath away. But those 3 words took on a whole new meaning last year. They took on a whole new meaning, and they'll never mean the same again. I'll never use those words again in that same way. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about how today's event has come about, for me anyway, the context. And people will come from it from many different paradigms, I suppose. Has anyone seen the Black Panthers movie yet? Yep. I've got Victoria Showunmi, Dr. Victoria Showunmi here in a turtleneck. It's not black, but there's nothing wrong with a turtleneck. I nearly turned up today, the black turtleneck, the shades, the beret. I've got an afro. Boy, have I got an afro, I've got an afro to kill. But it starts off, and basically, it starts off where there's a group of blind people feeling an elephant. The world, what they think this elephant is. And I suppose the point is, if you feel an elephant's or if you feel its skin, yet another thing again. So the Black Lives Matter movement is many things to many people. And that's what we're going to see today through the panels. But I can tell you only about our journey at Bright Ideas Nottingham and how we've come to be standing here today. So last December, I had a number of conversations, and one of them was with Professor Zoe Trod. Zoe and I were in the Broadway cinema just down the road from here. And Zoe has taught for many years and said, well, bed of activism in Nottingham. Is it at the Activism Centre? I went down. you know, and I sort of dropped my head a little bit. And she said, why isn't anything happening? Where are all the die-in protests? Why isn't anything happening in response to these very public displays of police brutality? Why is nothing happening in this city? I don't understand. And I had another conversation with a woman called Andrea Birch. She's not here, she's not able to make it today, but she's from the Workers' Educational Association. You know, she had a group of Nottingham, and I showed them the Eric Garner footage where, you know, he was repeating, "I can't breathe." And I said, you know, do you think we should be doing something about this? And they were like, yeah, we should. And there are people here, Charles and Clive and other people here from the Slave Trade Legacies group. And again, you know, those conversations, why isn't something happening? And I guess those conversations were happening in other places in Nottingham, not just at Bright Ideas Nottingham, but in places. And short of it is that we organised the Nottingham Can't Breathe protest at the Victoria Centre. What we decided to be, where's Peter? Peter Ling, where are you, Peter? There's Peter, Professor Peter Ling from Nottingham University. Later, a few months down the line, Peter was to basically do a presentation that I went to see, and he talked about what grassroots activism looks like on its best day. And I was very pleased to say that we sort of ticked all the boxes, didn't we, Peter? Without even knowing it, because what we did is we took what we knew, what we'd seen, and we tried to think what is going to work for us in a Nottingham context. And in the words of Zoe Trod, we took the usable past. Instead of just trying to make something up, we said, right, what do we know will work in this context? What don't we want to happen? And what can we feasibly do? Giving ourselves about a week to actually organise this thing. So we decided to keep it small and manageable. We were able to resource it. We used ladder organisation without even knowing we were using ladder organisation. And we just basically got 10 people who we knew were really committed to this agenda and asked them to bring 10 people along. We didn't want a mass protest. We didn't want people turning up not knowing what they're doing in mayhem, because we decided to do it on the busiest shopping day of the year at Victoria Centre, which is a private property. So it's actually illegal to actually protest in a space like that. Now, bearing in mind, I think a week or so before, not very long before, Westfield Shopping Centre had a similar protest, and it was organised by London Black Revs, and they had hundreds of people going down to that protest. Unfortunately, it resulted in a number of arrests. Can anyone remember how many? Was it 76 arrests? And of course it made the press all over the place, because don't the press just love it when they can report on violence and, you know, arrests and what have you. I mean, I suspect what happened in the Westfield protest was that because people were coming down to that protest at different times, the security in the shopping centre started to panic. They closed off the exits and entrances. They actually separated protesters from each other. And if you can imagine, when you go into a protest, for those of you who have been to protests, your adrenaline is high. You know, you've been looking forward to this protest for how long? I know how high the adrenaline goes, because I know how high it was before our protest. And so you're going down, you're determined to get to this protest, you're looking forward to it, because this is something you're really passionate about, but then you're met by closed doors and security guards and people telling you to go away. You can imagine that non-violent people will actually raise their voices, demand to be let in with the other protesters and whatever, and all sorts of things happen from there. We didn't want that to happen in Nottingham. We wanted something that was short and sweet and manageable and left people going home safely to their beds, not locked up in, you know, in a prison cell, which actually wouldn't achieve anything for the Nottingham protest. So we asked people to meet up at a certain time. We said that basically what would happen was that the men and children would lie down in the middle, and the women would form a protective circle around the men. Now, that has got connotations, and it was quite contentious to do that. You know, some of the feminists were sort of saying, you know, and I am a feminist, but some feminists were saying, oh, you know, why did that happen? Women are have lost their lives at the hands of police brutality as well. Of course they have. But it was for a very practical reason, because we knew if anything did happen, that people would be more reluctant to actually manhandle, for want of a better word, women around that circle than the men. However, as we've got some people shaking their head, not necessarily the case. Not necessarily the case. We get it. And some of the black women, and Rastarella is here, and she said to herself, you know something, I'm lying down. So people at the end of the day did what they needed to do, and that was fine. But when you organise a protest, you have to let people know that it is organised and people have to feel safe coming down. And when people think, oh yes, that sounds like a plan, I feel safe doing that, that was the key to the practical arrangements of the protest. At the end of the day, people did what they want. And as you see from the picture, there's a little girl in a red coat that decided she was just going to stand up in the middle of all the people lying down. And she was taking photos of those people lying down. There she is. Very reminiscent of the little boy that became the iconic, one of the icons of Ferguson. Oh, there he is. There he is with his little red hat. You know, those little magic moments, you can't make them up. In that week before the protest, a group of young artists, Chris Riss, Two Tone, and Kadija, were tasked with they were given the task of making a protest track. They went away, they worked at CRS Studios, and I remember on the Wednesday, they went away to write something, and I got a message through saying, no, nothing's happened. And Thursday morning, it was like, no, we haven't got anything. I was like, what? Not even, I haven't got a piece of music, nothing. I was like, okay. Thursday, they went away. I think it was 6:30 that Chris Riss went off to studio to meet the others. And about 11 o'clock that night, a little text came through, and it said, it's coming together. My heart just lifted. It's coming together. Another little text came through an hour later. Kadija has laid down his bit of the track. And so the text came. And then the next day, the Friday, and bearing in mind the protest was on the Saturday, on the Friday evening, I heard one of the most amazing tracks I'll ever hear in my life. I say that because it's where it's come from, the sense that, you know, the creativity, the talent that went into that, the feeling that went into that track. I don't know if we're going to have time to play it sometime today. I know we're going to be playing it this evening, but I hope at some point during the day you'll hear that track. So the idea is that we'd play the track, people would lie down to the track, 3 minutes, and literally then peacefully disperse after the protest. So it was a really short protest, 3 minutes. A very powerful protest. Christine Bell, who'll be here joining us later on today from 97.5 Kemet FM, was actually on the balcony. So you see there's a big circle of people around the balcony, then there's the circle of women there, and then, you know, the people lying in the middle. Up on that balcony somewhere was Christine Bell, and she was reporting live from the protest, which went out to thousands of listeners, basically, you know, taking people through what was happening with the protest. So other people, you know, got to hear what was happening and join in that day in a safe way, but a very powerful, powerful way. So that track got played all over Kemet FM, and, you know, you can listen to it on YouTube. So it's one of the legacies of the Nottingham protest. Other things have happened since then. I'm not going to go into loads and loads of detail, but Bo from the New Art Exchange, who I know is here somewhere, has facilitated. Is that you? Where are you, Bo? Oh, there she is. There's Bo. Facilitated a number of sessions at the New Art Exchange called Get Up, Stand Up, which, you know, some of you, I know saw some of you at some of those talks. And one of those, we did look at the history of protest movement and social justice movements. And as I say, Peter was sort of like laying down to us what, you know, effective protest can look like. And we've also got a Facebook, a closed or secret Facebook group, some of you. And I tell you what, there's a piece of research there for the academics that are here today. The amount of material that people have gathered in that Facebook group to do with the Black Lives Matter movement and everything related to it is amazing, and can show you the power of social media. Marissa, who's on, where's Marissa? Where's she? There she is. There's Marissa. Marissa, aka Christmas, is part of the Bright Ideas team, and she said something really, really powerful to me the other day. She said, because we're talking about, I don't know if people saw those pictures of the Million Man March this year. Amazing, so uplifting to see those things on mainstream media if they covered it. But the mainstream media don't want us to feel uplifted. It's too positive a thing to put on mainstream media. But she said, not to worry, Lisa. We have the mass media in our hands because we have our phones. That's what she said to me. I thought, she's right. We have the mass media in our hands because we have our phones. And, social media is changing the face of protest movement today. It is giving people access where maybe they haven't had access before. And that's another reason why I will implore you to, if you are on Twitter, to use that hashtag today, Black Lives Matter UK, and use social media. Do your little bit, because this today and the Black Lives Matter movement is not about necessarily what we do as individuals. It is, of course it is, and we can all do a little bit, but together, that collective movement, that's what will force change. That's how we will see change in the Black Lives Matter movement. I'm not going to say much more than that, really, apart from this morning I got off and there was a little moment where I couldn't breathe. But it was all for good reasons, because I anticipated today, it's going to be a good day. We are here to uplift each other, where we are here to support each other. Somebody in distress, or see somebody hurting, see somebody sitting on their own and could do with a smile, or whatever it is, create today. There are going to be some tough conversations today. There are challenges, but I will trust we will do that with the best heart and spirit and with the best intention. Important as it is. Not difficult, but let's here today. Let's check why we've come today. And remember that we've all come for the same thing, which is, Black lives. And I just want to say, it probably won't be the last time you hear from me today, but I won't be nearly as long on this microphone. And I am going to hand you over now to somebody I've known for years. We set this group years ago called Sisters of Nia. It's when I first came back to Nottingham. I'm a Nottingham girl. And we set up this little group. There's 5 of us, 5 sisters. We set up this group called Sisters of Nia, and we were sort of like, yeah, we're going to do a bit, we're going to challenge the system and all the rest of it. And since then, I've known this woman, and I still know her today. We don't do Sisters of Nia anymore, but we've moved on, and I think we will go on to do some fabulous things together. To people in Nottingham, she will need introduction, but I know not everyone is from Nottingham. Can I invite up to the stage Michelle Mother Hubbard? Come on, people.
It's called Black Lives, and then in brackets, should matter. I just want to add as well, I always get nervous before performances, and I think it's a good thing. But I take time out every morning when I wake up, because that's one of the things of being self-employed when you don't have a lot of work, is you can meditate and you can pray. And I was thinking about today, and so I know it's not part of the poem, but I just wanted to add to you, that I asked the ancestors, for guidance and for permission to speak today. And as I was sitting in my meditation and my prayers this morning, realised, actually, that's, I'm not just talking ancestors through slavery. I was thinking of the lives of some of the people that have already been mentioned, which includes children and our young people that have been lost, to the police on the streets, even just within the last 3 years. So I've asked them for permission to speak, so I'm hoping they guide me. Excuse me, please. We need justice. We need peace. We need uncorrupt police. Then there'd be no need for I can't breathe. Black blood secretes onto concrete streets that are tarred and feathered with racial hatred. Invisible nooses are proudly erected. Please, Mr. Officer, don't shoot. But the branches and the roots of this institution are nourished on corruption. This officer loves the sound of emptying out a round into another black brother as he falls to the ground. One more pound of flesh, one more black death. Are we supposed to honour those with more and more vigils round a lamppost? Black suits, black dress, as we nail a black community member to rest. Mums wishing we could dress our sons in bulletproof vests. I'm not ready to lay my children to rest. There's strength in numbers if we're prepared to invest. Invest our voices, invest our time. We must put an end to this structural crime. Don't allow them to gag us with their all lives matter. Because if all lives matter, then we wouldn't be at a crossroads in history. We may not still be locked down in slavery, but we're not free to be the things we want to be. So don't tell me all lives matter. All lives should matter. But as a matter of fact, your life doesn't matter if you're black. Can you believe that? As my son would say, the po-po, the feds, Babylon, police, they don't give a if we can't breathe. It's a racist institution, part of the problem, not the solution. All lives matter? Really? If all lives matter, then why are graveyards getting fatter with a continuous conveyor belt of black candles police have snubbed out? Another precious black life ended by a uniformed thug that won't even get suspended. Another stop and search on an innocent brother leaving church, now lying lifeless, face down in the dirt. Do you hashtag Black Lives Matter? Or do you remove the hashtag and replace it with a swastika as you ignorantly splutter all lives matter? Would you troll on social media on a cancer awareness campaign saying all illnesses matter? Yeah, I'll ask you that again. Would you troll on social media on a cancer awareness campaign saying all illnesses matter? What? Thought not. Uptown, downtown, black lives gunned down, northwest, southeast, another black brother murdered by the police, another black woman that won't be believed as she screams, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So she's sectioned, medicated, incarcerated, murdered and cremated. And you wonder why we're so full of hatred. Don't get it twisted. You don't need to fear sagging jeans, bandanas and trainers. You should be fearing uniforms, badges and tasers. The most dangerous gangs on the street are the uniformed haters patrolling the beat. And it's as clear as black and white. White cops snub out black lives, leaving damaged, angry communities. But now we're uprising, and can they handle this? There's no such thing as justice or emancipation, not once they've got us down at the station, where they treat us with prejudice, hate and discrimination, raping us with their stop and search, shackling us with their handcuffs, whipping us with unjust sentences, hanging us from their nooses with the way they portray us in the news. Media filling white minds with hatred and fear. See, people cross the road when we come near. 400 years of slavery, and it seems we've gone backwards in time. Enslavement of the mind. And you tell us to let go and move on? Let go and move on? Really? Cameron, you moron? Tell that to the families of Trayvon. Tell that to the family of Michael Brown as you dance around. Tell that to the family of Tamir Rice if you think that sounds nice. Tell that to the families of Sandra Bland so they can understand. Tell that to the global black community. And of course, tell that to the Jews that suffered the Holocaust. If it's happening in the USA today, we better speak up now because it's heading our way. Today, we're stepping backwards into the dark parts of history, Back to the future like back to slavery. They're lynching our liberty. We've never been treated as innocent, only guilty. Blacks receive the death sentence, or a life sentence, for crime whites don't deserve sentence for. And the philosophy of superiority created for. And as Bob Marley would say, get up, stand up for our rights. Get up, stand up for our rights. What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter. Black lives. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. And on the final line, I just want you to say that with me, please, as loud as we can. Black lives matter. Thank you.
We're gonna go right into panel one. So just while we invite our panelists to come up and take their seats and invite Timo to come find the multimedia, we thought we might introduce you to our chairs, who are actually really exciting people in of themselves.
Okay, so our first chair is Dr. Champa Patel. She's the campaigns director at Amnesty International. She oversees global teams working on global campaigns, individuals at risk, human rights defenders, crisis, and tactical work in activism and youth. She has a background in public health and outreach projects, focusing on clinical and support services for refugees, asylum seekers, and trafficked individuals. She obtained a PhD from the University of Nottingham in 2004 and has, over the last 2 decades, served on the board of various charity and community groups, particularly within the anti-racism and community development sector.
I'm going to introduce her now because we'll go right into the to panel 2 after a break, but we're also very excited to have chairing our second panel, Dr. Victoria Showunmi. She's a lecturer in education at UCL Institute of Education London, and her research and expertise are in gender and identity and race and class. She just completed a funded project called Black Girls' Wellbeing, and her current research focuses on identity and leadership. She's a co-convener of the Belmas Gender and Leadership Research Interest Group. She's a member of the Runnymede Trust 360, which is this national network connecting leaders in race equality around new thinking and debates and social change. She's a lead mentor for the BAME Women Race to the Top mentoring circle, supporting women civil servants who want to move forward in their careers. So that's just to really flag up for you. We're very excited about that we have today, and we'll be introducing the 2 afternoon chairs to you after lunch. But for now, we're going to hand over to our first panel. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me okay? So it's a real pleasure to be able to kick off proceedings today. As Lisa was saying, I work with Amnesty International, and we sent human rights observers to Baltimore and Ferguson in order to document the violations that were happening. So the session this morning is really looking at the themes that resonate internationally from that movement, such as police brutality, excessive use of force, police accountability, and the increasing privatization of violence that we see. So, for example, within the UK, the death of Jimmy Mobamba by GFS security guards. So these are themes that resonate across borders. They are activism cultures, communities, organizing models that are influenced by each other. So as a sideways digression, I was in Hong Kong meeting the leaders of the Yellow Umbrella protest movement. And I was saying to them, what is it that inspired you and your tactics? Because, in Hong Kong, activism is seen as more passive. And they were saying that they were hugely inspired and influenced in their tactics by the Black Lives Matter movement to show the reach of this movement outside of its borders and how it's influencing different communities who are all experiencing this particular issue around excessive use of force by forces. So our panelists today are going to speak to the international dimensions of this movement. We've got Kadija with us here, Sesay, Karen Salt, and Joshua, who's been able to join us. He had a hideous journey this morning. So we're glad that you're here. So without any ado, if you all very accomplished and fantastic speakers, the biographies are there, but we're going to get straight into the meat of the issues. So I'm going to hand over to Kadija now.
Good morning, everybody. You're so brave to be here. This time in the morning with this horrible weather. Oh my gosh, so thank you for being here.
It's all God's weather.
Really? Okay.
Rain is the the least of our problems.
Okay. Right, so I'm speaking on the title of mine was Black, Bitter and Beautiful, the role of poets in human rights campaigns. And I'm not a very techie person, but I'm going to try. But if something doesn't work, we're just going to move straight on. We can find it online later, okay? So I started off by thinking when there's a call for justice, invariably there is a call to poets for their voices and support. So I'm going to just discuss a little bit what role do poets play and what power does poetry have. So here we go with this first one. I'm just going to play a minute of this. I did an event in February at Goldsmiths University, and it was in support of what Black Poets Speak Out were doing to support Black Lives Matter in the States. So even though they had people in various states doing these videos, we did some in the UK as well. And what they wanted to do is that poets weren't allowed to read their own poems. They had to read somebody else's poem, because what this was is you're not promoting yourself as a poet. You are, giving out these words of poetry in support of the cause. So I'm just going to play a minute of this one.
The poem is by Audrey. The poem is
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry. We'll kind of look.
Great poet. I couldn't follow that.
Poetry have the power to change people's minds, hearts, and souls. I agree that poetry must be taken seriously as a tool for change. That also means, whether they want to or not, I believe that poets have a responsibility to consider what they say, how they say, the audience. Poets often may have to take a bigger step, not just do the work on stage, but do it on public, on the ground and out of the spotlight. So the stage is where it often begins, and I'm glad to say that most of and who expect and gladly take on the role of communicator. Can you do that for me? Thanks. In February 2015, I organised the first Black, Bitter and Beautiful Poetry Getty event at Goldsmiths University. I called the series She Speaks of Our Survival. The early one did this series in the 90s, a restaurant called Pamela's in Dorset in London. Lioness Chant and Brother Resistance. And the feedback from the audience we got from this event in February was very clear. Appreciated it as being informative, enlightening, and educational, and more information was called for, particularly on police brutality and deaths in custody in the UK. And the audience presented to the press. I mean, it's just ironic that 2 months later, after I did this event, my own cousin, on the May the 3rd, lost his life due to plea in England, hence the T-shirt. All we did at this event was generic guide when and where, and some stats regarding this custody, awareness, providing information. Just that information wasn't enough. People wanted more. Could we or should we have done more? It seems that these were situations also that many of the audience hadn't heard of or realised that these situations were occurring in the UK. And so, for example, the phrase of "I can't breathe," they'd only heard that associated with Eric Garner. They hadn't heard of it being associated with, 6 months after that, the security guards being let off about killing Jimmy Mugabe, who also 2010. So is the role of poets of bridging information and educational gap between continents and countries useful? I think there is a role for them to play here, as I do believe that part of that reason about Jimmy of course, the way he was portrayed in the media, using that I word, immigrant, as if they have less rights. And I think we always have to be careful of language, on language, and be careful that we will go to Africa, people come here, but now acceptable. So this was similar for the case of my cousin Sheku Bayo, and the difference there again. The Christian weren't they intervening is different. So people weren't aware of the situation. And like we realized it was a test case that this happened because the police in Scotland didn't have to give statements to what had happened. We first of all thought at the time. So we were just finding out all of these things. And we have to kind of think, where can things like poetry have a role to play in making people understand and be educated about this? And it also raises other thoughts about the rights of not just the victims, and the victims have gone, but the victims' families. So, for example, there is some other talk coming out about things like about excited delirium, and people ask about what is that. And I think that in some ways, poets can take words and phrases and use them to talk about them more in their work, and so that people have an understanding on different levels about this. So I'm now going to go back to the first thing I was going to show you, because I do have to refer to it again at the end, so thank you. So I'm just going to show a minute of this.
My name is Althea Richards. I am a Black poet. I will not remain silent while Black people are being murdered in the US and abroad. I have a right to be angry. Power. The difference between poetry and rhetoric is being ready to kill yourself instead of your children. I am trapped on a desert of raw gunshot wounds and a dead child dragging his shattered black face off the edge of my sleep. Blood from his punctured cheeks and shoulders is the only liquid for miles. And my stomach churns at the imagined taste while my mouth splits into dry lips without loyalty or reason.
Just to show you a clip of the whole series of things we were doing for that. The other one I wanted to show you was around Aleem Kamara. Aleem Kamara did a spoken word thing for Sheku Bayo. So I want to put it on a little bit further down. Yeah, just can I do that for a second? So this is just listening to a little bit of what he did. I was hoping to get the hands up bit because I wanted people to listen to him doing the hands up. Okay, just
gracious. Pepper sprays and CS as well.
it's okay.
Hands up.
Yeah.
You need to get your hands up. Hands up. You need to get your hands up. Sheku was pronounced dead around 9 a.m. after one secret police meeting, 2 CIDs were men, a member of the public family.
I just wanted to show that little bit of clip again because we were talking about hands up earlier. And again, we're using that whole thing in poetry as well, the way he's using the hands up like this and using the hands up like this. So not only our words, but just in terms of the way we're using our bodies, and the hands is also important. And so, of course, that is what we're using for Sheku for people to hear about his story as well. So how do we bridge the education gap in institutions, on the street, and online? What Aleem has done has been able to attract few hundred people in a very short space of time on YouTube. And one of the things that I've learned from this and just some of the other work I'm doing, that when people want to know about something, I mean, I use, things like the video and I'm going online for research, but other people, if they want to get some information, they go straight and have a look and see what's on video. So the video now, we're realizing, is very important for things even like this and in terms of spoken word. That's as well why I wanted to show that and why we're realizing that this video is very important to educate people around what happened. Poetry is not just being used for the strongly emotive issues such as police and brutality issues. It's also being used for linking people with science and in terms of things like human security and environmental justice as well. And so because people's rights are changing in environmental situations. So you'll have groups such as virtual migrants, that people may have heard of, who are highlighting climate change and migration and forced displacement. And they link with, for example, they've done a lot of work around highlighting the work of Chico Mendes and the work he did with the Brazilian rainforest that led to him being assassinated in 1988. So we've also got to remember people are going out there doing activism work and they're also being brutalized, and we've got to remember that as well. I personally became involved through my work with PEN and African Writers Abroad about 10 years ago with the Remember Sarawiwa campaign, and published a poetry anthology called Dance the Guns to Silence, 100 Pens for Ken Saro-Wiwa. And it's literally 100 poets from around the world. And why that was important to me, we were talking as well last night, things came up about white liberals. Yes, I went to a meeting around Remember Sarawiwa, and all the good and the great organizations were there. And there was out of 20, there was about 3 black people in the room. One was Ken's son, one was somebody from the mayor's office, and then there was me. So I immediately rang up a friend of mine, who was a publisher, and I kind of said, we've got to do something, and we've got to do something permanent. And which I think was why he runs away from me now. But, we did this book, 100 Poets for Ken. And we had poets from all over the world, some well-known poets and some not, just getting involved with this, and it was great. And one of the poets I think who does a lot of work at the moment around environmental issues is Simon Murray. I'm going to hash you very quickly because I know I'm running out of time. Can I have the plaque? Thanks, just the plaque, forget that, just the plaque. Another project that I did do in terms of using the poetry, because you can also use it for commemorating past injustices. And I was involved with a project that started with a commemoration of the bicentenary of the abolition of the slave trade. And I have to remember, it's the commemoration of it. It was not a celebration, it was a commemoration. And that was funded by the Arts Council, and we did a project up to in Yorkshire with 6 poets and 2 visual artists. So although it's to promote artists in Yorkshire, they all said they wanted to do something again that was permanent in the community to come out of this. And it resulted in the early involvement of the setting up of the David Oluwale Memorial Association that my colleague is going to talk. She's going to talk some more about that. But we were involved in the very early stages, and we created this plaque that is in Chapeltown Road it's on Chapeltown Road in the near the old library. And that's where David Oluwale used to walk up and down on that road. And so all the poets, there was a poet who gave each line, and there was one of the artists who designed it, because we wanted everybody to be involved in it. And at least one of the poets is on the committee, still on the committee now, who's Cy Murray. The other poet was Romy Smith. So this is when we say that writers do have a responsibility, as we are asking them to take on the role of teacher and a community activist. And if they teach the wrong thing, and obviously quote the wrong thing, then that can be doing more harm than good. So how can our voices reach further? I'm just going to run through my little list here. Conferences, as we are doing now, it's such a breath of fresh air when you're getting academic institutions being involved with the community, with the public. It's just essential. Workshops with the public. Would it be useful if there was an attached poet at major events to put across the world to people in different ways? Teaming with musicians and human rights organizations, should we urge human rights organizations to use poets more, not only when outraged, but also as an educational tool, and with things like climate change with organizations like Platform and Virtual Migrants. For myself, even though I'm involved with poetry, it makes me go out and listen to new and younger poets and their voices to find out what they're doing and to find out what their interests are. Radical bookshops. I know you've got a great bookshop here in Nottingham, 5 Leaves, which I'm going to be doing an event at next week, so please come. On the 2nd of November. They've got the Bread and Roses Festival. New Beacon Books in London was started by John LaRose, and he had this dream to change the world. He was a poet as well, but his whole work was around activism all the time on the streets. I could mention just a few of the poets in history I'm sure a lot of you know about. Again, I'll put my paper up online. But the new young poet laureate of London is Selina Nrulu. She's very much of an activist, so please check her out. So it's good when we have a poet like this being nominated as a young poet laureate. So I'm just going to stop there. I've mentioned a few names that I think you should check out. So thank you very much for your time, patience. I'm going to end with one last phrase. Again, going back to Audre Lorde, poetry is not a luxury. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will go ahead and get started. I want to thank the organizers for gathering all of us together and essentially thank all of you for braving a lot of things, actually. In some ways, it could be the weather, but it also is, I think, the times and the pressures and the politics and the difficulties of doing this work. And I have kind of 3 acts for this talk today, and I'm hoping I can get through each of the acts. And the graphic that you see here, that is David Oluwale, and it's coming from the West Yorkshire Playhouse. It says at the bottom, the visual prepared for the play that essentially was produced in 2009, adapted from Kester Aspen's book. I was very moved by looking at the sort of aggregation of images that appear here. And I was definitely quite motivated to start to think about the houndings of all of this. It looks like it's just a visual pictorial representation that can be attached to a play, and then you're supposed to come and you're supposed to look at it. But actually, this is an individual who will be hounded, not just to his death, but will be hounded routinely, systematically. And I started quite thinking about this, about being an activist. What does it mean to do activism when you are being hounded and you have hounds around you? So the talk today is really going to explore some of that, use his life and a lot of the sort of energies around understanding and memorializing his life to, I think, greatly inform this moment. And I thank Zoe for the great historiography, which I can sort of play upon at different times, because there is a moment where I talk about what does it mean to reject supplication as an activist, and what is the task, the sort of weight of that. All right, so I will move you directly into, there's a lot on this slide, so I apologize. I'm gonna take you a little bit through this. Many of you will probably know about David Oluwale. You know his life, you know what his life stood for both Leeds, West Yorkshire. There are a number of you who may not have any clue. And you not only do you not know, but you also don't know the particularities. And this is just a brief sketch. Born in Nigeria, will travel to England as a stowaway in 1949. There's an interesting, I think, paper or story to think about the supposed migrant crisis right now, and Eritreans coming to parts of Europe and actually trying to play upon this time period of the late 40s and the movement of other people stowing away on ships coming to Europe. He's briefly imprisoned for this offense. Will end up essentially, once he comes out of his sort of 20+ day stay in prison and work at a foundry, things start to sort of hit. There's a lot of contestation of whether or not he wanted to be an engineer. Did he go to school at night? And which clubs did he actually attend to? I'm going to leave that for people like Max Farr and others who are really interested in the sort of documentation of his sort of either early African life or his life in the late 40s, early 50s. But there's this moment, of course, in 53 where he's arrested. Essentially, a nightclub will be raided by the police, and he will be identified as supposedly being violent. And then will be transferred to an asylum. That will be one of a couple of different stays for his life, electroconvulsion therapy, and he will be put on significant antipsychotic medication, identified as being schizophrenic. This will forever change him. He will go back into the community. And then you see a succession of things start to happen. Multiple social support agencies rejecting him, some helping him, some not. Community members seeing him, some not. Individuals trying to reach out to him, and yet at the same time will be the systematic hounding from the police. Those who will round him up when he is eventually no longer able to maintain any established home and will be sleeping rough, and trying to move him along, police brutality, actual beatings, hospital stays. It's just a succession of entry and out of various different localities. And then, of course, in 1969, there will be a moment of people seeing him being chased again by the two officers who have been the most engaged in the systematic brutalization of his life. And then he will be found after this moment in the river. Many will call this murder, and actually will say that he will be pushed to his death, hounded to his death. Others will dance around this, whether or not he will eventually, are the people or not. The reality is that the hounding cannot be more from that. And many different, various different activities, not necessarily the death itself in 69, but the continuation from year after year of the type of aggression that he experienced. So Act 1 of houndings. Houndings have kind of two definitions. There are actually quite a few, but these are the two that are swirling around in my head right now. And one of them is that houndings are things that hunt or chase or pursue. They don't necessarily have to do it in a systematic way, but they will be things that will be coming after something. There is another version of houndings, which are systematic, routine persecutions against particular types of people. Some will refer to those as racial acts due to people's sexuality. They could be due to their gender expression, a whole bunch of different things, but it's persecution, and it is targeted, and it is systematic. The type of work that I do, I'm really interested in the coupling of those two things. Individuals who are able to use their power positions to essentially hound individuals, to go after them systematically and routinely for a whole bunch of reasons, and actually chase them. We are talking today about particular acts of brutality or houndings, if you will, that have ended in deaths of particular people. But there are a whole bunch of different versions of these houndings that don't necessarily end in deaths, and that are part of a system of brutality that we have to actually try to figure out some way of addressing, I think, as activists. In fact, I'm going to talk a little bit, not to question Lisa's push towards social media, but to try to understand that we may actually have to become digital activists and use similar or completely novel types of strategies to deal with the types of brutality that may be happening online, especially for movements who are using their online presence as a way of actually having activism. And we can't lose sight of that. So, the hounds. We've talked a little bit about the police. We've talked a bit about other forms of structures of authority, but the hounds are very, very interesting entities. They're subtle sometimes. Sometimes they have given themselves the title of being empowered, but they really aren't. They wear the guise, they wear the clothes. Maybe they are in our institutions when we see them. But I was traveling down yesterday, and I happened to go to this restaurant to eat. And there is a young Black man that comes in, he sits down, and he's listening to some music. And it was perplexing to me. I had my food, And I'm actually just sat there and I observe all the time. I'm always interested in who cleans, who cooks, who touches, who interacts. I'm interested in how people interact with these people in these spaces. It just fascinates me. And I watched this man for about 15 minutes not get served. And people walked past him, just walked past him. There were not any evil looks, but he was invisible. Invisible. Well, you could say welcome, but that's a hounding. That is a hounding, especially if you aggregate those and actually look at them as systematic acts of brutality that are both subtle in some instances and actually will have physical and visceral problematics later on. That is a problem for me when I start to think about if it's okay for someone to be invisible in that setting, why do they become hyper visible in others, right? So much so that they are then labeled as dangerous and receive antipsychotic medication. Right? There is a problem when we live in a world that is able to flip that switch of invisibility and hyper-invisibility and then actually be able to then rationalize their actions. And that means as a strategist, we have to get quite smart about figuring out how to challenge that. So the battle lines then become quite real for us. Lived theory, some of you might know about this, a little theoretical, is essentially just saying that you are living that theory in your experiences. The experiences right now that you are engaged in, the types of politics that you are doing, it is actually theoretical in a lot of ways, but it is based on your lived reality. You are actually using that reality to make sense of your world, right? To put the processes together, to try to understand it from a systematic way, because that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about systematic processes and also systematic processes of change. And to do that, we might need to spend a little time thinking about what being do we inhabit? What structures do we encounter? How do we use that knowledge collectively to target and actually try to make changes ultimately happen? But we have to think really critically about what does it mean to resist being a supplicant. Zoe mentioned the problematic aspect of the woodcut that she presented before, of the abolitionist use of the supplicating of the enslaved person beseeching someone to recognize them so that they would essentially be emancipated or freed. And this doesn't come from me. This comes from another person named Marcus Wood, who's got a fantastic book called The Horrible Gift of Freedom. And in it, when he's talking about commemorations of the Abolition Act that forgets the payment to people who lost property, Marcus talks about one of the things that happens with the supplicant and the reality of the relationship is they are actually locked together. So the moment the supplicant starts to talk in a different way without saying thank you, they are labeled dangerous. They are labeled a nuisance. They are labeled uppity. They are labeled cheeky. There is a problematic to the type of way that they are engaging in their activist work, and that's kind of interesting. Not everybody has the life experience or the particular circumstances of enslavement, even in the diaspora. But I think it's worth trying to work that out. So, what does it mean to resist that? Because people will put us in that place no matter what, and it's a continuous one. Now, I won't have time to talk about racial injustice in an age of doxing, but this is what I was talking about, and doxing is essentially using various different public documents sometimes as well as illegal documents to then publicize information online about individuals. And what we've got is we've got a whole bunch of people. This will happen against Shaun King. One of the first things that is written about Shaun King in a question about his supposed paternity is going to be Black Lives Matter activists lied to Oprah and essentially is defrauding the world. I mean, this is literally what the headline popped up. And yet you start to read social media, you start to look at these various different places where people are targeted, and it is hounding. To the point where people are getting rape threats. There are people putting photographs of their children. They are documenting where people are working. There's an incredible force that's using these spaces in a way that is inherently quite dangerous. And I think as activists, we have to understand what that presence in space is and what it means to actually resist in that type of environment. Not just to use it to publicize events or to use it to broadcast information, but what does it mean when you become a target? And a target for a particular type of people who use those spaces quite dangerously. All right, so I'm gonna have to be quite quick because I'm getting my signs telling me, hurry it up. The carrying part is essentially the place where I've been dealing a lot lately with thinking about the weight of all of this. You know, we've got the past that we're carrying. We're carrying our presence right now. We are bridges. We are bridges between both of those worlds, the past that we have, the presence the futures we want to get toward. But it is a weight. You know, we don't talk a lot about what is the psychic energy expended to try to carry that. What does it mean to be hounded? What does it mean to resist these hounds that are surrounding us and not lose your own minds? Right? Not make those disagreements be stuff that forges some sense of disconnection with everything, because we're either so weak or we're either so tired that we don't know how to move forward. It's a real reality of actually trying to do activist work, and we don't spend enough time talking about it. We just sort of keep moving on to the next campaign as if this stuff doesn't actually carry a weight, and it does. And the hounds are there. Right? I want all of you to see them, to not shy from them, but to see them, to note them for who they are, to not blow them up to be bigger than what they are, but to recognize that you may be making yourself a target, and that may be okay for some of you, but for others of you, that may not be. You might need to be a collective as opposed to maybe a singular, and that may be just fine. Now, there are some tensions to all of this, and this is my last slide, I promise, Zoe. There are 4 things here. The ones on the side, for those of you who are in the academy, you'll know what those are. The top one is the number of Black professors in the entire UK. The top number on the left, right there. 17 is the number of Black female professors in the UK. Yes, and that's African as well. Yes, African Caribbean. Yeah. And that's hugely important when we're talking about structures of power, or authority, or just everything, just the everythingness. I've given lots of talks about to groups about why is my curriculum white, or various other campaigns started by students who are actually wanting to try to have additional representation and all sorts of things. And I just keep saying these numbers in an effort to sort of go, we've got a lot of work to do, like incredible amount of work to do. But we carry these numbers everywhere with us. The top number here, that's the number of race-based hate crimes newly released by the government. 42,930. That number is so much bigger than that. A total hounding, exactly. 827, the amount of lives lost through police contact or police brutality since 2004, as released by IIR, just in the UK. Just in the UK. Again, massively bigger than this, but it's still a hounding. These are the things that are on me right now. I mean, I'm carrying these, and I'm trying to figure out a way forward, and there might not be your houndings. You may have completely different sets of circumstances that you're working toward, or a vision that you're trying to imagine. But when I think about what the movement and activism in the diaspora means, what Black Lives Matter as a movement or as an energetic sort of collectivity can actually do, when I'm charged with thinking about the excitement coming out of our student unions right now, and the just incredible amount of wealth, when I meet other folks and I interact with various different community groups and talk, you know, there's a lot out there. And I think right now we both are at a moment where we can do some really fantastic work, but I think we have to keep our eyes so open to the people who don't want that work to happen. And that is where I'm at today. And I will entertain lots of questions, I hope, as we sort of, because I don't have any magic answers. So don't ask me how to do it. I don't know. I don't. But what I know is that we have to, right? We have to find the spaces to start to think about this. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm gonna jump right in after several train delays this morning. I'm just happy to be here and be in this space. And already I can tell it's just going to be an incredible opportunity to have a conversation that in so many places is not happening and needs to take place. So located 20 minutes south of Ferguson if you drive along Interstate 70 East in the heart of downtown St. Louis, Missouri, is the St. Louis City Justice Center, which is the paradoxical name for the city jail. A 5-minute walk due east, inching closer to the engulfing Mississippi River, takes you to the colossal office buildings of Peabody Energy, the largest private sector coal company in the world. Then, if you follow the city winds, situated 20 miles northwest, is the town where Michael Brown was born, lived, breathed, and died. These three places, Ferguson, the city jail, and Peabody Coal, give shape to a literal triangulation. There are places that determine who lives, who dies, and which lives matter. Before Michael Brown, there was this woman, LaVonda Kimball. In 2007, Kimball was arrested in St. Louis for failing to appear in court for 2 traffic violations. LaVonda was arrested at 2:30 in the afternoon, around the time her 12-year-old daughter would have been let out of school, and Kimball's boyfriend posted bail at 6:30, with the hope that LaVonda could be home before her daughter noticed that anything was awry. Ms. Kimball was anxious in jail, and after several hours waiting, she informed jail staff that she was struggling to breathe. Kimball, like many Black Missourians, had developed asthma at a young age. Growing up in a smog-laden St. Louis community, and she began desperately begging officials in this jail to give her medical care. By the time jail officials took action, it was too late. Kimball was pronounced dead when she arrived at the hospital. St. Louis jail officials would later claim that they administered medication to help her breathe, but toxicology reports came back making clear that this was not the case. They had let her die. Black Lives Matter, as a lens for analysis, allows us to see the multiple ways that world-ordering systems end Black life. The Black Americans who die in prison and the Black Americans who die at the hands of the police are connected to the decimation of Black life elsewhere. That there is a broader regime, a global logic that profits off shortened Black lives. I was originally inspired to develop this talk because I was organizing in St. Louis weeks after Michael Brown was killed. I call St. Louis home. And I saw environmental activist groups like Missourians Organizing for Reform and Empowerment join hands with the Organization for Black Struggle and the local chapter of the NAACP. I saw the ways that organizing, mobilizing, and linking issues could centralize exploitative racism as a central force working in the world today. My St. Louis friends who had been protesting how oil and coal companies were exploiting miners in West and Southern Africa realized that these companies were exploiting Black people in their own backyard. And my colleagues fighting for racial justice in the United States were made aware of all the ways that what we call capitalism is really global racial capitalism, a system taking resources, land, and labor from Black lives all over in the globe. So in this paper, I'm making one central claim, that Black Lives Matter is a framework. It is a way of seeing the world, the interconnected life-shortening harms to Black lives, and I use global environmental degradation as just one such example, but there are a number, and I'd be really happy to discuss that on the panel. There's a lot of different hounds out there. If we consider that Black Lives Matter is a lens for analysis, we recognize that several things must be true. That the Black part of Black Lives Matter means that Black people all throughout the world, in different but in interrelated ways, are the ones being devalued and degenerated in global order. That 2, the lives part of Black Lives Matter indicates who is having their lives strategically reduced. Using the framework of Max Weber's life chances and what other scholars call the distribution of life chances, it's clear that Black livelihood is what is exploited most. And finally, that Black lives matter. They matter and must be said to matter. This claim is to human dignity. And the movement, I would argue, has been so powerful because it rests on demands not just for policy changes. This could be a movement called Black Civil Rights Movement, Black Civil Rights Matter, but it's Black Lives Matter. It challenges the logic of racism. The Black Lives Matter framework makes clear that the reason that Black lives are being killed is because a world steeped in white supremacy values Black lives less. It values Black lives less when it incarcerates them. It values Black lives less when it ensures that they are the ones experiencing global poverty. Black lives are the category of the people who receive the worst life chances. From birth, there are slow and fast ways that Black people are vulnerable to life-shortening harm. The phrase Black Lives Matter means identifying the world-ordering systems that unjustly distribute life chances. Now, after Michael Brown died, the city of Ferguson commissioned a report to examine the deep inequalities that exist in the region that many believed were related to his premature death. And one of the most striking but underreported facets of this report was the statistic that compared the life expectancy of two St. Louis municipalities, almost entirely black Kinloch and the almost entirely white Wildwood. People in Wildwood, the white suburb, live 30 years longer. One measure of whose life mattered in this context was how long someone got to live. And the difference in this report, left explained simply by race, was vast. But this is too simple. Labeling race as an explanation as if race were real and not something made real, as scholars like Barbara and Karen Fields note, is problematic. The crude data that helps us recognize life chances shows that there are particular processes by which places in the world that have the worst life chances are also the places in the world that are predominantly black. And these processes of colonialism and racial capitalism, trickle from boroughs like Ferguson to the entire United States. Life expectancy rates in the United States are drastically defined by race. In 46 states, we see an incredible gap between how long white people live and how long black people live. White women living an average of almost a decade longer than black men. But there is a larger gap in the life expectancy, one that spans almost more than a decade. In states like South Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and Alaska, it is indigenous native communities that have the shortest lives. It is not just that these lives are shortened, it's that they're prematurely shortened due to hindered life quality. These are the states with the largest native communities decimated by white settler colonization of the United States. And it continues to bear repercussions. So we can take, for example, Alaska. As recently as the 1950s, the incentivized migration of white Americans to Alaska led to significant demographic changes prior to it becoming a state. Native Americans were 45% of the population in 1940, and by the time it became a state, it was reduced to 19%. And part of this regime, part of putting people on reservations, is that it creates inequalities that are rooted in colonization. So one of the statistics that we can look at that takes us beyond Ferguson is the infant mortality rates. Who dies at birth? This statistic from 2007, if read through a Black Lives Matter lens, makes the case that infant mortality rates are not only highest for Black and Native communities, they're strategically highest for Black and Native communities. They are part of a process of colonization, and the fact that most of these deaths are preventable deaths. They're due to the lack of care and access for the communities that were founded, the communities that this inequality was founded upon through the process of colonization. And so I mentioned this point to link the local to the global. We see that lives are shortened in a variety of ways in places like St. Louis. We see that lives are shortened in the United States broadly. But if we just start to describe the United States as a country built on white settler colonialism and enslaved labor, we recognize that at its core, colonialism is a life-shortening infrastructure of exploitative harm. If we put the United States in the context of colonialism, there's a different story to be told. And so Black Lives Matter provides us an anti-colonial framework. We're able to see the racialized harms circulating that hamper lives from birth. If we explore the same crude data that the Ferguson Commission did, looking broadly at life chances, then we find that the areas of the world populated by Black people are where we find people living the shortest lives. In Angola, the Central African Republic, Chad, the DRC, Somalia, Cote d'Ivoire, Mozambique, and Nigeria, we find the countries with the shortest average life expectancies, lives that are ended prematurely. These African countries, as I'm sure we all know, are those that have had labor and resources extracted for decades through lengthy colonial rule, which now have health, economic, and environmental threats that shorten Black lives. And so one question that we should be thinking is, if Black lives matter, do they matter when they're located in the global South? And we know the oft-told generalized story. These are poor countries. These are poor countries with a high mortality rate that arise from illness and from conflict. But what shortens Black people's lives most? What is our clearest indication of how Black Africans do not matter? Statistically, preventable waterborne diseases end the most lives in these countries. The World Health Organization has a report on diseases that can link environmental factors such as toxic drift, oil spills, contaminated non-hygienic water, coal emissions. Note that children in these 10 countries are 12 times more likely to die of diseases related to environmental circumstances than the children in the United States and in the United Kingdom. This image comes from Cote d'Ivoire, where the dumping of toxic waste by oil companies in 2013 and 2014 washed up on Atlantic shores. These environmental factors, paired with medicine that is made inaccessible to the majority of the world, ensures that thousands of lives are lost. Not just any lives. From birth, Black Africans are given worse life chances because countries like the United States and like the United Kingdom benefit from hoarding resources and leaving certain countries, certain people, and certain parts of the world susceptible to an early grave. It is not just that capital has flowed to wealthy white countries and moved to wealthy white neighborhoods in America and left Black countries and Black communities in poor health. It is that through racial capitalism, the world, the literal planet, is used as a mechanism for causing harm. This image is from 2010, where in the Zamfara state of northern Nigeria, over 400 children had their lives ended prematurely. When international health organizations arrived, toxicology reports found that high levels of lead in their blood was ruled to be the cause of their death. While mining for decades has been an industry in the region, the recent allowance of international corporations from Australia and the United Kingdom and general global market pressures have led to new mining and ore extraction processes. So when the value of gold shot up in the late 2000s, mining began at an unprecedented scale. And so while this type of labor always has had its complications, Doctors Without Borders, when investigating these children's death, noted that there was an unusually problematic concentration of lead, which they said did not surface in the region until the industry became widespread and profitable in capitalism. Reports that week noted that global competitors in other mining industries, such as Peabody Coal in the coal industry, were implicated in Nigerians using new and dangerous techniques. Thus, it's not only that Black lives are put in situations where they don't have access to care. They are also positioned where racial capitalism demands that they sacrifice years of their life in order for capital to be gained. This is what environmentalist Rob Nixon calls slow violence, wherein the poorest people on earth, predominantly Black people, are left to the greatest risk of environmental degradation and dangerous harms over time. So for Black families who have lost loved ones due to the dangerous oil spills and the smog of mines, this violence is not slow, it is killing their families. Dangerous environmental extraction comes most often with the cost of Black lives. So if we were to consider the waterborne illnesses and toxic waste that filter to poor Black communities around the world, we recognize that at any stage of life, Black lives are allowed to suffer. This is what connects diseased water and the recent dragging of Black girls on the ground by school security guards in the United States. This is what connects the thousands of Black people incarcerated in the United States and in the UK to broader systems of control and harm. If the police had not killed Michael Brown, his life still would have been at a greater risk because that is how racism pervades this earth. If lead poisoning had not killed 400 children in Nigeria, preventable diseases would have almost inevitably shortened their lives. We live in a world that strips labor, strips land, and strips time. A world that, in order for it to continue functioning as it is, must keep extracting something from Black life. And this system takes us back to St. Louis, to the city jail, and to LaVonda Kimball. The LaVonda Kimball's death took place in the context of a city making money off of disregard for Black life. The Ferguson Commission report highlighted many of the ways that police forces have abused Black neighborhoods for decades. They have regularly imprisoned people for jaywalking and fined people hundreds of dollars for a single traffic violation. Remember the reason LaVonda was in jail in the first place. This is how municipalities made their bottom line. This coming at the expense of years and years of Black Americans' lives. Black Americans who are 3 times more likely to grow up poor than white Americans are caged behind bars. And so while LaVonda's daughter lost her mother forever, and thousands of Black children lose their parents for decades at a time, that's the thing people don't talk about when we talk about jails and prison. People are losing members of their lives, losing members of their family for lifetimes, for years and years and years. This is racial exploitation status quo. And the city of St. Louis, the city of Ferguson, the report concluded, relied on these fines, relied on the jobs they didn't have to provide, relied on incarceration as a form of subjugation and lifelong discrimination, relied on having people they didn't have to treat like citizens. It relied on what funnels modern global capitalism, a portion of the population that is predominantly Black from who resources can be extracted and who are left vulnerable to life-shortening harms. And this is what Black Lives Matter shows us, that a movement that has emerged from the United States is intertwined with struggles and histories elsewhere. and it's one that has to acknowledge that life shortening of Black people everywhere take life distributing systems. Now, I want to be clear, this paper was intentionally ambitious and inevitably involved oversimplifications and generalizations. I talked about the whole world, you know. But I do so to emphasize the ways that Black Lives Matter should inform our inquiry. Black Lives Matter provides us with a framework to make bold global and local claims. Global racial capitalism, like colonialism, extracts resources, land, labor, and time from particular places and particular people. It maldistributes life chances in racial ways. It hampers the water that certain people drink. It hinders the air that certain people breathe. This last graphic was included in the Ferguson Commission report, and it shows the rate of emergency room visits taken by African Americans in Ferguson for asthma, as opposed to white citizens. You see, this toxic smog that emerges from Peabody coal plant drifts across municipal lines to the poor Black neighborhoods in Ferguson. The city was literally designed so that the harmful air floated to the poorest, blackest parts of town. Violent toxic air that Peabody Coal, the city of St. Louis, the United States, and the global North make millions off of flow towards where Black life tries to exist. It's the same world-ordering systems that punish and demand that poor countries that rely on mining for their existence have to extract resources in more violent and more dangerous ways. The smog produced from racial capitalist extraction flows to where LaVonda Kimball was raised, acquired asthma, and years later would die. And it is this, how life chances are maldistributed, that Black Lives Matter helps us see. It helps identify the air we breathe and the water we drink as two elements of why we must say Black Lives Matter. It makes clear that we must say Black Lives Matter until the world recognizes that it is true. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to open out to questions now. I think that, what we've heard from the different speakers are the ways in which this movement provides a lens or framework in which we can begin to understand or try to make sense of deep structural inequalities at the nexus of race and poverty. So I think this is your space now in order to ask more questions. Is there anybody who has a question? We have I think they require you to come up to where the microphones are. Oh, no, there's one. There's one there, yeah. So if you have a question, if you don't mind making your way to where the volunteers are with the T-shirts holding the microphones.
Thanks. My name's Adrian. I live here now. I used to live in London. Now, I'm interested in this business of visibility and visibility and the other tension between when you've got a chip in your shoulder and when you're passive. The problem I have, and I wanted to ask about this, is we must also still, do you think, not blame the victim? I noticed that poster, which was used by the original anti-slavery thing with the slave with the chained hands. There could be a tendency, and I've observed this, to blame the victim again. It's not his fault. That was white power structures that used that image, of course. We need to be aware of that. But this business of blame, which can be apportioned or not, as the ruling ruling structure decides, we've got to really get around it. I was just wondering what sort of ideas, no doubt they'll come out today, we've got towards dealing with it. Mm-hmm. One thing I would throw into the mix is the importance of media. Now, a little while ago, I got a bursary to go and work with on the environmental side. And what we did as scientists, and I'm a concerned scientist, is to actually get control of the media and then put our own stories forward. Mm. And that worked for that. Sorry, yeah, that's it.
That's okay. Are there other questions? So if we take 3 or 4 questions at a time, if we can keep the questions short so we can get through more, because there's only 15 minutes. Were there other questions?
Yes, hi. My question is for the panel at large, but more specifically also for the last paper. You all seem to be talking about the voice of different individuals and how do we get at the voice and how the narrative can be constructed. I'm curious though, because there seems to be some imbalance when it comes to looking at males versus females. and how we are invoking statistical data that would allow us to kind of level the playing field and present a more nuanced view of what is happening, not just to Black males globally, but also to Black females globally. And do you feel that in terms of having a global conversation, that type of data will then help us in the United States to really begin to ferret out whose Black life matters?
Yes.
And that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Should we take one more question? Is there another question? Otherwise, we can go straight to the panel. There's one here. You need to make your way to the microphone.
There's somebody with a microphone in the middle.
She has one here.
I'm so glad Joshua talked about colonialism within this context, because I think if we're talking about Black Lives Matter and how we go forward, we have to start with what the East India Company did in India and the Far East, and what the West India Company were doing in the 1600s in Africa and America. And I think we have, in order to develop a movement now, that analysis is crucial in some ways, because we have to link. In order for Black Lives Matter movement here to develop, we have to talk about the Caribbean community, the Asian community, the refugee community, and that resistance over a long period of time and the lessons.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the next session is going to be looking at gender dynamics in particular, but if we can touch on those questions around what it means to be both visible and invisible at the same time, how we understand the differentiated experiences of women and men, and the idea of different racial communities. So when we say Black Lives Matter, what does that mean in a globalized context where race plays out in very different ways? So I don't know, Karen, did you want to kick off? And then
Sure. I'm not sure if this is. So hypervisibility and invisibility. I'll start with the blaming the victim part first, I think, because I think it's a tactic and it should be thought of that way in terms of trying to evoke a certain type of response from the people actually engaged in trying to retaliate against it, right? But it's also rolled into some of the educational materials, so that it's not necessarily you blame the victim as much as you exalt certain people for their particular types of actions, right? But I think we've got a large community that have been working quite well and active about trying to change that kind of understanding and to package and prepare material that is not allowing, I'm thinking of things around enslaved persons and people's lives. And if you've ever read any historiographies from the mid-20th century, or let's say the early 20th century, they're offensive, essentially, of talking about enslavement. But I think when we're trying to talk about political action, and how does blame work? I think it's worth noting that it's not necessarily just targeted necessarily at oppressive individuals against people who are resisting. You can have some blame working in communities where people are looking at certain types of activism as not legitimate and others that are. So there's blame works in really, really dangerous ways, right? And it's well worth, I think, under that. I think the hyper and invisibility is a tricky one when you work on issues of race and you carry markers of difference on you in some capacity, that you are marked. And but what I wanted to talk about more specifically was people's choice to not see you, and then the choice to see you, right? That is a strategy, and it needs to be understood as a strategic effort of others, and that both carries an incredible amount of weight to it, and it also makes you have to talk louder often to be heard, which often marks you more, right? And the kind of really weird event that you become louder, and then you're the loud, angry Black person, or the brown person, or the thingy person. It doesn't matter, right? And that strategy is, we don't spend enough time talking about it. I think of what does it mean to have to deploy certain tactics to be heard within certain engagements, and how that feeds into other strategies from the other side. But it is a thing. I'll leave off the other parts for everybody else to talk about with the gender.
Josh, I wonder if you want to come into that kind of data disaggregation between male and female experiences and oppressions that may exist within communities that are oppressed overall by deeper structural inequality.
Definitely. Yeah, I thought that was an excellent question, and I think is particularly relevant in a number of contexts, but even this story that's coming out of the United States right now with the school official dragging this young girl across the ground and pushing her head, just brutalizing her in like a school context. And I think it makes the point that there are a whole number of statistics just in the US context where Black girls and Black women are disproportionately affected. They're the ones who are facing harm and facing brutalization, and there's a whole bunch of data, especially in prisons and jails, that I think pulls this out, and it's not often part of the conversation. And I think one of the things that there needs to be a lot of pushback on, I think, is when we see the government. So Obama started an initiative for Black men and Black boys, and you see a long letter coming from a whole number of organizations and scholars saying, like, where is something for Black girls and Black women? And I think time and time again, one of the things that even at a global scale we have to be really wary of is when is that data being pulled apart, and then for what means? So I think about the fact that George W. Bush didn't care about women's liberation until it was advantageous for him to go into the Middle East, right? That's the time that he cared about it. And so we have to think in meaningful ways about disaggregating that data. But I think even the LaVonda Kimball case, as opposed to the Michael Brown case, should give us some insight into the fact that there are different experiences and different ways in which that plays out. So I think it's really important to pull apart that data, and it just has to be done carefully. But I think the movement can often make the mistake of centralizing Black men only, and that's just not the case. That's not who's facing harm only.
And Kadija, did you want to come on this idea, if we understand Black Lives Matter within a colonial context, so a different way of understanding that experience, what does that mean then for how we understand different experience of being racialized or at the nexus with poverty as well?
Okay, just say that for me.
So in terms of the idea that if we can understand Black Lives Matter in a global context as a colonial experience, then how do we understand racialized experiences? Because in a global context, they will be experienced differently in the Middle East and North Africa, to the rest of the continent, to Asia, etc.
Yeah, I mean, as ever, when we just talk generically, we're forgetting that we're talking about Black people in different spaces and different things are happening. So even though, for example, I'm kind of, and these are very different things I'm talking about, cheering that in terms of literature at the moment, in terms of more Black women are visible more than Black men, which is great. And so they're raising stories, more stories around Black women. So I've just finished editing a series of an anthology of short stories. And I all of a sudden got to this point, and I thought, oh my gosh, out of these 30 stories, there's only 30 writers, there's only 4 guys. And, you know, and it was kind of an imbalance. People say, I mean, that isn't a problem. I thought it was. You know, to me, that is a problem. We also have to think in terms of the visibility kind of things, in terms of, in several countries, I know in the Caribbean and in Africa, I've experienced that a lot of men work, but women can do, given to the women. What is that doing? That is making the men invisible in family structures. And we've got to be careful of that as well. So yes, it's great that women are having the work, but we've also got to see then what does that do to the family? What does that do to men? What does that do to children when they're in those whole kind of situations? So again, it's another form of hounding. Yeah. You know, so there's so many different things. So, you know, so for example, the job situation may not seem so visible, maybe so much in the West, but it's very, very visible in Africa. And you're finding that women are having to support the men in quite a major way, you know? So the whole thing around feminism kind of comes up, and then women are kind of like slated for being feminists. And so they don't want to see themselves or call themselves as feminists. That's fine. They can be feminists, you know, and being feminist does not mean being a lesbian either. So all of these things, just, you know, it's so much stuff.
Okay, thank you. Were there any more questions? Oh, are we out of time? We are? Okay, well, if you could join us in thanking our panelists. I'm sure they're going to be available for the rest of the day as well.
We'll be around. Thank you.
And we're going to go right into the next panel. Could I invite Victoria and Stephanie and Althea.
That you wonder whether you surface from being able to breathe. And I think that's a really, really important point, because when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, we're talking about the people which are trying to do stuff within the academy and outside of the academy, which are black. And I think that's an important point. And what we struggle with is, as things take momentum, that we get pushed back into the background, and then we put our hands up and say, hey, hang on a moment, Black Lives Matter. So it's part of that. We'll hold on to that. We're going to have a really good debate about gender. And the last thing I'll say as well, which I think has come up a couple of times here, is around the fact of the suffering in silence of black women, black girls, and what that means in relation to their well-being. And on top of that, in the relation of being visible and being seen visible. So without ado, I'm going to introduce my first panelist, which is Althea Legal Miller. And each of them have got around about 14 minutes. I'll stop them at that time. And then it enables us to have a little bit more time for discussion as well. Okay, over to Althea.
Hi, everybody. So for the next 15 minutes, I'm going to be concerned with the history and the continuing legacies of sexual police brutality against African Americans. And for the purposes today, I'm going to be talking about African American women and how that's often overlooked in these larger and broader issues of police accountability and violence. So some may ask, why specifically sexual police brutalities? Surely all brutalities matter. And I would answer in part that a recent report revealed that sexual misconduct by police officers is the second most prevalent crime amongst police officers, the second most prevalent crime. And furthermore, I would add that sexual violence by police officers during arrest and booking procedures disproportionately affects women, black, cis, and trans women. I want to start with a narrative. The date is 1962. We're in Clarksdale and we're in Mississippi, United States. Two male white police officers come to the door of a black teenager. Her name's Betsy Turner. She's 19. They come to her door and they charge her with the theft of a colleague where she works in local government. She denies the theft, but nevertheless, she's taken down to the police station for an interrogation, which quickly turns violent and sadistic. The teenager is made to lie face down on the concrete floor. She's ordered to pull her dress up and her panties down. The police officers remove the belts that they are wearing and begin to lash her on her back as well as her buttocks. Turn over and open your legs and let me see what you look down there, demands one of the officers. Then he proceeds with that belt he was wearing to lash her on her genitals. Another officer says, if you tell anybody what's happening here, we're going to bring you back and really whip you. Throughout the sexual assault, Betsy Turner is crying, she's pleading her innocence, and the signs of the beating are all too visible. In the end, the police officers tell her, look, wipe your eyes and fix yourself up. And after it's over, it's not really over, because they tell her to remove her bra so that they could check to see maybe that she hid the money and had the money on her all along. Fast forward, it's June 21st, it's 2015. It's about 10:30 at night, and now we're in Texas, Harris County. A white male deputy from the sheriff's office is going to pull over Sharnesia Corley. She's a 21-year-old African-American woman who's driving in her car, and apparently she didn't stop at a stop sign. The officer engages her, says that he can smell marijuana, so she's told to come out of the car. He handcuffs her, and he places her in the back of his patrol car. He then proceeds to search her car looking for marijuana for an hour. He doesn't find anything. He returns and he comes back to his patrol car where Corley is sat in the back and says, I can smell marijuana in my car now. And as it's not on you, it's not in your pockets, it must be inside your body. He's then going to call for female officers to come to the roadside. Remember, this is a traffic stop. Come to the roadside so that they can conduct a body cavity search on the street outside. So 2 female officers are going to turn up. One's black, one's white. They arrive separately. Corley, quite rightfully, physically resists the policewoman attempting to spread her legs apart. I would call that self-defense. And so they throw her onto the ground, handcuffed. They strip her completely naked from the bottom. They place her in what is sometimes referred to as a hog-tie position. Briefly, that is that your legs are tied or handcuffed to one leg or 2 legs to your wrist, 1 wrist or 2 wrists. She's in that position for 11 minutes. It's an extremely painful position. At one point, the male white officer says, we're going to break your legs if you don't open them. He then holds a torch over her naked body to illuminate the search as the police women push their fingers into her vagina looking for marijuana. They don't find anything. And Corley cries and again pleads for them to stop. It's likely that we know about these 2 cases because of the Black activist climate that these police assaults took place. Betsy Turner during the Civil Rights Movement and Sharnesia Corley during the Black Lives Matters, and significantly, I would say, the SayHerName campaign, which is an explicit outgrow of the marginalization of Black women in that popular rallying call, Black Lives Do Matter. And as we know that less than a month later, we would learn of the horrific, suspicious deaths in custody of African-American women and girls, 3 in particular, all in July 2015. Sandra Bland found hung with a plastic bag, Kindra Chapman hung with a bedsheet, Kimberly Randall King hung with a t-shirt, all in July 2015. In my brief remaining time, I want to invite you to see how the civil rights movement of the 1960s against sexual police brutality might actually have some relevant insights for Black Lives Matter's organizing today. And so 50 years ago, led by African-American female activist Dorothy Height, then the president of the National Congress of Negro Women, NCNW, made this vital intervention during the civil rights movement. It was mobilized across race and across faith backgrounds to prioritize the prevention of police sexual violence against female activists. And she said, we need to do this. We need to prioritize this alongside the right to vote and the right to integrate public accommodations. And as many of you will appreciate, in male-led movements, sexual violence against women is not ranked with police violence and not police sexual violence or jail-based violence. So this is a really radical departure. Protecting female activists who are struggling for freedom is as important as the right to vote. And that's something we really need to remember today. And so Black women were at the forefront of this movement within the movement. And we know that the civil rights movement is a series of local movements, much like Black Lives Matter is. What do? They identify that state-enforced sexual violence was a tool to suppress radical Black organizing. And number 2, they generated much needed attention on the various forms of white oppression. And this would be beyond the stories that we commonly hear around lynchings or other forms of violence. And here we see Black women actually talking about, in the 60s, sexual intimidation, voyeurism, stalking, strippings, and sexualized beatings, abuse of search authority, involuntary medical procedures. So we see female activists are being experimented on, that's sanctioned by the government. molestations, and rape as well. And they're dedicated to the problem of protecting, or the issue of protecting women and girls. And this actually signals a really fresh candor. Remember, this is the 60s. This is not the time you talk about rape or you talk about sexual violence. And also the ways in which sex and violence are not really distinguishable in the ways in which, through a feminist movement and women's organizing, we really begin to identify how rape is a crime of violence and not sex. So in 1963, Dorothy Height goes on the radio in New York, and she talks about how jailers and police officers are engaging in the rape and sexual abuse of civil rights activists, including young girls as well, teenage girls as well. Unsurprisingly, there's a backlash, because there's always a backlash. White audiences don't like this. There's an outcry, there is verbal abuse, nasty letters. Some just say, look, this is bad taste. You can't talk about, rape on the radio. It's not decent. Dorothy Height is also questioned on the radio about, well, do you know for a fact this happens? And so, again, having to prove your own violations. And Dorothy Height says, yes, I do know this for a fact. We've heard from Black women, we've also heard from white women who are being arrested, who are being molested in jails, who are also being treated to medical examinations. Again, looking for drugs, old tactic. It's used in the 60s against female activists. And we see young girls during the movement they have vaginal examinations on the pretext that they're looking for drugs. There's a conference that's organized, and that's in 1964. Height actually forms an interracial and interfaith conference with around 75 women. And during that session, Height again is saying, look, this is urgent work that we need to be doing. We really need to be focused on sexual police brutality against the community. And so to end, I just want to pull out 2 points that we can discuss later that comes out of this conference. Thank you. Black women took the opportunity to instruct the white delegates who were in that room to talk about the heightened vulnerabilities for African American women, those women of African descent. They also talked about how narratives of Black femininity as hypersexual, as somehow deviant, they expressed and talked about those narratives and how they're actually used to legitimize violence against their bodies and to legitimize state violence. Of course, that conversation was about intersectionality. Number 2, Black women cast aside these norms of respectability to unmask this everyday rituals of white supremacist oppression. Black women began to realize in the 60s that respectable silences about sexuality, there's things you don't talk about in public, did not foreclose these bold denunciations against sexual violence, okay? So being, the norms of sexuality and not talking about that publicly does not mean you can't talk about sexual assaults. Those are different things. And so Black women begin to express that. And what they do is they understand that they're taking a risk here. They're risking their voices being manipulated. That's what the history has done. They risk the manipulation of their voices to actually speak. And they also, very importantly, don't frame these police officers' actions as, depraved acts or just one-off acts or indeed, sorry, lost my thread. Yes, they're not sudden fits of rage, okay? These are ideologically coherent, okay? This is about social control. This isn't someone who is just lust-driven. And so the lessons for us today really are that we do need to engage with some of the detrimental effects of respectability, politics, of course, We've had Audre Lorde already quoted here, the queer Black poet, where she says, "Your silence won't protect you." And really, we get a sense of that if we look to the usable past, that we do need to speak, that these are not random, but they are ideologically coherent. And so I say that mobilization today has to also take account of sexual misconduct. We can also use past gender struggles for racial justice, because they indeed provide a very powerful example for us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Althea. So as we move on swiftly to Ella Achola. Yes, okay. Ella, are you going to stay there or are you going to come up here? You're going to stay here, okay. And she starts off with Ain't I a Woman and tell her story. So she will be presenting us next. Okay.
So first of all, I just wanted to say that I'm really honored to be here today. Thank you in particular also to Professor Zoe Trott, who wrote to me about this event and was really encouraging throughout the whole process of putting it together. Because these kinds of platforms are really important because they allow us to have conversations that don't too often happen in public. So my name is Ella Achola. I'm currently doing my master's in Migration and Diaspora Studies at SOAS, University of London. And I co-started the Ain't I a Woman collective during my undergrad, and we are now a group of 6 Black and mixed race women of different backgrounds based in London, and we're trying to carve out space for Black women's voices through our online blog, to which we receive submissions from around the world, including the US, as well as putting on different events, such as different Black Girl Sundays and panel discussions, some of which are restricted to women of color, Black women, others which we open up to anybody. So I've changed the focus of my talk to be a little less about social media and more about this idea of turning dispossession into resistance, which has been happening all around the world and is also exactly what happened when Patrisse Cullors, Opal Tometi, and Alicia Garza started the Black Lives Matter movement and initiated a mass movement, really, that has traveled the world. And I take this phrase of turning dispossession into resistance from my lecturer, Dr. Alyosha Tuda, since this phrase and the endless possibilities, really, that it holds have stuck with me ever since she first mentioned it. So in this talk, I use Black feminism as an implicit lens for this presentation, in which speaking as a mixed race woman, part of a Black feminist collective, of course, informs the way I view the world and shape my personal activism, just like the subjectivities of the women who started Black Lives Matter impact on how they structure their activisms. And so I'd like to begin with a poem submitted by one of the regular writers to our collective, Nadine Robinson, a Black woman in the UK who shared how she felt about what was happening in the States when the newspapers here were aflame with reports about the protests. It's quite graphic, so that's just a warning beforehand, but it kind of comes with the topic of the conference. And it's called The Blood Runs Deep. The blood runs deep in heated streets. The flare of rage and toxic, thick air overwhelmed the ebony skin. White bullets piercing black flesh. It falls, splashes against the concrete roads. The blood runs deep. Rich in color, royal red. The blood of future kings and queens spilt like bad milk down the drain of racist ignorance. High-pitched screams. Warriors consumed by heartfelt anger. Mothers in mourning daily. The blood runs deep. So deep that the ocean's waves are unable to wash away the stench of death that invades its shores. I can't breathe, they say, as they drown in their ruby liquid. Let me go, they protest in the clear of day. Yet they are bound in the same shackles that their ancestors once wore. Clasps of metal bracelets forced onto innocent hands. The blood runs deep. The conscious efforts of the next generation now removed in one swift swoop of a fully loaded gun. Civil rights, that phrase lost in translation to a blinded nation run by ignorant fools. Bruised egos and lack of compassion linger in the blackened sky. Rain attempting to rinse the pain away. The blood runs deep, into our veins pumping our hearts. We are alive, wanting to live, Life cut so short for the white man's ignorant bliss. The fatherless children, the widowed wives, the loss of a child who has not even had a full life experience as his wings were clipped. Soar no more. The blood runs deep, we bleed. We bleed daily. The struggle of survival weighs so heavy on our backs, bringing us down, holding us in position to shoot us in our side and pierce our flesh with "I don't care if you can't breathe." The blood runs deep. Silence falls among the crowded streets, eyes filled with despair, destruction, and dehumanization. We shall overcome, faintly heard from our heritage. One day, the hopes for a better future, a day that makes sure that Black lives matter. The sound of colored children's feet making the innocent pitter-patter along the savage streets. I will continue to dream. I will continue to rise above the ignorance, above the false identity. The blood runs deep, our love everlasting. We will have justice, royalty, freedom. So in this poem, Nadine specifically reacts to the killing of Freddie Gray. So in this instance, she wasn't talking about the many women who have, of course, also lost their lives due to police brutality. Rakia Boyd, Sandra Bland, Kindra Chapman, Tanisha Anderson, Maya Hall, Ayanna Jones, and so many more who have been highlighted, for example, by the SayHerName movement. The reason I wanted to share this poem is because words are powerful, even more so when they travel. Just as Black Lives Matter was born out of the labor and love of queer Black women who turned their feelings of dispossession into resistance, Nadine too turned her dispossession, her feelings of anger, frustration, and sadness into a poem. By putting these feelings into words, she is actively resisting the silencing and erasure of Black people's voices and Black women's voices and stories in particular, as she writes. And this is something that Black people, Black women, have been doing all over the world. So I was asked to draw parallels between the Black Lives Matter movement and the work we do with the collective. And I must say that I felt quite daunted by that task because I didn't want to make it just about us. And I didn't want to take a conversation about Black Lives Matter and turn it into something else, not recognizing the work of the women who created this movement and whose labor has repeatedly gone unacknowledged and their ideas turned on their heads. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the connections and the more I could see traces of Gilroy's Black Atlantic as a diasporic space that is, of course, transnational, interconnected, and must be intersectional, as Black people are dispersed throughout the world via various routes, but often find ourselves fighting similar struggles towards emancipation, autonomy, and citizenship, to quote Gilroy directly. Very important to Black Lives Matter is the fact that it is an intersectional movement, which also means that it goes beyond police brutality and also focuses on poverty and, for example, undocumented immigration. And is obviously inclusive of all Black people across genders, sexualities, abilities, ages, etc. As reinforced in a recent interview with the Cosmopolitan, Colors and Tometi were very clear that from the very beginning, their stories and those of Black women more generally would not be erased. They emphasized that we live intersectional lives, which must be reflected in the movements that we join, as they echo one of my favorite Black feminists, Audre Lorde, who has been mentioned repeatedly. And this resonates with the work we do with the collective, where we accept submissions of self-identifying Black women. We welcome a variety of voices across sexuality, ability, etc., to illustrate that Black people are not all the same, that Black women are not all the same, resisting meta-narratives about what it means to be Black and woman, and going beyond racist tropes to put our commitment to intersectionality at the heart of what we do. At the collective, we're a group of young Black feminists who have decided to take charge and write down our own her stories. We may not change the world with immediate effect, but we have created a platform where we can deal with trauma collectively, where we can turn our collective dispossession into resistance by recounting our individual experiences. We're a collection of her stories by Black women from all over the world, as we hope to connect Black women from the diaspora and show ourselves that we are not alone, especially in Europe, where we can often find ourselves in majority white spaces. We rejoice with each other's triumphs, but we also empathize with each other's pain as we recognize supranational patterns of oppression. As put by the writer Wendell P. Simpson, I quote, "European solidarity with Black Lives Matter goes beyond sympathy for Black Americans. It is part of a movement to end racist policing in Europe," end quote. When I say the names of Uri Jallo, Dominique Kumadio, and the two women Ndea Mariam Issar and Christy Schwundek, I'm saying the names of those killed by police brutality in my home country, Germany, because their Black Lives Matter too. When I say the names of Mark Duggan, Jimmy Mubenga, and Sheku Bayu, I affirm that Black Lives Matter in the UK and all over the world as well. Our struggles are transnational, interconnected, and intersectional, which is why it is important to build connections between Black people and our allies all over the world to fight anti-Black racism, to spark dialogue amongst Black people, and to facilitate the types of connections necessary to encourage social action as envisaged by Cullis, Tometi, and Garza when they started Black Lives Matter and wanted to lift up Black lives as an opportunity to connect struggles across identities, including race, class, gender, nationality, sexuality, and ability. Our movements are so much more than Twitter conversations, blog posts, and the odd hashtag. Whilst online activism is often dismissed as a cry for attention, not as effective or having real impact, we have seen with Black Lives Matter how a movement that was born out of initial conversations on Facebook and Twitter and these kinds of platforms that have resulted in thousands of people going on the streets to demand justice. We see how almost 15,000 people have clicked on our collective's website since we launched in March because they connect with what we do as we receive submissions from all kinds of women around the world. Individual stories that highlight our collective dispossession that is transformed into resistance, echoing what happened with Black Lives Matter. Audre Lorde reminded us that our silence will not protect us. Even though so many stories may not have been told in the past, we're telling them ourselves all over the world as part of a tradition of resilience and commitment to justice that has traveled across oceans and weaves together the histories of Black women and histories of Black people more generally from around the world. And we will continue to turn our dispossession into resistance because, to end on the paraphrased words of Nadine's poem, there's hope for a better future, a day that makes sure that all Black lives matter. We will continue to dream, we will continue to rise above the ignorance, and we will have justice, royalty, freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. Thank you, Ella. Very powerful message there. We're moving on to our final speaker before we start our discussion, which is Stephanie Davis, who's going to be looking at queer and trans people of colour activism and the Black Lives Matter movement, resisting the silences and intersections of race, gender and sexuality.
So today I'm looking at queer and trans people of colour activism and the Black Lives Matter movement and how they both resist the silences on the intersections of race, gender and sexuality. So for queer and trans people of colour, they find themselves often marginalised and sidelined in lesbian, gay, bisexual and trans or LGBT communities, as well as Black and people of colour communities. Theoretically and academically, race, gender and sexuality are often analysed as single strands, leaving those of us with intersecting identities living in the borderlands. My PhD research is interested in the recent surge of queer and trans people of colour activist networks across the UK. And in this paper, I'll present a few of the initial findings from my research, considering how QTPOC and the Black Lives Matter movements together resist the silences of race, gender and sexuality. I would like to reflect on the importance of my work to the Black struggle and also the potential intersectional moment of our movements. Just before I start, I'd like to look at definitions as well, just in case people haven't heard of queer and trans people of colour as a term or an acronym for QTPOC. So queer is used as an umbrella term for non-heterosexuals. So it's a reclamation of what once was a derogatory word or an insult. So now people reclaim that word, and that can include people who are bisexual, lesbian, gay, queer, undefined, questioning and exploring. Queer can also include trans, and trans is an umbrella term for intersex, trans or transgender, genderqueer, gender variant or non-conforming people. People of colour is also an umbrella term incorporating a wide range of people from different racial identities and is used as a form of political solidarity. A couple other words I'd like to quickly define, I'm going to use within the presentation, is heteronormativity. So that is the belief that people fall into distinct and complementary genders, so just that there is just men and women, and that they have natural roles in life. And also it asserts that heterosexuality is the only sexual orientation or the norm. We also have white normativity, which I'm sure you understand. So these are cultural norms and practices that make whiteness appear natural, normal, and right. And just to go over trans or transgender again, so that means someone who identifies as a gender other than the one they were assigned at birth. And cis or cisgender is identifying as the gender you were assigned at birth. Okay? So moving on to understanding QTPOC activism. As I said, over the last number of years, there's been a surge of QTPOC activist groups and collectives emerging across the UK and a number of countries in Europe. These groups are exclusively run by and for QTPOC, independent from mainstream, read white, LGBT communities. As a QTPOC organiser myself, trained in critical community psychology, I'm interested in what QTPOC activisms mean to those involved and within the UK context. In phase 1 of my research, I contacted 3 QTPOC groups across the UK and invited their members to focus groups to discuss their involvement in this form of activism. So for now, I'd like to focus on just a few of those findings. So the facilitation of group spaces exclusively by and for QTPOC was defined as participants as a form of political activism. And the 3 of the findings I want to focus on today were that QTPOC groups aim to 1, create space to disidentify with white normativity and heteronormativity, 2, facilitate a decolonising process, and 3, centre the physical and mental well-being of QTPOC. Moving on to first, disidentification. So all groups emphasise the need for and the purposeful creation of spaces away from whiteness and straightness, giving room for disidentification with white normativity and heteronormativity. Jose Munoz's term disidentification is used here to describe the development of, quote, survival strategies the minority subject practices in order to negotiate a phobic majoritarian public sphere that continuously elides or punishes the existences of subjects who do not conform, end quote. The participants described the joy of QTPOC spaces in which for some short time they could experience being in a majority space, in which they could be both queer and or trans and a person of colour without contradiction. The groups were exclusive to queer and trans people of colour, and when asked about white and straight people being involved, it was made clear by participants that this would inhibit QTPOC from talking freely about their lived experiences and undertaking this disidentificatory work. There was a need for a safe space away from white and straight gazers. This is a quote from one of the members of the group. I'll leave you to read. So in this quote, Annabelle describes a creative project undertaken by the group to consider the possibilities for sexual difference and gender variance in different historical and cultural contexts. This ignites the potential for queering perhaps more patriarchal and heteronormative understandings of our histories from our places of origin as people of colour. This challenges the notion of queerness as a Western or white invention, envisioning spaces within our histories and cultures in which we see ourselves reflected back, that we do exist, and not just in the image of Western and white queerness and transness. Moving on to the decolonising process, research participants described QTPOC groups as spaces for facilitating decolonisation and a queering of what is called a colonial, quote, colonial gender and sexual categories. To briefly unpack what is meant by colonial gender and sexual categories, scholars of history, critical race theory and queer theory consider colonisation as a heteronormative force, which punished and aimed to stamp out the gender and sexual variance of the racialised other. Examples include the two-spirit people of the indigenous Americans, the Hijras of India, and the same-sex relations favoured by King Wang of Buganda. Imperialist notions of a gender binary of there only being men or women, as opposed to a huge range in gender variant practices and identities, were imposed along with the belief that heterosexuality was the norm and homosexuality and bisexuality were deviant practices. However, moving forward to the current moment, the modernist development of identity categories based upon sexual and gender differences in the West has allowed, to some extent, the rehabilitation of queer and gender-variant identities into mainstream acceptance. Critics note the recent development of a globalising Western LGBT politic and what is described as a homo-nationalist project by Poor 2007. This explores recent moves that work to present the West as a haven for LGBT people, as a champion for the individual and fairness, embracing certain members of the LGBT population as neoliberal citizens. Meanwhile, racialised minoritized communities, particularly Muslim communities, are positioned as traditional, backwards, static, and inherently queerphobic and transphobic. Poor 2007, among others, questioned how the narrative of LGBT rights has been co-opted into nationalist and imperialist discourses and been utilised for imperialist expansionism and the continued surveillance of particular communities. So as we see here in the news, homophobia in certain communities is seen as a sign of extremism, and also a kind of quite a strong discourse in our culture of black communities as being inherently homophobic, more homophobic than white people. So black participants and Muslim of colour participants spoke of being stereotyped as potentially queerphobic and transphobic threats in queer places and spaces, while others described the impulse of white LGBT communities wanting to save them from their communities of colour and encouraging QTPOC to leave their communities of origin behind. Participants were very conscious of these complex histories of racialisation, as well as the contemporary globalisation of Western LGBT politics, and were committed to challenging the contradictory ways they were positioned within them. Participants in one group discussed the importance of QTPOC groups as spaces of decolonisation, as spaces which problematise the dominance of white Western LGBT projects. Hunt and Home suggested decolonising queer politics is one which is, quote, not only anti-normative, but actively engages with anti-colonial, critical race and indigenous theories and geopolitical issues, such as imperialism, colonialism, globalisation, migration, neoliberalism and nationalism, end quote. This is a politic in which QTPOC queer colonial gender and sexual categories. There is a burgeoning movement to decolonise sexualities and genders of which QTPOC are a part. This decolonising movement emphasises that the gender binary, male or female, transphobia, heteronormativity and queerphobia were colonial interventions. To decolonise, QTPOC refer to unpacking the complexities of queerness, transness and of colourness within wider projects of decolonisation. So another quote for you. For this member, being within a QTPOC space meant that they were able to explore their own gender outside of a gender binary and found that their own decolonising process was also intertwined with what they called a kind of cis deprogramming. So QTPOC then worked to resist what Hess and Said, 2002, describe as the discourse of Westernese, or the language of Western supremacy, which emphasises Western liberal democracy, progressiveness, and particularly the idea of equality as a bastion of British values. QTPOC challenged the narratives of progressiveness, highlighting racism and potential nationalism in mainstream LGBT narratives, and the continuing oppression experienced by black communities and communities of colour. They also question Western LGBT paradigms, considering the complexities of where they are situated at the intersections of race, sexuality and gender, racism, imperialism, queerphobia and transphobia. Racing through really quickly. So the third finding I want to focus on was the centering of physical and mental well-being of QTPOC, and to remember what Karen was saying about the houndings. So navigating multiple minoritized intersecting identities as a queer and or trans person of colour, as well as negotiating multiple intersecting oppressions, was described as having an effect on physical health, mental health and well-being. In particular, the trauma of racism was experienced as having far-reaching effects and disabling effects. Therefore, QTPOC groups were seen as key spaces for support, survival and resistance. Participants noted high rates of physical and mental ill health within QTPOC communities, and in particular that trans people of colour, especially trans women of colour, disproportionately experience acts of extreme violence and murder. Participants linked this to the intersections of multiple oppressions and in experiencing multiple marginalisations. It's beyond the scope of this paper to talk about necropolitics, but I was really interested in necropolitics and queer necropolitics and this idea that certain populations are left to die a kind of slow death. So some populations are welcomed into life, and others, such as black communities, are left for social death and premature physical death. And we see this particularly with people who are multiply marginalised and the huge rates of violence against black trans women, especially in the United States. Moving quickly on then to considering QTPOC and Black Lives Matter together, Black Lives Matter and QTPOC are simultaneous movements that overlap in their work and bring the promise of intersectional organising to black struggle. 5 or so years ago, when I was involved in deaths in police custody protests in Birmingham and Manchester, black queer women like myself worked quietly on these campaigns, focused primarily on black cis heterosexual men. However, now I'm encouraged by the inroads that Black Lives Matter and QTPOC make in making a more intersectional movement. QTPOC and Black Lives Matter problematise the heteronormativity of black struggle, moving away from the traditional, often patriarchal black leadership, emphasising a multiplicity of voices and increasing what is deemed to be a black or a queer issue. Black, queer and trans folks now fight for recognition in our movements and can no longer be sidelined within them. QTPOC and Black Lives Matter emphasise a disidentificatory process away from the intersection of white normativity and heteronormativity, seeing the politics of respectability as a trick which limits the possibilities of liberation for all black people. Both movements also challenge the discourse of Westernese, which positions the West as a champion of equality and freedom, refusing to forget histories of slavery, colonialism, imperialism, and how they have shaped our contemporary moment and continuing struggle. They both resist what is seen as the banality or mundanity of black social or premature physical death for multiple marginalised people. Just last bit. I just wanted to add that Zella Ziona in the last couple of weeks was the 22nd trans person of colour who was murdered in 2015, and the majority of trans people of colour who were murdered this year have been black trans women. And finally, both movements remind us that black queer lives matter and black trans lives matter. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can ask my panellists to come back on the stage. I presume the lights will rise up again. Thank you. Just really summarising what's actually been said, I think it was really, really interesting. We've got our 3 colleagues here, which started off with Althea. Althea's talk, of course, presentation was around women and the sexualisation of brutalisation of police and the hounding of women and what that actually means. We then moved into Ella's and Ella's particular work, which again was on the notion of intersectional and what that means in relation to a changing world, but also the fact that she set up this Ain't I a Woman, what that meant. And one little thing I'd like to say about Ella is I remember bumping into her, she bumped into me at 10 o'clock at night one night when I'd just come out of the university. And she said, is that Victoria? I said, yes, that's me. And she said, oh, I came to one of your talks the other day and it inspired me to help set up this particular Ain't I a Woman. So I thought, that's really nice. Also, Stephanie's particular work, very passionate around the work around queer and trans people of colour and activism, that threw up another load of discussion regarding the notion of whiteness, the notion of identity and the inclusiveness of voice. What runs across all 3 of these is the word intersectionality, the word around whiteness, the word around identity, and this notion of what it means to have an inclusive voice. So I think that opens up a little bit of room for some discussion. Now, one of the things we need to do now is to really get some of your voices to be able to pose a question. I am quite brutal. If I see that you're going on for too long, I'll just cut you and say, please get to the point and get a question. So we've got a bit of time, we've made up some time. So we've got a good bit of time now before lunch to have a discussion. So Start with you. And I also want to make sure we've got some people across the audience which haven't spoken as well. Yes.
Could you please line up here in the middle? Thank you.
Do you want to hold the mic?
Yeah, I'm
Can
happy
you
enough
make
to
sure
do
it's
that.
brief?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, interesting article in The Guardian, Women, just a little while ago on misogynoir. You'll be familiar with this, I know. I'm with the group, with Lisa's group here, Adrian. I'm just interested in that debate. It also impacts on questions of mixed race and culture, and it also impacts on what you call Westernese, which I understand. But in terms of progressiveness, can that progressiveness and Westernese work against us, and in what way? So, do you see what I'm getting at? Yeah, in terms of normalization. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we also make sure that the microphones go to the people? We haven't got 1,000 people in here. I think you can do some walking. All right? Thank you very much.
What was my thoughts earlier? Mine was more for Stephanie, I guess.
And sorry, who are you?
Sorry, my name's Stacey.
Right, thanks, Tracy.
So yeah, I follow Laverne Cox on Instagram and Facebook and stuff, and that's the only way I've seen that particularly trans women in America are being attacked. So do you think there is a problem that, I guess, the Black Lives Matter movement isn't really kind of letting people know that this is happening? And is it a problem in the UK as well?
Okay, all right, thank you, Tracy. Was there a question at the back? I can't see. Yep, there's a question down here. Oh, Adam. Is that Adam? Yes. Hi, Adam.
Hi. I've got two very brief, Victoria, questions. The first one is about the idea of not only are the police as a kind of a patriarchal kind of force, but the state is itself as a patriarchal violence power structure, and how we can link the idea of the state being inherently white supremacist with the state being inherently patriarchal in our understanding of connecting, and inherently heteronormative in our understanding of the way in which we can link these different forms of oppression. And my other question was for Stephanie, well, I guess kind of both questions a bit for you, which I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on Black queer necropolitics, because we talk a lot about Black necropolitics and we understand all these kind of historical continuities from enslavement and colonization and what have you, and I was wondering if you could touch upon that, please.
All right, thank you very much, Adam. And we've got a final question here, and then we're going to move on to answer the questions and hopefully have some time for some more. Yes.
Okay, this is to all the panellists.
Can you say who you are, please?
I'm Professor Cecile Wright, University of Nottingham. One of the previous speakers from the previous panel gave us an array of statistics. I'm putting this to everybody. Could you please throw some light on your understanding of these statistics? Only of all the professors that we have in our UK universities, only 17 are Black African women. Black African women or Black women disproportionately suffer from and die from premature death, from high blood pressure, heart attacks that are linked to stress-related lifestyle because of their race. Black women have suffered disproportionately from the austerity agenda in the sense that they've been cleansed from, many of them highly educated, worked within the public sector. As you know, the public sector has suffered from the austerity agenda, and Black women in particular. Black women are also disproportionately entering university, coming out with highly educated, but as David Cameron said at his conference speech, there is a situation that they are being discriminated when they try to enter the labour market because some of them have non-anglicised names. Okay. Can you just throw some light on those things about the lives of Black women across the UK,
thank you, Cecile. I'm cutting you because I said I'm going to keep it short. Thank you very much. So let's go over to the panellists. And again, I also, because we want to have a discussion with some more people as well. So who would like to take the first one? So the first question really was around the Guardian article and around being mixed race and what that actually meant. Maybe you want to actually start with that one at all. I don't mind who. Yeah?
I
Stephanie, do you want to start?
I'm not sure about talking to being mixed race. I'm not sure. I haven't read.
You
the
take it however you
article,
want to.
But misogynoir, definitely. Misogynoir speaks to the intersection of being black and being a woman, and very specific kind of quality to the experiences black women have. So being seen as subhuman, but also hypersexual, and as well around transmisogynoir. So the differences between the experiences of cis women, women who identify as women from when they were born, and trans women as well. I'm trying to mix up the question because I also want to answer to Adam's question as well around queer necropolitics. I guess that's the sort of more recent work of Harritawan. I don't know if you've heard of them. They're in Toronto, talking about how questioning the sort of LGBT movement and basically the kind of basic strides in equality and what that means for people like who are marginalised within that movement, who are racialised. So kind of the strides towards equality and inclusion within a neoliberal project, within a structurally racist state, within an anti-black state. So where does that leave queer and trans people of colour, and specifically around how some queer subjects are now, and also you see in trans subjects, are being invited into the fold of a neoliberal life. They're seen as Harritawan talks about queer subjects who are seen as a lovely sight now in our world, in our media. But what kind of queer and trans subjects are being seen as a lovely sight, and who are the others who are still being set aside, who are left for that kind of social death or premature physical death that we see particularly with trans women of colour, and specifically black trans women, and such high rates of violence and poverty, unemployment, and the types of violence they experience are the most dehumanising violence. You get people who are being mutilated, and it's a specific the specific intersections of transphobia, racism, colonialism within all that is really important to speak to, and they're the voices that aren't being heard within Black Lives Matter as well.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Yes, Ella.
To just kind of add to the part about mixedness and misogynoir, so I haven't read the article either, but I mean, misogynoir obviously changes with the closer you are to whiteness, right? So misogynoir doesn't affect me in the way it does darker skinned black women. And your levels of visibility also change in the public forum. You may not be represented in a positive light by no means, but you are visible because you are seen as closer to whiteness. It's more acceptable in the public realm. So I just kind of wanted to add that, how misogynoir kind of plays out differently for different women.
I think that's really important. I think that's a really important point, and I think that's something which presumably will come up perhaps later on, I don't know, regarding the dialogue, because it is an active and real dialogue regarding who and what happens around Black Lives Matter. And the closer you are towards the spectrum of whiteness, perhaps your voice is more visible than if it is towards the black end of the spectrum. Althea, is there something you'd like to add to the discussion of any of those questions at all?
Yeah, I just want to really affirm your point that you made. It's a really important point. I would say language is important, and with the utmost respect, I think to say I'm going to be brutal with you in this space is, let's not be brutal to each other. So maybe we can gently encourage everyone to speak. So I just wanted to say that I thought was important. Particularly as we talk about the brutality of women and black women on this stage too. So let's be kind to each other. Absolutely right. The consequences of living in a racial patriarchy ultimately can mean death. And that's exactly what you're saying. And we've heard different definitions: actual death, social death, slow death. But that's what you're speaking to. And I just wanted to acknowledge what you said and just say thank you.
Thank you very much, Althea. Okay, can we take some more questions from the back, please? And if you can walk to the people, that'd be great. Yep, we've got this person here. Just say what your name is, please. That'd be great.
Hello, my name's Jacqueline.
Hi, Jacqueline.
I just want to make a point around being mixed race and being an activist and intersectionality and everything else. I think it's a misunderstanding to think that the closer you are to white, the more you have an opportunity to speak, to act, to function. I think it's very much about context, and it's not been my lived experience, I have to say, you know, as a person who is mixed race, basically, when you are the only person of colour in the room, you are the only person of colour in the room. And I think there are issues within our community itself in terms of how mixed race people are perceived.
Okay.
So I think, you know, we have to be very, very careful around that.
Thank
issue.
you, thank you, Jacqueline. Is it Jacqueline or Jackie?
Jacqueline.
Jackie, thank you very much. I mean, we do need to get some controversial, we need to get some discussion going, so thank you, Jackie. Next person, please. Right, yes, and your name is? I can't hear you, sorry. If you hold the microphone, it'll be really helpful.
It wasn't working.
Oh, right, okay.
Thank you. My name is Nat. I'm wanting to ask the panel to go in a different direction in terms of Black women's lives and Black Lives Matters. There seems to be one construction of violence that is from the state, right? But then there's also an internal violence that takes place against Black women from within our own community. How do you see Black Lives Matters addressing that particular question and helping to kind of engage and empower both men and women in a dialogue that can be more progressive?
Thank you, that's really helpful, very, very helpful question. Thank you. Any other questions before we move on to answer these ones here? Yes, we've got, yes, I'm not sure who I'm looking at there.
So I'm going to talk because I've got the mic, right?
Yeah, hi, and you are?
Kayindi Andrews.
Oh, yes, hi, Kayindi.
Quick question, just there's definitely an issue with trans, queer and female representation and visibility in the movement. To what extent does that mean that we need to change something like Black Lives Matter or change the Black Power movement, or does it necessitate that we have a different movement for those different things? Does that make sense?
Thank you very much, thank you. And final question here with this person here at the front.
Thank you. My name is Figile. I've got two questions for the panel.
Make them quick.
Question number one is, does the panel think Equality Act 2010 is the solution to the problem? Yeah. And if they think that's the solution to the problem, do they think we can voice or we can suggest that human rights can be the curriculum so that children, they learn from the basics, the understanding of what a human being is? Question number two is, do you have any research or the latest figures about how our children are performing in primary schools? And if you do, I'll appreciate to know. If you don't, I just want to put this to yourselves. I once heard that our children in certain schools are not assessed according to their ability. Instead, there is a blanket umbrella that they are expected not to achieve. And if that is the case, we have to fight for the new generation, our children, to achieve and invest in education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So we've got a few questions here. We'll do our best to try and answer them. We're kind of running through time. We've got a few questions, and we'll answer these as we've got. We've got the opportunity and context. We've got Black women and internal violence and what happens to Black women and how we work with ourselves. We've also got the fact of a question which is being raised around Black Lives Matter and how it incorporates some of the other voices around transgender, and also the QT POC aspect, and whether we actually have a new different forum around that, we don't know, and also around the equality issue and whether the 2010 Act. So let's start with Ella first. I'm going to do Stephanie, and then we're going to do Althea, and we go back the other way around as well. Okay.
So I was just going to say, I think it's really important that you highlight that, you know, not the mixed race experience is not the same all over. And we also have a voice of silence, and obviously that plays out really differently. So I thought that was really important. I'm not from the UK, and my research is not very UK-centric, but what I was going to say is that Kimberly Crenshaw published a report on Black girls in the school system in America. And I found that very disturbing to read. And it kind of plays into the video that was mentioned earlier about how they were brutalized, how they were more subject to being disciplined. And I just kind of wanted to put that into the conversation, as that is like a broader phenomenon, the way we teach children how they are assessed and how they are seen. And then
okay, thank you, Ella.
I want to speak to the two questions from the lady about the internal kind of eruptions, I suppose, in black communities, and also about whether there should be a separate forum for, you know, the other voices that maybe we're not comfortable hearing from. Maybe that's what the question's about. So I was going to say, in terms of QTPOC, the organisations that I've worked with tend to be voluntary run, underfunded or have no funding. They are very much kind of separate to LGBT and black communities. They're off on their own, and they're dealing with a range of issues that come from the intersections of racism, queerphobia, transphobia, poverty, colonialism. And if we're talking about Black Lives Matter, then, you know, surely all Black Lives Matter. You can't have a separate one for those who perhaps some people feel uncomfortable talking about. And that's the issue there also with the kind of internal problems within black communities. I think the lady was speaking about sexism and misogynoir. And very recently in the UK, we had issues within a black movement, within an organisation, about a convicted rapist was involved in organisation without anyone knowing that he was a convicted rapist. And it left women unsafe. In fact, I spoke to Patrice Collars about it when she came and visited, and I said to her, how do you deal with this stuff? And she said, yes, it is a part of the movement. It is part of Black Lives Matter that even though we're all here saying Black Lives Matter, we'll still get homophobia, transphobia, sexism within the organisation. You'll have men at protests grabbing women. So it's something that we need to talk about within Black Lives Matter. It can't be something for outside of it.
Thanks, Stephanie. Althea.
Yeah, just thank you for the questions. I would just say the binary of, you know, state violence and then this internal or community violence is a false binary. We really need to think about how they interact. They are also intersectional. So for instance, where there is higher unemployment, where there is higher poverty, that then affects the numbers of domestic violence goes up. And there is a relationship. It's not a simple one. It's not if you're unemployed, you know, you're going to be violent, but there are correlations between poverty, access to medical care, affect also homicide rates. For young black women in the United States, homicide is the leading cause of death, leading cause of death. And as you were saying, black women are also going to face particular kind of cancers and a range of healthcare issues. And so state violence and then violence within communities, violence from men or women as well, they all intersect and they're relational. To the other question, do we need to look back or do we need to change from, you know, our usable past? I think what we need to do is recenter some ideas. It's not always about rebuilding something new. I think it's about understanding what the potential of Black Power movements, the potential of the Black Panthers, and the way women navigated within the Black Panther Party. The way that they brought reproduction justice to the forefront in the Black Panther Party. And the way they complicated debates around abortion or access to the pill. So we really need to, because they're racialized issues as well as gendered issues. So we need to look back, but we need to look back with an understanding. We need a political literacy, basically, to understand our past before we start figuring out, oh, do we leave that? Do we need to do something new? Many of these issues that we are pushing against now have been pushed against for a long, long, long time.
Thank you, Althea. Very, very, very helpful. And while we're also on that discussion, just think about something very local to us, which has just taken place, and George Osborne was actually so-called defeated with the help of the Lords. And I asked the question myself, which was around tax credits and where's the voices of poor black families and what the effect of that is. And when we start looking at that, there's no discussion around it. No one's actually raised it. What's the impact on that? And that's how we need to start raising that question. We don't need to look to America. We can look at the UK. on what's actually happening. So that's just that. Final question, we've got one here, and I think we had one somewhere else, and that's it. We need to then call it quits.
Okay, it was mainly just a point of interest because I was at the, I was in Manchester.
Can you make it really quick with the question?
It is.
Yep.
I was in Manchester last weekend for the conference to commemorate the Pan-African Congress. So there was 2 resolutions came out. These are really important. And some of what you're talking about now was just touched upon because there was not enough time. So one of the main resolutions got the resounding smack is there's going to be a Women in Pan-Africanism conference next year. So yes, so just please make a note of that and I'll get more information.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. It's a statement, wasn't it? Really? Yeah, okay. There's somebody over there, but I'm not sure who it is. Yes, can you say your name, please? That's the final question.
Hello, my name's Tom.
Hi, Tom.
I'm just kind of interested in your thoughts on role models within like the trans community and how if you think certain trans individuals can almost claim a monopoly on the voice of the community. For example, can certain trans individuals like Caitlyn Jenner actually be a negative influence on the community as a whole?
Okay, all right. And is that role models for trans community? And can we broaden it a bit? Because it's the last question to also role models in relation to Black women, because this is a gender panel, and whether they can actually open that discussion as well. Is that okay?
Yeah,
yep.
certainly.
Okay, so can we take yourself, Althea, first of all, then Stephanie, then Ella, and then we're going to call it quits.
Okay, I'll be brief. I will just say one statistic. The statistic is on the Black Lives Matters movement webpage, and it is that the age 35 is a life expectancy of a transgender woman. 35, that's obviously a Black transgender woman. That is a life expectancy, 35. I think that tells you a lot about the ways in which we might hold up certain individuals which raise really serious, dangerous issues for others. Caitlyn Jenner's story, just recently now, she's the glamour woman of the year, doesn't speak to that statistic, and it doesn't speak to that violence and that danger. We can get distracted. Let's just remember that.
Thank you, Althea. Stephanie.
Yeah, and echo that. I mean, I'm not trans, so I wouldn't want to, step on too much the trans community and how they see their role models. But I do think, role models we have to take with a little bit of pinch of salt about who the media celebrates and who the media continues to ignore. So Caitlyn Jenner, in terms of visibility, it's great that she's, out and she's who she is. But she is a white Republican woman.
Absolutely.
She's not talking to the intersections of what it means to be a Black trans woman. And then you have Laverne Cox, who is amazing, and she pushes the emphasis on how she's there to speak, but there are other people who aren't there to speak, and how Black trans women in particular are still seen as almost ungrievable within Black communities, not heard and not cared for.
Thank you, Stephanie. Ella.
And because we broadened the idea of role models to Black women more generally, I kind of wanted to link it back to your question about what does it mean when we have so few Black professors in academia and so few Black women as well? What does that do to knowledge production, and how does that impact how many students of colour then pursue knowledge production? Because there was a very important video for Why is My Professor not black? Yeah, why isn't my professor Black? And there was a student who was talking about how they were so tired of always being surrounded by whiteness in their studies that for them academia wasn't even a conceivable career choice. So what does that mean for when we talk about knowledge production as well?
That's really helpful. Now, I've just been asked, I suspect you saw the gentleman who just came up. I'm just going to really try and address that point as well, and then we're going to say thank you to our panel. There was a question which was raised by yourself earlier, which was around children and the impact of children and the data. Well, I haven't got statistical data on that at this present moment because I haven't got it with me. But one of the things we can say is that historically around African Caribbean children, the notion of achievement and what that means, there's a big discussion around whether the gap is actually widening. And at one stage it was closing, and it seems to be widening even more. And it's widening to such a depth that people aren't even mentioning the word race, and not even mentioning the word black children within the classroom, and it is problematic. But as yourselves, as activists, as audiences and parents and community members, whoever you are, you need to actually start raising that question and saying what is actually happening to our young child in the classroom. So you need to go back and work through that. The last point I wanted to say really fits with all of this is that collectively, as part of this panel, we just really want to look at the fact of Black Lives Matter. SayHerName is part of that campaign, and I think is really, really helpful. And it's not forgetting that collectively, each one of our colleagues here, you've got Ella, who's a master's student. She's not a PhD student, a master's student, fantastic here. We've got Stephanie here, who's a PhD candidate, who's at Brighton. We've got Althea here, who's a postdoc, who's done her PhD and is now, in the world of work in academia as well. So these three people are the ones which are starting to come up into what's actually happening, and will be the ones who will be writing about it, pushing their voices around this particular thing. So you have to support them, and at the same time you support other academics as well, which have been in the system as well. So I just want to say thank you very much for the panelists. I think that's really, really good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're back again for some more. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Lisa. I'm from Bright Ideas Nottingham, one of the partner organisations. I'm just very briefly going to introduce you to our amazing chair for the first of two afternoon panels. Professor Monica Miller is an assistant professor of religion and Africana Studies and Director of Women, Gender and Sexuality Studies at Lehigh University, as well as a Senior Research Fellow with the Institute for Humanist Studies, contributing editor at Margellina, and a member of the Culture on Edge Intersectional Scholarly Collaborative. She's author of several books about religion, hip-hop and race, and her work is also featured in a host of regional and national media venues. So give it up, please, for Professor Monica Miller.
Good afternoon. All right, we'll try that again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, thank you so much for that introduction. I am thrilled to be here from the US, from Pennsylvania, and it's really such an honor and privilege to be on this side of the Atlantic talking about things that are pressing and weighty and timely. So I'm ready to get started. This is our third panel. And the theme of the panel is criminal injustice and Black Lives Matter as a Black power movement. And so just a few things that our panelists, our esteemed guests, will be speaking to and speaking about. We'll look at aspects of politics of respectability. So that is to say, what do we think a perfect victim might look like? That concept of a perfect victim, which is often thugified, right? What does it mean to be in a state of liminality, a kind of in-betweenness, where Black bodies and the concept of Blackness sort of will actually remains both within the law and outside of the law. So at the same time, and we heard this from earlier panels and some of the discussion that took place, that Blackness remains something that is hyper-legible, right, and illegible at the same time. And also, how do we approach this idea of criminal justice pedagogically? How do we teach criminal justice? And also, what do we think about surveillance and blame in particular? Sort of this you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't kind of ideology, and this recursive witnessing to a cynical blame the victim pathology that we witness way too often in public discourse, in media, and in our own daily personal lives, as it relates to social movements in particular. I know in the US, Fox News has claimed that Black Lives Matter is now a hate group, which is a pernicious rhetorical way to maintain the illegibility and that hyperlegibility of Blackness and Black bodies. And we see that rhetoric playing out over and over and over again. As Black Lives Matter co-founder, one of the co-founders, Alicia Garza, notes, Black Lives Matter doesn't mean your life isn't important. It means that Black lives, which are seen as without value within white supremacy, are important to this concept and notion of liberation and freedom. So how does Black Lives Matter then transcend borders? We also heard that being discussed and pointed to in some of the earlier conversations. So what kind of work is that designator Blackness doing, especially across various points of distances, geographic distances, when devaluation of Blackness at the intersections of intersectionality are also at work in various contexts. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists, and I'm going to just say a little bit about them in the order that they will present, and then I'm going to take my seat, and they are going to bless us with their brilliance. So first up, we have Kenyatta Hammond-Perry, who will speak to the anti-discrimination paradox, race relations, policy, policing, and the politics of Black British citizenship. Kenyatta Perry is an assistant professor of history at East Carolina University. She received her PhD in comparative Black history from Michigan State University. And her research looks at transnational race politics, Black Europe, the global dimensions of African American history. And her book, London is the Place for Me, Black Britons, Citizenship, and the Politics of Race. So be sure you purchase that, or at the least check it out. And after that, we'll hear from John Narayan on the colored cosmopolitanism of Black power, from the Black Panther Party to Black Lives Matter. John Narayan is a Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at the University of Warwick and an academic director of the new Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies at the Drum. He completed his PhD right here at the University of Nottingham, and his research interests focus on globalization, globalization and its relationship to social theory and democratic politics. And currently, he is at work on a book, Project Colored Cosmopolitanism, the Global Politics of Black British Activism. And last but not least, we will hear from Kahindi Andrews, who will speak to Black is a Country, Black Radicalism, and Contemporary Organizing Against Racial Oppression. Kahindi Andrews is a scholar activist and a senior lecturer in sociology at Birmingham City University, and his research interests are in the fields of race, racism, ethnicity, and community scholar activism, especially as it relates to radical approaches to overcoming racial inequality. He recently published the book, Resisting Racism, Race, Inequality, and Black Supplementary School Movement, and also has a forthcoming project, Blackness in Britain. You can read more about our esteemed panelists online and also in their bios, which are in the conference materials. But without further ado, we will hear from our first panelist, and I'm really looking forward to a robust, exciting, and cutting-edge Q&A, question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm really excited to be here and participate in this really important conversation. So what I'm going to try to do is kind of give a little bit of a historical take. I'm a historian, and so I like to sort of place things in historical context. Forensic evidence indicated that 29-year-old Mark Dugan did not have a gun on his person before an officer with the Metropolitan Police fired a fatal gunshot into his chest on the 4th of August, 2011. However, results from an official inquest into the shooting issued over 2 years later ruled his death a lawful killing. But well before legal debate about whether or not officers had a reasonable belief that Dugan posed an imminent threat as he exited a minicab blockaded by police, his family and those within the North London neighborhood where he resided took to the streets in protest, demanding justice and expressing long, simmering tensions between police and Britain's largely working-class Black communities. For over a week after images of his slain body began to circulate alongside conflicting news stories, some of which suggested that he appeared to surrender before he was shot, residents in Tottenham demonstrated outside the local police station and participated in a grassroots insurgency that resulted in damage to public property, looting, violent clashes with police, and the destruction of homes and local businesses. As the unrest continued, in an interview with a BBC reporter that quickly went viral, longtime activist and journalist Darcus Howe challenged media depictions of the uprisings as riots. He insisted that the violence was not shocking, given that police had, quote, been stopping and searching young blacks for no reason at all. And from his view, the violence was symptomatic of their frustrations and further proof that is of his own sense that, quote, something was going seriously wrong in this country. Observing the events occurring in Tottenham with a lens sharpened by the experience of living as a black man in London for over 50 years, unlike the white female commentator who accused him in the interview of not being a, quote, stranger to riots, Howe understood that what was happening in the streets of London and in later Liverpool and Birmingham was the product of, quote, so many moods and moments. During the course of his exchange with the newscasters, one of the moments that Darcus Howe urged the reporter and his wider television audience to recall was the mass insurrection in Brixton that occurred 30 years before, resulting in eerily familiar scenes of burned buildings, violence, heavy policing, and street protest. In the months before the eruption of mass violence in Brixton during the spring of 1981, in response to a targeted deployment of infamous stop and search laws, Howe had been at the fore of local organizing in South London to highlight anti-Black violence, discriminatory police practices, and an overall lack of confidence in law enforcement by Black Britons. On the 2nd of March, following the tragic deaths of 13 Black youths in a house fire in New Cross that many believed was racially motivated, Howe led a Black People's Day of Action that attracted thousands of demonstrators who took part in a 17-mile trek to Hyde Park. At the heart of the demonstration of solidarity lay a plea for justice and recognition. As one participant reflected, it was important for us to bring London to a standstill, to say, we're here, look at us, we're hurting, and you're not doing anything about it. You're pretending it hasn't happened. Coupled with his reference to Brixton in 1981, Howe's BBC interview also implicitly recalled confrontations between Black Britons and the police that resulted in his own arrest as part of the Mangrove Nine in the 1970s, those that spurred violence in Handsworth and Broadwater Farm in 1985, and those that resulted in the deaths of David Oluwale, as Professor Saunders reminded us this morning, Cynthia Jarrett, and Dorothea Cherry Gross. Essentially, in that interview, Howe used the platform of the BBC to argue that the violence precipitated by Dugan's death was intimately connected to a history marked by the state's inability to safeguard the rights of Black British citizens. Although the infamous Scarman report issued after the 1981 Brixton uprisings brought greater national visibility to issues of race, violence, criminal justice, and policing, only with the publication of the McPherson report following the 1993 murder of Stephen Lawrence did the nation as a whole experience a moment when the state, in the form of the Metropolitan Police, was publicly indicted for institutional racism. And according to that report, which cites the definition of institutional racism offered by Stokely Carmichael and Charles V. Hamilton in their treatise Black Power, the Metropolitan Police as an organization had collectively failed to provide an appropriate professional service to people of color, because of their color, culture, or ethnic origin. In the aftermath of that report, state agencies, including the police, prisons, and health services, eventually became subject to extensions of the Race Relations Act. But one of the things that my comments today want to showcase is the extent to which the findings of the McPherson report only reiterated a long-standing historical refrain emanating from Black people in Britain about the chasm between their expectations of racial justice, full citizenship, and belonging on one hand, and the realities of a British state unwilling to and or uninterested in affirming and guaranteeing their rights on the other. With that in mind, as we pause to reflect on 50 years since the passage of the first national public policy explicitly addressing racial discrimination, the Race Relations Act of 1965, a move that also acknowledged the existence of racism in a nation that I would argue in some ways still shrouds itself in a post-abolitionist mystique of anti-racism, I'd like to try to focus attention on some of the political work that occurred among Black and anti-racist activists who were actually following in a tradition of Black activism in the UK by drawing attention to policing as a site of anti-discrimination, race relations policy reform as a type of political practice of citizenship. In particular, the remainder of my remarks will briefly revisit some of the organizing done by the Campaign Against Racial Discrimination, or what's better known as CARD, and the West Indian Standing Conference in response to the passage of the Race Relations Relations Act of 1965. And I'm really interested in how these two organizations insert policing into a public discourse about the structure, content, and intent of anti-discrimination policy in Britain during the late 1960s. I argue that by focusing attention on policing as a site of anti-discrimination policy reform, these organizations cultivated a type of anti-racist politics that implicated the power of the state as a provocateur and a conduit of anti-Black racial violence. In doing so, these organizations followed in a historical trajectory of Black activism, one that I believe that the current Black Lives Matter movement is also engaged, that sought policies that affirmed Black citizenship and accounted for the ways in which the state remained complicit in fomenting the very practices of anti-Black racism that it purportedly sought to regulate through race relations policies rooted in the expansion of equitable access to employment, housing, the consumer marketplace, and public resources. So ultimately, some of those early public policies around race relations sort of set up these race relations commissions that are coming out of the state, and it makes the state sort of an arbiter of individual complaints, but it never critiques the state itself. Ultimately, it would be the failure then to enact anti-discrimination policies in regard to policing, criminal justice, and the organization, use, and abuse of state power that simultaneously affirmed Black citizenship and acknowledged that Black lives indeed mattered, that would in many ways haunt the nation through the deaths of individuals, including Mark Dugan, and in the day-to-day disparate impact of the carceral state, which one of my co-panelists wrote a brilliant piece about most recently in The Guardian, that continues to produce higher rates of surveillance, suspicion, search, arrest, indictment, and custodial sentences for Black people in Britain, and defines the condition of Blackness in the US and throughout the diaspora. So I just want to sort of turn briefly to the history. At the opening plenary of the 1945 Manchester Pan-African Congress meeting, in a session titled The Color Problem in Britain, Peter Abrams, a delegate for the International African Service Bureau, recounts a story in which police arrested colored and white men on gambling charges. As a result of their arrest, Abrams explained that the colored men received fines and imprisonment following their convictions, while their white counterparts completely avoided criminal penalties and were simply warned, quote, not to associate with colored men. So in doing so, even at that Manchester Pan-African meeting, when they're talking about the color problem in Britain, they're inserting this narrative about the problem of the carceral state and in particular policing. So then 20 years after the historic, this conference meeting, a newly elected Labour government passed Britain's first national anti-discrimination policy, again in the form of the Race Relations Act of 1965. And this is a rather vague and toothless policy that outlaws racial discrimination in, quote, places of public resort. Although the purview of the Race Relations Act was narrowly conceived, ignoring the critical arenas of housing, education, employment, and the consumer marketplace, one of the key components of this policy included the establishment of a National Race Relations Board tasked with receiving and mediating discriminatory complaints. Much of the pushback for the inclusion of such a mechanism came from the advocacy work of a newly formed anti-racist organization known as CARD, formed through the organizing efforts of a Trinidadian peace activist by the name of Marion Glean on the heels of MLK's historic address at St. Paul's Cathedral in 1964. CARD aimed to become a national advocacy organization powered by and empowering to the collective voices and interests of Black and Asian communities in Britain. Marion Glean had originally hoped that CARD would devote its early organizing and mobilizing to support, building support at the grassroots level within these communities. But because of the timing of the proposal of the Race Relations Bill, the organization shifted the trajectory of its mobilizing efforts, recognizing the weakness of its bill, and really set out to try to put flesh on what they called the enemy by documenting on a case-by-case basis both the existence of and the specific nature of anti-Black racism in British society. Inspired by the work of SNCC activists and organizers during a Freedom Summer in the United States, CARD's, quote, summer project sent 3 teams of field workers to Manchester, Southall, and Leeds for 1 month to test individual businesses and agencies, conduct interviews, and observe conditions pertaining to race relations. In the spring of 1967, CARD then brings these results to this newly formed Race Relations Board, and it's a sort of culmination of reports over the course of a year. And most of the reports sort of deal with issues involving employment and the housing market. However, the report also included a few very detailed cases about alleged police bias, misconduct, and brutality. In one complaint, a woman described as British by nationality, Grenadian by origin, challenged that she was unfairly prosecuted for police assault after a violent encounter with a local white man who attacked her after she had apparently chided his 11-year-old son for bullying, quote, 3 small colored children. The woman reported that after a bystander called police, the man continued to hurl verbal and physical assaults as the police restrained her. When she attempted to break from the police as her attacker, quote, rained blows on her face and stomach, she fell to the ground and was later charged with assault on police and taken into custody after one of the officers claimed that she bit him. Even though 2 eyewitnesses to the attack on the woman and her encounter with police offered statements in support of her version of events indicating that she had not bitten an officer, her attacker was not charged and was instead brought in as a police witness against her. While her attacker remained uncharged, despite uncontroverted testimony that he had assaulted her and, quote, used foul and abusive and racist language towards her, magistrates fined the woman 16 pounds for the crime of assaulting police. In other accounts submitted about police misconduct, complainants reported sustaining injuries after violent encounters with police on the streets and at precincts. In one case, a man who was identified as British by nationality, Jamaican by origin, described his arrest on trumped-up charges after he apparently failed to cooperate after a drug raid where police allegedly threatened to plant drugs on him. Invoking popular stereotypes associating Black men with drug crimes, the detective warned that it would be difficult to beat the drug charges because, quote, the magistrate knows that all colored men are supposed to have drugs. While it is unclear if CARD had a long-term strategy for pressing for reforms in the arena of policing and criminal justice, an issue that had long been a part of Black activist demands for citizenship and social justice, at the very least, the inclusion of complaints regarding police designed to police for expanding the purview of anti-discrimination policy no doubt helped to reinforce the connections that Black people knew all too well between anti-Black racism and the path to criminalization, police brutality, incarceration, and legal disenfranchisement. So I'll turn quickly to the West Indian Standing Conference. And sort of in contrast to CARD, the West Indian Standing Conference takes on a media profile that positions itself as a type of explicitly pro-Black organization with a confrontational posture that was most clearly articulated in its suspicion of the political establishment, white liberal patronage, and this is done particularly in contrast to CARD. As they begin to coordinate their responses to a 1965 white paper that set out to establish the Race Relations Act and extend the provisions of the Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1962, a policy that Claudia Jones refers to as legalized apartheid, they continue to protest and lobby government officials on behalf of West Indians and other racialized communities against the Ministry of Education's proposed quotas for migrant children in public schools, vicious and unprovoked racial violence, and malfeasant policing practices. On the issue of racial violence and policing in particular, a delegation received by the Home Office led by the West Indian Standing Conference stressed what they believe to be the mutually constitutive relationship between the two. In urging the Home Office to investigate the rising number of assaults, similar to the critique offered by Black activists in the wake of the 1959 death of Kelso Cochrane, the delegation insisted that individual attacks were directly related to the inadequacies of police protection for Black Britons and other populations of color. Furthermore, in making a case for government intervention that directly implicated the power of the state in compromising the citizenship rights of Black Britons, the delegation also highlighted allegations of violence occurring at the hands of police and proposals for discretionary police registration for Commonwealth migrants that would no doubt disproportionately subject Black and Asian migrants to police surveillance, regulation, and criminal justice. To be sure, with the publication of provocative treaties by prominent members in this organization, including one which I'll highlight by Joseph Haught called Nigger Hunting in England, which was published in 1966, which highlights the contentious relationship between Black Londoners and the police, the Standing Conference clearly began to cast itself ideologically as a prototype Black British power organization. And Hunt takes this title, Nigger Hunting in England, from a well-known practice, what he calls a well-known practice among constables in North London and Lambeth of, quote, nigger hunting or going on the beat with the expressed intention of bringing in a colored person at all cost. Hunt's polemic included a description of several incidents of racially motivated police misconduct, harassment, and violence. What Hunt proposed to begin to remedy relations between Black communities and the police very much aligns with some of the calls for community-oriented policing, police reform that framed the platform of the current Black Lives Matter movement. In addition to highlighting the overall lack of police officers in the UK at the time, Hunt suggested that greater attention be given to training officers to be aware of the ways in which their own prejudices and perceived notions of racial superiority came to bear on the power that they wielded in everyday life. Likewise, Hunt emphasized the importance of forging dialogues between activist organizations like the Standing Conference and policing agencies to help counteract some of the deep-seated mistrust of police contained within local communities. Essentially, what I'm sort of trying to say here is that when we're thinking about the many facets of a global Black Lives Matter movement, it reminds us in the US and the UK and throughout the diaspora, some of what these organizations are advocating for, even as early as the 1960s, is that we need anti-racist public policy agendas that do more than merely position state power and its agents as allies and as potential allies in the cause for racial justice. We need to also continue to hold institutions of state power, including police, accountable, and that's what they were trying to do with those early race relations acts. So my question is sort of where would we be if we began those conversations about anti-discrimination policy by sort of looking at and holding the state accountable in the same way that those policies were trying to hold individuals within the labor market, employers, and et cetera, accountable.
Thank you so much to Dr. Kaneda, and I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Natanya Duncan, Dr. Natanya Duncan. I mispronounced Kaneda's name. Thank you so much for that thought-provoking paper. And next up, we have Dr. John Narayan.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I haven't got anything pre-prepared. I just go through. I have a lot of pictures, right, which might say a lot about my presentation. But I'm going to go through and we're going to look at the history of Black Power via the Black Panthers, and then we're going to bring it back to Black Lives Matter and kind of get a gist of how global Black Power was. We seem to have forgotten how global Black Power was as a movement. So my presentation basically 4 sections. Hopefully we'll get to the end. We'll see Black Power as part of something that I call coloured cosmopolitanism. We'll look at the Black Panther Party and its relationship to coloured cosmopolitanism. Then we'll try to flip it back to the future, go to Black Lives Matter. And I want you to think about this. There's a word that I'm going to use, which is called liberation, right? I sound a bit foolish saying these words like liberation, emancipation, freedom, socialism, right? But, you know, the fool, if you remember, the fool in the village is always the one who speaks the truth. So I don't mind being a fool today. All right. Black Power, right? What is Black Power? So the common narration of Black Power is the kind of violent, misogynistic, separatist, kind of, you know, the bad relation of the civil rights movement. What I want to say is actually there's an alternative history, an alternative memory to those practices and to that history. And actually you find that Black Power arises within the civil rights movement and goes beyond the civil rights movement when the civil rights movement kind of fails in what it wants to achieve. And if you look at people like Marcus Garvey, the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, Robert F. Williams, you'll find that Black Power was very much alive before Black Power emerges in 1966 with Stokely Carmichael's famous statement, right? And so I'm going to pitch the idea of liberation against civil rights movements because that's what Black Power for me is. It's the promise of what civil rights doesn't deliver. And what we'll find is actually that this is linked to a global phenomenon. So this is something I call colored cosmopolitanism. These people should be known to you. If they're not, you should go and pick up a book. I'll go through that. That's Nehru, Nkrumah, Nasser, Sukarno. Who's the last one? Tito. That's one, man. That's old school. Old school. All right. So that is colored cosmopolitanism. Is the rise of what I call the Third World Project. This is the decolonial movements that arose in the mid-20th century. There are very powerful global movements that re-articulated the concept of the human, which at that point had only been allowed or given credence to white people, right? So you have the brown, the darker races, the darker nations arising and saying, we are humans, let us in. And it pivots around 3 kind of core components of this decolonial movement, which is bread, peace, and justice. Bread is the new international economic order that the darker nations would argue for. Peace was the non-aligned movement. Justice was the non-aligned movement, the G77, and the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And what these leaders did, what these national movements did, was they argued that the debate between capitalism and communism, which had blighted the Cold War, was actually a false debate. what we needed was equality and justice. And this could only really happen if the darker nations got a piece of the pie, right? This is the global context of Black power. Black power arises after this, but it's a reaction to this colour cosmopolitanism. And I want to kind of highlight that by going through the history of the Black Panther Party. So the Black Panther Party, founded in 1966 with Bobby Seale and Huey P. Newton, starts off as the Black Panther Party for self-defense, quickly just becomes the Black Panther Party. It's got kind of a bad rep because all of the pictures seem to be black men with guns, but what we have here is a very sophisticated organization. After 1968, the Panthers become the Black Power movement in the US, right? They are unrivaled. And what they do is they re-articulate black nationalism and black liberation. So other organizations like SNCC or Karenga's idea of black nationalism kind of fall in the background to the Panthers because the Panthers become the darlings of not only the US media, but also the global media. The main arguments of the Panthers was that Marxist categories of explanation no longer worked in the American ghettos. There was no proletariat because there was no jobs, right? So they organized the brothers on the block, the lumpen proletariat, the people that had been left out. You can see that this is all very prescient, right? Right? So the Black Panther Party assume that they are the vanguard of not only the black people, and this is very important, they become the vanguard of the entire new left movement, right? It's not just about race, it's the interlinking between race and class, right? And we've got this inability to talk about capitalism in racial terms. And what you find in the Panthers is that racialized capitalism, well, actually, that's just capitalism, right? If we go from slavery to colonialism to imperialism, you'll find that the darker people always come off the worst. And that still happens today. We'll come to that. But what they do is there's a symbolic narration of local conditions with global conditions. So the conditions in the ghetto are seen to be conditions that you could find in the third world. And what I'll try to do at the end is actually show that this very much is still the case. So Panthers have different practices, different strategies. Armed struggle, police brutality. This is very famous when they marched to Sacramento because the legislature are trying to change the law about who could carry guns. And the funny story about this is Ronald Reagan was apparently giving a party with some kids by the side of the state building. And when he saw these black men with guns, he just got up and left the kids and ran away. Right? So, but this isn't just what the Panthers were about. Actually, what the Panthers were about was showing that the US state was unfit for purpose. It was an insurrectionary movement by creating a new version of sovereignty. If the state will not look after the people that it oppresses the most, then those people must look after themselves. Right? The Panthers create their own version of the nation state within America. And this shows you the limits of welfare capitalism. And this is something that we have forgotten today because we keep arguing for this. But do we really want to be part of this? And that's what I'm going to come back to at the end. What people forget is that this is a community-based movement, also not only run by men with guns, but also run predominantly by women, right? Women were at the center of the movement. They get forgotten. But it also brought in allies. So you have here support from the Japanese and Chinese community. You'll have the globalization of black struggle against a word that we no longer use anymore, which is imperialism, right? And you'll see that Huey P. Newton would meet the Premier of China. He'd meet the Palestinian leadership. But this movement didn't just stop in the US. This is actually a picture of British Black Panthers, right? Who are also took on Black Pantherism, if I can coin that term. But it didn't just stop in the UK. These are the Dalit Panthers. These are Dalits in India, the Untouchables, who took on the ideas of the Black Panther Party. These are the Polynesian Panthers, who also took on the ideas of the Black Panther Party. And what unites all of these movements is the sense that, if I can flick next, is that national independence and civil rights, legalistic solutions to racialized problems of capitalism, both at home and abroad, don't work. Right? That's why you get Black Panthers in the UK after the passing of the Racial Discrimination Act. Right? We've been celebrating 50 years of it, but most of the activism that we all love and talk about happens after it. There's a reason, right? Because the law, the state cannot codify an environment that will solve these racialized problems. Right? Well, all of this kind of goes astray. Right? The Panthers unravel. I'm gonna really be just jump history here, but there's internal problems to the Panthers that everyone talks about. No one talks about the external problems, which is where the US state attacks the organization and destroys it. The counterintelligence program basically destroys it. What people also don't notice is, 1982, the Panthers formally closed their offices. In 1982, the Third World Project that I talked about ends because the Third World Debt Crisis means that it disappears. Right? Where the US government stick up interest rates, they impoverish all of these poor people, and then the IMF and World Bank will eventually come in and they'll create austerity in those states. And there's no coincidence that 1982, that the early 80s is the fall of both resistance here and resistance outside. And the linkages, we've kind of forgot the linkages, right? But what I'd like to say is that if you look at the history of this, state repression and the concessions of the state, because also the US state starts doing things like providing affirmative action programs, giving you some leadership here and there, are two sides of the same coin. But I'll come back to that when we talk about Black Lives Matter. What I want to do is just reflect on that history, that we forgot about talking about racism and capitalism as very entwined, intimate things. And we've also forgot to kind of get to the grips with power begins and ends with the people. So when we talk about a movement, we have to talk about what is that movement. If we look back at the history of the Panthers, those are the two main things I'd like to kind of flesh out in the current arguments about Black Lives Matter. So why return to Black Panthers? Because the age of Obama signals the end of racial barriers, right? Racism's over. Especially in the States, it's gone. I don't think that it's any coincidence that Black Lives Matter has arisen in the age of Obama, because the limits of civil rights have come to their logical conclusion. When a black man can assume the right of the presidency, then you know that the civil rights movement was not enough, that there needed to be a lot more, right? But we don't consider this kind of racial neoliberalism anymore. We don't look at the link between racism and capitalism, but those things remain as strong as ever. So not only do you have the prison industrial complex in America, which is basically the fact that there are no jobs for black people anymore, right? So they're either incarcerated or they're assassinated on the streets. Right? Because America is a slave society, it no longer can employ slaves, so it no longer has any room for these people. Yeah, well, of course. But is Black Lives Matter the return of black power? I'm slightly sitting on the fence. Slightly, okay? You've made your mind up. I do think there's elements to Black Lives Matter that appear to have learned from Black Power and the Black Panthers, right? So we have, if you read Huey P. Newton, who is the most under-analysed, underused figure of the 20th century radical black thought, especially in terms of Marxism. White Marxists don't even know who he is. The hopes of intersectionality, which are in Newton's writing, have emerged in Black Lives Matter. Protest at the point of consumption and symbolic power is also there. So we have these protests, but we also have the kind of die-ins. These are very much linked to the protests that took place in the creation of the free breakfast programs, for example, where businesses were kind of, well, basically they would either be shut down if they didn't contribute to those programs. And we also see the need for demand. So the 10-point program of the Black Panthers, a very famous list of demands, has been somewhat historically recycled by Black Lives Matter on their website, right? And you would say the movement thinks globally. But I'd just like to question how globally and what are we thinking about? What can we learn in 2015 from that history I've just kind of butchered? But, you know, it's three things, right? It's this, the left. If we're going to talk about the link between racism and capitalism, 3 minutes, cool. Then we must get to the gist that the left, the white left, especially in this country, needs a bit of colour. Right? So those of us, yeah, you can clap that. You can clap that. Those of us who talk about black power and stuff, we can't just end the debate at police brutality. We have to move to global inequality and the linkages between those things, right? Second point is that what is it that we want with this Black Lives Matter campaign? Because the state might stop killing black people. I mean, it doesn't look like it can help itself, especially in the States right now. But it might do. But is that going to solve the issue of poverty? Is that going to solve the educational issues? So that's what the movement has to come to the gist of. And this is the problem of what Malcolm X, and I'm sure Kai will talk about this, is the house and field Negro situation, right? Which is the house is great and it's terrible in the field, so if we can get into the house, we might be a bit happy. And I'd like you to just think about this briefly. What does liberation mean for us today in 2015? Because in 1968, it's very, very clear. It's the end of this racialized capitalist system. But I don't hear none of that nowadays. I hear a lot of people who talk about hope, who talk about intersectionality, and I'm all for that. But what's the horizon? What is the horizon of Black Lives Matter? And how can that history, that global history that we all say we love, we all say we've read, I'm not sure, how can we use that? And I'd just like to go back to this point, right? All right, this is not Santa. So we need to go back to this idea of Marxism. And I just want to end on a quote from my favorite Marxist historian at the moment, which is when Black Lives Matter arrived, he said he thought the Black Lives Matter was the real Occupy movement. Because we all know, we might be the 99%, but the 99% ain't all equal, right? So I'd just like to briefly, in my last minute, flesh out how you could make these links. And I'm very sorry about this first image. It's graphic. We've all seen it. I was reticent about putting it up, but I think its brutality needs to be pointed up. The assassination of Eric Garner kind of speaks to us on its police brutality. But what if I told you that the US police are trained by Israeli forces? That there's a linkage between imperialism and colonialism in Palestine and the third world conditions in the US? What if I then all told you that this is all linked to a sense of global inequality, where those people who leave death and destruction end up turning up over a fence and watching two idiots playing golf? Right? So if I can just end on this note, I don't know what Black Lives Matter is. But to end with Huey P. Newton, revolution is not an action, it's a process. I can only hope with Black Lives Matter that that process has begun. Thank you.
As we would say in Black church, my. I think this Q&A is going to be very exciting, and I think we're going to ask important questions and also challenging questions. And so far, very challenging and critical questions have been raised. And so last but not least, Dr. Kehinde Andrews up next. And just keep in mind that we are also, I know we're live streaming, so if folks watching in have questions, maybe to start formulating questions on Twitter. And for you all, we're looking forward to hearing back from you. So I'm thinking we're gonna have a lot of Q&A. You might wanna start to line up on the side towards the end of the talk.
All right, then, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for that as well. Thank you for everybody who spoke. I'm gonna actually pick up from where John was. And really, I think the question for us is, what is Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter it started something, right? It's great to see that protest on the street, because you didn't see that before, right? One of the things you think about Black Lives Matter is the things that we're protesting aren't new things. I mean, the police have been shooting black people in America since there have been black people in America, yeah? So the question is, why is it that this is emerging now? And it's great that it has emerged, but at the same time, we have to be, I don't want to say critical isn't the right word. We have to say, where are we going? What is that process? What is the end goal that we want to get to, right? So I'm going to talk about it in that sense. I'm gonna give you a radical account. This is the work that I do. This year, we've called the Organization of Black Unity, which we set up in Birmingham. It's based on Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity. And this year is year X, 90 years since Malcolm was born, 50 years since he died. So we've made it a pledge to make it plain. So I'm just gonna tell it straight, tell it plain. You may not like all of it, but hopefully you'll like some of it. All right. So the first point I'm going to make about Black Lives Matter is, I've heard a lot of things about Black Lives Matter. Is it the new civil rights movement? The last thing we need is a new civil rights movement. I'll be serious on this. All right. Civil rights movement didn't work. The civil rights movement happened. If you go back to the 60s, you go back to the 60s in America, you go back to the 60s here, there's a juncture. There's a decision where we're deciding as a people, are we going to have revolution? Are we going to have liberation? Are we going to pull down this racial capitalism? Or are we going to try and get into it and be part of it and get nice jobs like I have myself, right? Guess what argument won? We know what argument won. That's civil rights. Civil rights took us down that road. Civil rights got us to where we are now. It's the limits, it's the failure, the intrinsic failure of civil rights to deal with the problem of racism, which has got us to where we are now. So we do not need a new civil rights movement. We need a new black radical movement. We need to go back to those arguments that are saying we can't be part of this. We need to be out of this. We need to separate And that's the words you don't want to hear, right? You don't want to hear those words. You want to hear the nice words, the comforting words, that it can all be good. Let's hold hands together and march in progress. I can't do that, right? I can't do that. And that shouldn't be the politics that the radical argument is the argument that's going to make you feel uncomfortable. It's the argument that's going to make you sit in your seat and go, damn, really? That's what I'm doing? I'm culpable? What am I? It's not about, sometimes I think with activism and sometimes I think with politics, we do it to make ourselves feel better. There is nothing that we should feel good about our situation that we are in and that we are contributing to today. And I want to make that plain. Plain as I can. All right, so need a new black radical movement. Importantly, when we talk about black radicalism, the title of the paper is Black is a Country. Because I think this is really important about how do we build these connections. What is it that makes black radicalism radical? And it is a complete redefinition of Western sovereignty. So black is a country. And I say this sometimes, people are like, well, black is a country. That's stupid. You can't say black is a country. Well, there's no passport, there's no borders, etc., etc., etc. But how many countries are there on this island that we are currently on? How many countries are there? One, the three, the four. I mean, nobody knows, right? So the point we have to make is we have this idea of nation state, country, which we think is a solid thing, right? We think this is something which is really, it's settled, it's a country. And black couldn't possibly be a country because it doesn't match this list of things, right? But actually, when you look at what a country is, it's entirely contested. A country is a social construct in the same way that race is a social construct. One of the things that makes me madder than anything is when you put race in scare quotes. Race is a social construction, no doubt. So is nation, so is gender, so is that chair. Everything is a social construct. Yeah? And nation is really important social construct. Because you look back at what the nation does, why the nation exists. It is an imposition of those people in power to control poor people. That is what the role of the nation is. That is why it's split up in this way. There is nothing natural to nations. There is no reason that we should celebrate the nation, be trapped in the nation, etc., etc. And actually, if you look at colonial power, what defines colonialism? What are the legacies of colonialism that we still have? It's that the Europeans, the West, went into different parts of the world, imposed nation-state boundaries, and said, that's your country, you stay there, and your country, you stay there, and we're going to pit you against each other. And you can see that across Africa, you can see that in India, you can see that across the globe, right? So the one time the West is telling you, look, that's a nation-state, while it's acting as an empire. Because actually, we don't have nations. There's no Western nation, there's a Western empire. And that empire has gone back 400 years and it continues today. So we need to get rid of this idea of nation, this solidity of nation, and move on, change it, because the nation is actually holding us back. And we need to redefine it. So this is important for the politics, yeah? Because the politics are civil rights, and our politics is often wed to the nation state. It's often about, well, how do we get more representation in Britain? How do we get more people to get 5 GCSEs in Britain? How do we stop the British police from killing us, right? That's not the problem. Britain is a problem. The nation state of Britain is a problem. The nation state of America is a problem. But our problems aren't national problems. They're articulated here, but they're not based here. So that's why you see the same thing happening here as you see happening in America, as you see happening in the Caribbean, as you see happening across the globe. Yeah? When you limit yourself to the nation state, you're limiting yourself to the terrain which the power structure has set up. Right? If we act as people in the nation state, we are not acting globally. If we are not acting globally, we will never solve the problems that we face. Right? And this goes back to Malcolm X. Malcolm X said, oh, back in the day, Malcolm X, Year X has cleared up some misconceptions. Malcolm X is not a civil rights leader. Malcolm X is probably the fiercest critic of civil rights ever seen. And Malcolm savages civil rights. So civil rights can't get you anywhere. It gets you second-class citizenship. And actually, and this is what it does. Actually, look, go back, listen to Malcolm X. I've been listening to Malcolm X a lot this year, more so than usual. Yeah? And it's literally like prophecy. Malcolm said, look, you do this, this is what's going to happen. You're going to have some people are going to get in, some people are going to do very well, the vast majority are going to be locked out. The system of oppression, racial capitalism, can never produce equality for black people in the same way that a chicken can never lay a duck egg. Right? It's impossible. It can't happen. It's not in this constitution. Yeah? So if you go down this route, some of you will get in the House Negro, some of you will do all right, most of you won't, and you'll get second-class citizenship. If that's not what's happened over the last 50 years, I'm not sure what's happened. Right? But the nation's important to how he says this. So he says, whenever you're in a civil rights struggle, you are confining yourself to the jurisdiction of Uncle Sam. And you have to internationalize the struggle. It isn't about what happens here, it's about what happens across the globe. So in terms of connecting into radical politics, in terms of the new black radicalism, it has to go back to the black nation. That is what makes black radicalism radical. Because it says there is a black nation. Forget nation-state boundaries, forget Britain, forget America, forget Caribbean, forget these different conglomeration states in Africa and across the world. It's the black nation. And that black nation is us. That's the connection of us, African people, African descent. That's the nation. That's the base. That's what we are. A nation which cuts across all those borders and connects our lives and our struggles into the other struggles of black people. All right? This is why blackness is really important. Blackness is this concept says, look, the color, this is the thing that we have. This color, the way I look, the way my hair is. That's the thing that connects me into those pictures that Joshua had up before. Right? We look at the extreme poverty of people in Nigeria. You look at the deaths that happen. You look at that that kind of poverty we just don't see. It's the color of us. That's what connects us into it, which is why it's black, which is why blackness is also really, really important. And we build our politics on that union, on that nation, which connects us as a people, and we move together as a people, right? So it isn't just about, the national situation is important, but it's not the most important. Now, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Marcus Garvey, probably one of the most underrated people, full stop. Marcus Garvey built an organization of 5 million people almost 100 years ago. 5 million people, no Facebook, no Twitter. They have a phone, many even have a phone. We have 5 million people, 50 countries across all of the diaspora, and built this organization. That's radicalism. That's that global black nation, saying actually our problems are solved together, and we will fix them together. We can't fix them any other way, right? If you go back to Malcolm, I mean, there's a lot of Malcolm in this talk. Key one thing you want to remember is, you're not, he says you're not an American, you're an African in America. And you ain't British. I know people like say, look, we're British, we're part of it, we've been here. No. We are in Britain. We were born, the one thing you have to think about with Britain is because we sort of voluntarily, a lot of us have either moved from the Caribbean or moved from Africa here. Sort of voluntarily. I remind you that we're only in the Caribbean because of slavery. So it's not really voluntary at all. And the reason we're leaving, Africa is because of the impoverishment, because of neocolonialism. These aren't voluntary moves, right? That's because of racism, right? So we're Africans. We're black people. We shouldn't be embracing the flag and the Britain and the nation. We shouldn't be doing that at all. We should be pulling that down, because actually that flag and that nation of Britain is what is oppressing us across the world. So it's about the diaspora. Also, quick note is this isn't narrow nationalism. So you hear black nationalism, which can be very, very, very restrictive. People like Nation of Islam, even Du Bois. Du Bois has this idea about the nation within the nation, particularly in African American tradition. There is this idea that in America, black is the country. If we can organize ourselves and we can get the economy going and we can support ourselves, we can have a nation of black people. That's not radical. That is still America. That's still saying, how do we get access to the American system is to organize ourselves, collectivize ourselves, and then be part of the system. And you hear those same arguments today, and we make them all the time. Actually, we make those arguments a lot around economics, support black business. I'm not against supporting black business, but the idea that you support it so that you can have better things here, that's not radical. That's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about here is engaging the revolutionary imagination. It's saying we have to stop confining our thinking to the nation state, and we have to think, what is the goal that we want at the end of it? And I think if we're honest with ourselves, a lot of the time the goal is entirely framed by the nation. We are doing this so that in this country we will be better off, so that they'll stop abusing us. We'll get the average of 5 GCSEs. Police brutality will stop. You'll get economic advancement. I think if we're honest, those are the kind of things that we're looking for a lot of the time. Those aren't radical goals. Those aren't the goals that are going to change and fundamentally transform this system. What we have to understand, there's a quote I've been using every single time I've spoken about Malcolm X the last month or so, because oftentimes we sanitize Malcolm, right? We like to say, look, Malcolm in the nation is different. You see something that he's a bit anti-white, he's a bit racist, and he comes out, has his epiphany moment. Some people call him American, a liberal. It gets a bit crazy, right? But always thinking, this one of the most important quote from Malcolm is, why would you want to integrate with this wicked race of devils? I'll make it plain as I can make it. So Malcolm does, what he changes, when he comes out of the nation, he stops with that individual white devil, etc., which is negative. Actually, it don't really work. You don't want to individualize racism and say that all white people are individual devils. That doesn't actually get you anywhere. But Malcolm changes that slightly. He says, why would you want to integrate into this wicked, white, Western system? That's the key. The key is it's not about individual white people. That's not the problem. The problem is a system of racial capitalism which cannot be described as anything other than evil. A child in this world dies every 10 seconds because they do not have enough food. This is a society, a world that has more food than anybody could ever eat. Yet a child every 10 seconds dies, and that's a lot, just hundreds of children since we started this day and we end this day. And that is because of this system. So the question we should be asking ourselves is, why are we so desperate to get progress and access into this evil, wicked system which kills hundreds of children a day? hundreds of black children as well. I just point out a lot of these children in Africa, a lot of these children look like we look. So why are we so desperate to be part of it? Why are we so desperate to be part of it? Desperate to get jobs, desperate to be in it? And this is the radical argument. That actually, if you look at us as a diaspora, if you look at the condition of all of us, don't just look at us here, don't look at us in the West, look at all of us. You will find we are in a desperate situation. A situation which is not tenable and cannot be accepted. But the important thing that's happened as well, as we think about someone like the house Negro and the field Negro, I would say over the last 50 years, what's changed is it's not about the house Negro being middle class. It's about all of us here being a house Negro. It's about all of us here being a house Negro. We've all in a little bit, right? We get the benefits, we get housing, we're all right. Our conditions here, as bad as they are, I'm not saying they're wonderful, are a million times better than the conditions you will face if you're black in other parts of the world. We in the house. We part of the house. We are directly responsible for the deaths of those children. This is what I'm saying about not being comfortable, right? If all we're doing is arguing for better treatment here, we may as well be killing them ourselves. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to put it, because I think this is how we need to understand it. Yeah? We have to be fighting the politics for those. How many left? Minute, all right, minute. Coming to them. All right. So we have to have a politics for the oppressed, for the masses. And if we talk about the black nation, the global black nation, this is when then we can do it. And then we say, actually, it's about overturning the system of capitalism. It's about a revolution. And this is the challenge for Black Lives Matter. I don't know what Black Lives Matter is, like John was saying. But if it can connect into that global black nation, if it can start to make these arguments and articulate it, if we can do that, we can actually build that black collectivity, that idea of the nation, and transform the politics. But the other thing I'm going to end on here is this isn't me saying this as from the side, saying, look, Black Lives Matter, fix up, do something better. No. It's our responsibility to get involved in it and to shape it. People are out there on the streets and they are protesting and they are angry. That didn't happen 10 years ago, really, right? So it's our responsibility to get in it, to be part of it, and to move it to that position. And it's our responsibility to commit what Newton calls revolutionary suicide.
Thank you so much. We are going to go straight into question and answer. So for those that have questions, please line up on either side where the microphones are. If you need to take a break, please take a break now. We're going to go straight through into the next panel after this. We have about 10 or 15 minutes for Q&A, so please try to keep your questions as brief as possible.
I mean, I like the tone of the last speaker in terms of Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and Black people as a nation. I think that is quite interesting. What I will say is that I have been living in this country for 50 years, over 50 years, and there's only one passport I got, which is a Trinidad and Tobago passport, never a British passport. That's the first thing. The second thing I will say, because I'm going to go on to this other point, is that Africa has been Islam before it's become Christian, right?
I'm sorry, could you just...
Yes, I'm making the point that he is coming to, because, and I will make reference to religion in terms of Jones, a guy they called from America, a white chap in America that took over 1,000 black people from America to Guyana and poisoned them all. That's the first thing, yeah. The second thing is that there was an issue in Waco based on religion, again, this by the white man also in the 80s had set them all afire when the American people do, and you should know about this stuff.
I'm sorry,
yeah?
sir, respectfully.
I will ask
We're really short on time. If you could just succinctly.
I will ask the chap that is speaking, what's the way forward in terms of Black people, African people in the future, in terms of how they should develop?
Yeah, my statement is in terms of the Black Panther Party and international solidarity. The Black Panther Party had solidarity with a lot of people around the world, and within racial groups in the racial, if you want to call it, groups in the United States, like the Puerto Rican Young Lords, the Mexican-American Brown Berets, and also, the Black Panther Party, a lot of their members, like some of Robert F. Williams, which not was a Black Panther Party member, but he certainly was a civil rights radical activist, got refuge in Cuba. And some of the Black Panthers got refuge in Cuba. And Assata Shakur currently is in Cuba. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the Black Panthers have solidarity with the Vietnamese fighters, you know, and other, you know, the Cubans and others try to establish the organization, the Tricontinental Organization for Solidarity, the Asian, African, Latin American Solidarity Organization, which attempted to gather revolutionaries around the world. Could you please comment on that?
All right, maybe we'll take one more and then we'll allow our panelists to respond to the three questions.
Okay, so before I make my point, I just want to, because it might come across as quite harsh, I just want to say that I am just saying that, you know, being Black and being articulate aren't mutually exclusive. And I think it's incredible that a bunch of academics, you know, Black academics are in this kind of space, and it's really inspiring for someone like me who is, you know, coming up to go to uni. But I think it's our responsibility as activists to talk about the accessibility of some of these kind of talks, because while we are kind of, you know, using articulate kind of specialist language, which is excellent, as someone who was actively kind of throwing myself into kind of activism, some of this language is going over my head. And so while we're talking about kind of Marxist and social kind of issues, we're not considering that for someone who is, someone who's not academic and someone who comes from a lower class background who's only just kind of starting to do this kind of thing, they're not going to be able to understand what we're talking about right now. So while we do all this, we actually need to make sure we're practicing what we preach, and we're actually doing this in a way that actually appeals to, you know, people who don't understand this kind of language. And yeah, it's our responsibility to kind of create this generational kind of continuity. So.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much. And so we have those three questions on the table, and I'm going to allow my colleagues to begin. Racial groups in the U.S., Cuban solidarity, activism, academic activists.
Okay, cool. The history of solidarity between the Panthers and other social movements in the third world is far bigger than I can present in 15 minutes. And there was a linkage between third world solidarity and resistance in the first world, because essentially first world conditions in the States, and very much today, especially in America, in the American ghettos, basically resembles elements of the third world. I mean, we don't like to admit that, but that's the truth. There are bits of the third world in the first world, in the States, much more so than in Europe, but heavily so. The linkages between third world movements and Black power kind of falls apart as the third world movement itself falls apart. So although the Cubans provide exile for ex-Black Panthers, they don't provide citizenship, because the Cubans became very, very scared of what the US government would do to them if they started basically, you know, part martyring people. I know, Assata Shakur is not safe in Cuba, you know, not as Cuba liberalizes. So there's a very kind of complex history behind that I probably, you know, we can talk afterwards. On the issue of language, I think that was a brilliant point, by the way. And in 15 minutes, you often fall into this academic language because it becomes your first language. But I want to put some meat on the bones, right? I'll give you an example of what I was saying. Why we need Black thought with left-wing politics is all of us out there are probably all anti-austerity, right? We hate austerity. But what if I told you that most people's anti-austerity simply wants to create the status quo of a European welfare state that still depends on the imperialism in the third world? Most of our doctors do not come from the UK, right? If you look at Sierra Leone, it sent about 100 doctors to the UK. It's just had an Ebola crisis. So whilst we all want to save our NHS, do we want to save Sierra Leone? These are the things that Black thought can help bring to the conversation, which doesn't really normally come into the conversation. So,
thank you so much. And colleagues, would you like to also offer something?
Briefly sort of like to speak to that last comment, which I thought was just right on point. At the end of the day, again, even sort of thinking about these questions around the state and the policy and all of that kind of stuff, I think about the case in South Carolina and the US and, you know, these instant calls for, investigations by the Department of Justice. But at the end of the day, You have to tell the story that the Department of Justice is also, the agency that's also funding school resource officers. So like the state, again, over and over and over and over again, is sort of part of the problem. And I think when we are having these conversations, it is about sort of putting, again, flesh on the bones in the sense that putting everyday lived realities, lived experiences, and connecting that, because that to me is something that sort of permeates in a way that sort of our academic jargon sort of limits us in some way. So I just really appreciate that comment.
Yeah, and in answer to the first question, I'm going to quote Malcolm. You'll hear this a lot from me. They don't hang us because we're Christians. They don't hang us because we're Muslims. They don't hang us because we're Jews. They hang us because we're black. I mean, it's just simple, right? This is why the nation's important, right? We have to understand that we are a black nation. We move as black people. We are connected as black people. And everything else is important. Is under that umbrella. We need to make sure that that nation is inclusive, but we need to move together as a nation. And when we do that, when we have that unity, we have that connection across the diaspora, that is revolutionary politics. And that is the solution to the problem. That's simple.
All right, so I think we have about 5 or 6 minutes left, and I have a lot of questions, and in particular, I'm going to wait until later. I actually disagree. I think that like an intersectional approach provides a way to not, I would argue the way that like Muslim difference is managed in various parts of Europe is a niggerization of those brown bodies, and I don't think those two can be separated. But so we have time for 2 more questions, and I want to make sure that Dr. Natanya Duncan in the back gets a question here all the way from the U.S., and I want to make sure that she asks her question. She's towards the end. Maybe if everyone can just sort of say really quickly what their question is, then our panelists would have time to respond, and maybe everyone can get in.
Okay, thanks so much for the privilege, Monica. Quick question. I noticed throughout the talks today and even here that the iconography of the US-based Black Power movement is given privilege. And I'm a little bit confused as to Black power in the global context if all of the iconography and rhetoric is Western-based when there were Black Power movements occurring outside of the US concurrently and then subsequently after. How does that help this discourse? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take just those 2 and let our panelists respond.
Oh, you're fine. As a Black woman growing up in the U.S., I found it incredibly difficult to talk to my majority white friends about this movement. They think I'm pro-Black, meaning I'm anti-white. So I'm trying to figure out a way to talk to them about this without that aspect of white guilt coming in. Because it's like, I didn't know so much about Black history that didn't start right at slavery that I know now, because you're not taught that in school. So I'm trying to figure out a way to talk to them without necessarily making them feel uncomfortable or making them feel like I am anti-white.
Okay, thank you. And we have one more? We have one. Do you have a question? Really
My
quick?
question is about policing in this country. There's been a lot of talk in the news recently about how the police aren't representative of the communities that they serve, and that has led to stop and search problems. However, in America, there are cities such as Oakland where the majority of police forces are Black. Does that not paint a kind of bleak future for relations between the police and the Black community here?
All right, thank you so much. And I'm going to allow my colleagues to cap it off. We probably have about 2 or 3 minutes, so it'll be quick, but I'm sure rich. Thank you.
I'll try to begin by starting to speak to the issue of sort of the hypervisibility of U.S. iconography when we're talking about racial capitalism in the specific context of the UK. And I actually think that's a real problem because it papers over, because I do think it is important to understand the specificities under which the conditions of Blackness manifest themselves within the context of the nation state over time. And so part of, to me, the way that the UK is able to sort of sell itself to the world in some ways as a type of anti-racist nation and continue to use this sort of post-abolitionist narrative of who it is in the world and sort of maintain this sort of veneer of anti-racism is sort of the invocation that racism in the U.S. is sort of this U.S. thing that sort of the UK sort of borrows the U.S. Black Power, and that all of these things are sort of U.S. imports. And that iconography is something, always sort of looking to have these conversations about race vis-a-vis the United States, and it sort of papers over the specificities of the conditions of Blackness in the UK in very problematic ways. So I really do appreciate that question.
Yeah, in response to that, I mean, the politics I'm talking about, and the book I'm writing in a minute is the articulation of what is Black radical politics. Often, the big names, so Malcolm X, the Panthers, there's a big iconography in the States. But a central argument I'll make is twofold. One, the tradition includes people across the diaspora. So we're talking about Garvey, you're talking about Claudia Jones, you're talking about, it goes back to Nanny of the Maroons in Jamaica, you're talking about Fanon, you're talking about Nkrumah, Pan-Africanism. Actually, tradition is much, much, much broader. Also, that American articulation is just an American articulation of the diasporic radicalism of Blackness. So Garvey's a Jamaican. We often think about him as American. He's not. He's Jamaican. Malcolm X is influenced by Garvey. Garvey influences again and takes influences from Africa. This is what I'm talking about. It's a nation. It's a nation. And actually, you look at the Black radical tradition, it goes across that nation. And it depends where you could pick out bits to highlight at different points. But this is kind of the basis of my argument. And I picked Malcolm because Malcolm articulates that very, very well, or articulates it very, very clearly. But for me, it is clearly there's a big theory across the diaspora of that. Yeah? To the sister who asked about how do you make your white friends comfortable, stop trying to make them comfortable. Just stop. Stop trying to stop.
All right, thank you. And
a key there, again, go back to Malcolm again, is you just make it plain. Right? You make it plain, simple as possible. And to the police one, solution is not with Black people in the police. The police are racist, Black or not, they're racist. The solution is revolution, simple as that.
All right. And last but not least?
Why would you expect a police force of Black people to be nice? Come on, they're the police. They are institutionalized for certain reasons. They serve the arm of the state. They will exploit you, they will exterminate you, just because they look like you. I've always find this, there's lots of brown people I don't like, So why would you expect them to be nice to you? Let's be honest, right? And finally on the iconography thing, I actually thought I was trying to do the opposite of that, which was trying to make it global. And I see, you always fall back on the American, but just to give a shout out, I am doing a more kind of British, where we'll talk about people like Olive Morris, who doesn't get talked about anymore, at Kai's conference, Blackness in Britain. It's in Birmingham, Friday and Saturday. So please do attend. But, yes, of course. Olive Morris was a bad lady. It's a bad lady. What I'm trying to get at is the iconography, was based on this conference. And I think the idea of the US dominance thing, actually, it's not that we borrow the racial terms. Actually, what you end up with is people have the same dilemmas about the fact that the state formation and legislation cannot solve your problems. So don't focus too much on the pictures. Focus on what's behind those pictures, which are the real things. So when we say we need revolution, we need to change our institutions, that's what we need to focus on. Don't focus on the guns, okay, in the pictures. Focus on the cause.
Thank you. Please, a large round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, guys. So good.
Is to come. But before then, our final panel, we're going to say hello again to Karen Salt. Thank you, Karen, for agreeing to chair this final panel. For those of you who weren't here this morning, I'm not going to go into Karen's full bio. It is online, but Karen is from the University of Aberdeen. She is not just a scholar, but she is an activist as well, so perfect combination. And Karen will introduce her panel to you.
Thank you, everyone. If we could just kind of reconnect for a minute. Those who might need to journey out, please go ahead and do so. But just recenter yourself. It's a long day, so I understand that it's kind of hard to swing gears from thing to thing. Process as you need, journal, write, think about it, reflect. Take all the time that you need. And I am going to take the chair's prerogative to just inform or at least respond back to the young woman who asked a question about language. And I would actually say that part of our jobs, all of us, is to be accessible to each other. And it's not about depending upon any scholarly language or any sort of theoretical idea. It's actually trying to figure out a way to communicate to other beings and other entities in a way that is grounded in some reality, but also simultaneously means something and doesn't just make ourselves feel better because we've uttered something into the air. So I'm actually quite excited to see so many faces here from so many different backgrounds and areas, and I hope that you continue this conversation in an accessible manner with all sorts of people in your own lives and in your own careers or your paths or whatever those might be. So back to task. Right. This particular panel is grassroots activism and Black Lives Matter as a civil rights movement. So it'd be really interesting to counterpoint that with our radical push from the panel before. I will not go through all the biographies again because those biographies are already online, and you can look up all of those, all of our panelists. I would, though, invite everyone to tweet if you are tweeting. I would invite others to write your questions down if you have a question, something that you could both pose at the microphones that will be up later on, or approach the panelists, approach a speaker later on. Come up and actually have a conversation with them, as opposed to necessarily uttering, this setting doesn't necessarily lend itself to a conversation sometimes at the end. And if you're a person who would like to reflect a bit, just grab a person later on and actually have a conversation and talk. We'll start with Brian Kuoba. Did I do better? Where are you, Brian? Oh, Brian's in the restroom. Okay. I will fill the space. We will move on then, I think. We'll make sure Brian knows we will come back to him. But we'll actually, Adam, I hope you're ready. Yeah? I'm on the bathroom. This is true. And we'll go ahead with Adam Elliott Cooper. His talk is Disruption at the Point of Consumption, How Black Lives Matter Changed What Solidarity Looks Like. Brian's here now. You're confusing me. It's a lot of change. You ready to go? All right. No, you can't apologize for taking a moment out. It's all right. All right. So we're staying to task. Stay with me now. It's just me that's confused at this point. Brian Kuoba and his is Lessons from History, Black Lives Matter, and the 2016 election.
So I'm talking about lessons from history, the movement for Black lives, and the 2016 elections in the US. There's a difference between the Black Lives Matter organization and the movement for Black lives, just to kind of make that distinction. But I wanted to begin by, well, let me just jump into it. I got a lot to say, so I'm gonna try to speak slowly, but if I'm going too fast, just like make some kind of signal, and I'll slow down. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about context. I think most of us are familiar with context, and a lot has been spoken about already. I'm going to move into some lessons from the 60s, and then I'm going to talk about Black Lives Matter and the 2016 elections. I recognize that this is a somewhat fraught subject, given how people, line up politically. But context. We all know about, the prison industrial complex. That's obviously a major issue in the U.S. There's wealth gap issues, particularly the gendered wealth gap, which is like extreme, $41,000 average or median wealth of a single white woman compared to $100 for a single Black woman. And then, of course, the issue of police terrorism. Every 28 hours, a Black person is killed. This is a statistic that has become more, I think, realized since the Black Lives Matter movement came forward, and is obviously something that's very much driving all the protests and things of that nature. One example is North Miami Beach police, who actually use black people as targets in their target practice. But as was pointed out just a second ago, I hear this a lot, this notion that race is an American problem. And I think that a lot of the, just to second what was said, a lot of the US iconography is in the UK. If you go to a secondary school in the UK, they learn about the civil rights movement in the US. And I think it's precisely to avoid discussing Blackness in Britain, they focus on the UK. That's just what I've seen. So, we should be, thank you, we should be clear about, race is very much an issue in the UK. So, black infant mortality is twice that of white British babies. Whites are almost twice as likely to get a job as blacks when applying with the same qualifications in the UK. Black people in the UK are 2 to 3% of the population, but 15% of the prison population, which is actually, by some measures, a larger disproportion than in the US. So, these are the kinds of things that I think people in the UK need to become more familiar with, just to get some clarity about this. Of course, people know about stop and search, black people being stopped many times the rate of white people. When you compare, by ethnicity, stop and search rates, again, I think these are familiar things. Mark Duggan, the uprisings across the UK that were triggered. If this wasn't the signal of a race problem, I'm not sure what was. So then, of course, there's the international dimensions, and I'm glad that Josh spoke about this. That is the fact that Britain, has imperialist foreign policy for a long time and is investing in conflict in different parts of the world, Africa being one example of where there's a lot of Western oil and arms interests. The US has a cancerous military presence on the continent, as do the French and others. The drone strikes is a good example of US-UK collaboration, because some of the drone strikes are flown out of RAF bases at Croughton and Waddington into Eastern Africa and Yemen and so on and so forth. Then there's the destruction of Libya. I mean, this is a massive attack on not only an African country, but a country that was deeply committed to the Pan-African project in many ways, with funding the AU and so on and so forth. So just to put that out there, I think the point is that these things we're talking about, specifically anti-blackness, racism, white supremacy, are the product of a longer history, right, of slavery, colonization, imperialism, and so on and so forth. We know about the transatlantic slave trade, and there's also an Arab slave trade, obviously, in Eastern Africa, the Middle Passage, so-called, all of the atrocities and torture and rape that went into that. There's the whole colonial period of the history. There's lynching in the United States. So again, this is all context that I think is really important, because it's informed the way in which anti-blackness is a global phenomenon. This is something that, I think is an important thing to understand, because it speaks to, if this is a global problem, then we need a global solution, right? And I think the movement for Black Lives, one of the ways it can stay relevant in the coming election year of 2016, which, if you know anything about US elections, politics usually takes a step back because everybody's focusing on getting out the vote. And so I think one of the ways that we can avoid the danger of becoming irrelevant is linking up with forces outside of the US, Pan-African, Black movements. Palestine solidarity is one example of how this has been happening, which I think is promising, although also fraught with some dangers vis-a-vis anti-Blackness in the Arab world. But also Marikana and South Africa is a really important place to watch. The Economic Freedom Fighters are this massive opposition party, openly socialist party. They got over 1 million votes in the last elections last year, and of course are part of a process including now the Fees Must Fall and Roads Must Fall movements in South Africa. I think that's a key place for Black Lives Matter to link up and build solidarity amongst Black people as a global people. So to get into the history, how did we make Black Lives Matter historically? I mean, there's a rich tradition, which I won't have time to really go into detail of, but we have to build on the past. We all have parents, we all have ancestors, and I just want to sort of speak to the fact that Pan-Africanism, for example, doesn't begin in the mind of some intellectual. It begins right here, right? This is a Pan-African uprising in the sense that Africans from different groups who resisted on the ships or who resisted on the plantations were Pan-Africanists in the sense that they had to unite in order to advance the project of liberation. Of course, there's the more sort of well-known figures in the US context, people like Booker T. Washington, who was kind of a Black capitalist type figure and a colonialist. He worked with German colonialism in Togo. So not somebody who I suggest we look to, but someone to recognize at least. Du Bois, who sort of had a different approach, supporting public protest and political action. There's Ida B. Wells, who was a very famous national campaigner against lynching. Somebody who I do research on is Hubert Harrison, who was kind of the father, quote unquote, of Harlem radicalism and did a lot of pioneering work for what was called the New Negro movement in Harlem, with the politics of Africa First and working with people like Ida B. Wells to oppose lynching and things of that nature. So this is just some of the more recent 20th century history. Obviously, there's Marcus Garvey, which people have mentioned. To bring it up a little bit more contemporarily, obviously we have the whole sort of civil rights history, the bus boycotts, the sit-ins. Ella Baker is someone who really helped with SNCC in terms of organizing the student wing of the movement and supporting a real grassroots leadership. And this is one of the reasons why she's not better known, is she was kind of behind the scenes and doing a more kind of grassroots kind of approach to Black leadership. There's the freedom rides, obviously, desegregating the buses, the March on Washington. I want to mention that this was organized largely by Bayard Rustin. Has anybody, raise your hand if you've heard of Bayard Rustin? Okay, a few people. This was an openly gay, same gender loving Black civil rights activist who organized the March on Washington. And part of why he's not better known is precisely because of the homophobia and the sort of exclusionary politics that were prominent at that time, and still in some ways we deal with today. But just to point out, this was mostly a project of his. Voting rights struggles, there was repression, obviously, cops were sent in just like they are now. Civil Rights Act was signed, and there's an interesting quote that comes in 1965, down here at the bottom. The changes that came about during this period were at best surface changes. They were not really substantive changes. Now, you might read a quote like that and think, oh, that must be like Malcolm X or somebody really radical. Actually, that was Dr. King. Dr. King himself came to this conclusion after all of that. And what people don't realize about King, particularly the King that you might learn about in the UK, is that he became a radical. So he got arrested 30 times protesting injustice. He called for a multiracial poor people's campaign for an economic Bill of Rights. He opposed the Vietnam War and US militarism. He was assassinated after calling for a general work stoppage during the context of the Memphis sanitation workers strike, while Memphis was under martial law. The National Guard was in, you couldn't protest. He said, we're marching anyway. So this is important history, I think, that we need to be cognizant of. I want to talk a little bit about this story of the Freedom Summer, because I think the Democratic Party played a very duplicitous role in this period. A lot of folks give credit to the Democrats and the white liberals, but this story tells a different story. Oh, 3 minutes, okay. Basically, they registered all these voters in Mississippi because the official Mississippi Democratic Party was segregationist and wouldn't allow them in. So students organized all these new voters. They tried to send a delegation to the Democratic National Convention, and they were offered 2 seats without voting power, which they rejected as a back-of-the-bus compromise. And it totally helped to radicalize the movement. As Malcolm X put it, you put the Democrats first, but they put you last. So this gets to the point that people like Gazi Kodzo are making now, that Black lives won't matter until Black power matters. So that gets us into the tradition of Robert Williams, the Deacons for Defense, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense that was mentioned. All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. There's some white liberals I was going to talk about who managed COINTELPRO repression, oversaw the execution of Malcolm X, butchered the Vietnamese, et cetera, presided over the execution of Dr. King. Because I think it's important that side of these people, yes, they did advance some legislative things, but they also were vicious in their repressive capabilities and actions. Change from the Democrats from within, it's been tried many times, and it hasn't worked. I could get into more stories about this, but I want to come to the contemporary. This is a really important idea that the Democratic Party is actually a graveyard of social movements. It's a place. It's a force that co-opts the leaders of social movements, gives them political positions so as to execute the movements that they belonged to. And I think there's a grave waiting for Black Lives Matter, unfortunately, in the coming election year. So just to get us, and this is a picture that shows that visually. So here's Hillary Clinton sitting with some, movement for Black Lives people, which I think is really a dangerous situation because this is what co-optation looks like, right? I'm not going to talk about Trump. I'm not going to talk about Uncle Ben. I'm not going to talk about the third Bush because the Republicans are really not. It's really the Democrats, again, that are where Black people have, at least for the recent decades, been supporting and who we need to be most careful of, I think. So there's Hillary Clinton, would be the first woman president, has an image of a fighter for women and children, an insider who brings experience. But what kind of experience is she bringing? So we could get into, I don't have a lot of time, but she was basically, and her husband, Bill Clinton, were deeply complicit in the expansion of the prison industrial complex. So the 1994 Crime Control Act, which vastly expanded the prison system, the Anti-Terrorism and Death Penalty Act, which expanded the use of the death penalty, the racist death penalty, doubling of the US prison population during the 90s. And various other things, which I don't have time to get into. But this is the point. It's like she's saying Black Lives Matter while raising funds from private prison lobbyists. Never mind all the other, sort of issues that she's a very right-wing Democrat, actually. Someone who's very, very dangerous. And on foreign policy, she's a war hawk. I mean, she supports all the most right-wing imperialist interventions. About Gaddafi, she said, we came, we saw, he died. She thought it was smart power at its best, the destruction of Libya. So this brings me to the end, feel the burn. A lot of people looking to Bernie Sanders, in terms of someone who they like more than Clinton. And, there's some good things that he says about denouncing inequality, about getting money out of politics, and so on and so forth. And Black Lives Matter actually has pushed him to a more sort of racially sensitive position. He now has a racial justice platform. But, there's this thing where we've been hearing a lot, like, hey, he marched with Dr. King. He marched with Dr. King. Why don't you support Bernie? Like, why are Black Lives Matter activists? And there was this hilarious, hashtag on Black Twitter that I just had to share. Bernie's so black. Folks seen that? Like, Bernie's so black. He's the first one killed in horror movies, Bernie's so black. He taught Black Power to Stokely Carmichael. He never forgot about Dre. My favorite one is this. Bernie's so black, he actually handed Malcolm X this AK-47. Bernie said, "Let the chopper sing, Malcolm." So yeah, Bernie is, what's wrong with Bernie is, one thing is foreign policy. He supports all the US interventions you can name. So he's an imperialist in waiting. But also he's running as a Democrat, which means that he is going to, all the energy that he whips up and all this excitement is ultimately going to be funneled into Hillary's campaign. And so that's where this a meme like this comes in, about sheepdogging the American left and getting Hillary elected. I think it's a duplicitous strategy that, again, has been tried before in history, and we have to be cognizant of that. So my last comment is just in terms of staying relevant in 2016, is that I think the movement for Black Lives has to stay independent of this corporate duopoly, this two-party system, which locks the political change. And I think, things like supporting other parties, things like continuing to protest and push for change rather than just getting out the vote, building a new party, and hopefully with, a sort of class consciousness, which I would add as a corrective to the Black as a nation concept, because we have Black nations on the continent, but they serve an elite, right? They serve a Black ruling class. And so, yeah, final word I'll just leave to that idea that we need to stay independent and make sure we're not just getting co-opted or corrupted by some of these Democratic Party and other kinds of forces. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you very much for that. I'll add one little group onto that. If any of you know about the super base of the United States, is where the Chagosians are, which is the British Indian Ocean Territory. We can talk about that later on, about why did Parliament create the largest military protection zone at the same time the Chagosians won their ruling to return back to their island and kick off the U.S. So they're leasing it. The U.S. are leasing it from the U.K. Interesting times. Now, Adam, please. Adam Elliott Cooper, who will be doing Disruption at the Point of Consumption, How Black Lives Matter, Change with Solidarity Looks like. Come on up.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to be trying to answer two questions, which are two questions that I try to think about a lot when I'm writing my PhD. And they're two quite simple questions, quite short questions with quite complex and long answers or possible answers. The first one is, how are people mobilised? How do we mobilise people? And the second is, how do we make that mobilisation effective? And I guess, I'm really happy that we're having this conference in Nottingham. I did my undergraduate degree at the university here, and I got my first youth work job here in a place called Radford, a very special place in this country, not far from here as well. And when I worked with a lot of the young people there, I was always interested in how I could engage the young people, predominantly black young people, in social issues, in thinking critically about the world around them. And so, I might try to talk to them about issues relating to race. And they'd be like, oh, come off all that black stuff, man. I don't want to hear all that black stuff. Well, you always talking about that black stuff. I'll be like, okay, fine. And I might try to talk to them about, capitalism and, class, right? And I'll come off all that, man. Like, I'm going to be rich one day. People are just poor because they're lazy. The usual kind of things, Thatcherism that has become very dominant. But as soon as I start to talk about the police, something changes. Yeah, bun the police, or words to that effect. And it was a really useful kind of avenue, a really useful conduit to having questions. Okay, so let's talk about the police. So the role of the police is to do what? To protect property, right? So whose property are they protecting? Are they protecting your property? No. Well, whose property are they protecting? And then you can begin to get into questions about class. And, of course, you can get into questions about race as well when it comes to policing. And a lot of the youth workers there, the older people who worked at the youth centre, were really, really interested and engaged and able to contribute a lot to these kinds of conversations. Because when I spoke to them about it, they were like, this was Hyson Green Youth Centre, and they said to me that in the 70s there was a police station not far from this youth centre, and in 1981 they brought in the sus laws, so we firebombed it, and they never rebuilt it. And so there's a really rich history of black resistance here in Nottingham, which I think is really important for us to remember and really important for us to build upon when we think about not only how to mobilise people, how to relate to people's realities, but also so we don't keep trying to reinvent the wheel all the time. So one of the big kind of mobilisations, as we know, relating to resistance to police violence was when we saw all of these uprisings in the United States, particularly, I think, Ferguson, but even more so following Baltimore and the killing of Eric Garner and all the uprisings in parts in New York and elsewhere as well. And there were two kind of big solidarity protests here in the UK. Well, the two in London that I attended. The first one was outside the US Embassy, and it was in solidarity with Ferguson. And it was called Flood the Embassy. And I thought, wow, okay, flood the embassy. This is what they're going to call the demonstration. Well, obviously, you're not going to flood the US Embassy, you'll die. But I guess it's a nice kind of rallying call for people. So I was like, cool. Went down to this protest. It seemed to be organised in a little bit of an ad hoc way, but what I was really pleased about was that there were families of British people who had died at the hands of the police. They had representatives from the Mark Duggan campaign and the Sean Rigg campaign. And they were able to talk about their campaigns for justice to an audience which perhaps they hadn't been able to access before, because people had seen what's happening in Ferguson on the news, because, as we know, both the television news and the liberal outlets like The Guardian feel far more comfortable talking about how awful racism is over in the US and are slightly less interested in what's taking place on our doorstep. And so people who had seen what's happening in the US were angry about it, had come down to the US Embassy, but what they got when they arrived there were stories about injustices taking place not far from where they lived. And I thought that was something that was really important. We were going to where people were at, what people were aware of, and trying to bring them into what was taking place within our communities. And then what happened after that kind of quite static protest at the US Embassy was a march, a bit of an impromptu march. This was mid-November. if I remember correctly. And the march left the US Embassy, which is just off Bond Street, a very busy shopping district. And as you can imagine, there's Christmas lights everywhere. They've probably been up since late August. And people, really, really packed streets, people doing their shopping. And hundreds, I think it must have been about 300 people, 200 people, marched through Bond Street, through Oxford Circus, blocking all of the major roads through here. And really basically shutting down one of the biggest shopping districts in central London. Really, really powerful. And I thought, this is really great. This is a real disruption to the kind of the everyday flowings, workings of the capital, and it's really kind of making the point clear. And then there was another protest organised, and this one was following the protest that we saw in places like Macy's and other big shopping districts in the United States. I don't know if people are aware, but the Black Friday sales were boycotted by many of the Black Lives Matter activists. And there was a kind of copycat solidarity protest in Westfield Shopping Centre. And we realised that the people organising these protests, perhaps, although they were really enthusiastic and they could mobilise a lot of people, there were certain health and safety things that, that were kind of lacking. So myself and other people from an organisation called London Campaign Against Police and State Violence decided to be legal observers for this protest. We realised it was likely to be very disruptive. We know the police are likely to be perhaps more numerous this time round. And so we thought, okay, we need to have legal observers because people's safety is being put at risk. If people get arrested, they need to know what to do, et cetera, et cetera. And that was a really interesting protest as well. So what it began with was a die-in inside Westfield, where probably about 200 protesters had a die-in. People who arrived late, I think the die-in probably began around 5:30 in the evening. People who arrived late, around 7 o'clock, had a separate protest outside in the streets, blocking loads of the major roads in Westfield Shopping Centre. Westfield Shopping Centre in Shepherd's Bush is the biggest shopping centre in London and the second biggest in the United Kingdom. So as you can, and this was in late November, so as you can imagine, this is a very, very, very busy shopping day for Westfield. And again, we saw, what really pleased me was that we saw representatives from family campaigns in the United Kingdom speaking out about not only what's happening to Eric Garner, but also what's been happening to people here in Britain. One activist called Minka talks about, okay, you guys have all heard of Eric Garner, but very few of you have heard of Joy Gardner. And so made these kind of comparisons and said, look, you know about all these things happening across the Atlantic. These things are happening on our doorstep. And I think there was probably almost 500 people at that protest. So a lot of people who are really angry about police violence, really angry about racial violence because of what they'd seen on the news, were being introduced to something happening on their doorstep, a lot of them for the first time, which I thought was really, really important as well. And so this protest eventually, the people who were inside Westfield eventually kind of came outside to join the other protesters. And so there was a huge protest throughout the streets in Westfield. And it was decided, the protesters among themselves decided that they wanted to go back into Westfield and occupy it again. And so hundreds of protesters burst into Westfield and shut down the whole of the shopping centre. Right? And this was I thought this was really, really significant. Right? So massive shopping day, lots of money being made on these kinds of shopping evenings in London's biggest shopping centre. They're not making a penny tonight. They're being shut down. And what eventually happened was that although the police were relatively hands-off, there were a few scuffles here and there, but the protesters, although a lot of them were very, very young, for a lot of them it was their first protest, nothing was stolen, nothing was damaged, people were respectful, it was peaceful disobedience, it was really, really smooth. After that, people left Westfield and a group of maybe around, there must have been around 100 people or so, began to move from Westfield to a major motorway, which is by a big roundabout right near Westfield Shopping Centre. And as they began to run into the road, police just started grabbing people. And eventually I realised that I was in a kettle, which is when the police encircle a group of demonstrators and hold them there for a number of hours, generally before arresting them. I didn't think I would be arrested because I was a legal observer. I was clearly marked. I had a big orange a luminous vest on that said legal observer on the back, had a notebook. I was liaising with all the police officers beforehand, taking all of their badge numbers, the kind of thing you have to do if you're a legal observer. That didn't make any difference. I was still arrested for violent disorder. And as were 75 other people who were attending the protest as well. And despite the arrests and a lot of young people being put off their first ever protests, which I think was probably the intention of the police, I feel like it was still an effective form of political action. And kind of debriefing with people afterwards, there were a lot of questions that were asked, particularly with older activists, I guess, because this kind of political action was something I think relatively new. And people asked quite sensible questions. And I guess the main question was, if you're protesting against police brutality, why are you shutting down a shopping centre? What's that got to do with, like, you should be protesting outside a police station or Parliament or the US Embassy? Like, why? It doesn't really make sense. And it's a pretty fair question, I think. So I began to think about this. Why Westfield? Why these big commercial shopping districts? And I think there are 3 to 4 kind of reasons that I kind of came up with. The first one's pretty straightforward. This is where people are at. People could see on the news that Macy's and other shopping districts in the US were being shut down. They saw something similar happening in the UK. They thought, wow, this is good what's happening in the US. This is happening in Britain. I'm going to get involved. It's a copycat action. I think the second reason that it was quite popular is that it was a kind of familiar space for young people. Young people hang out in shopping centres. That's what young people do. I almost said we. That's what young people do, right? And I guess the US Embassy and Parliament and various places aren't really comfortable places for young people to hang out. It's November, it's cold. Like, being inside a shopping centre is much more comfortable and familiar. So I think that's another reason why it mobilised so many people. And I think the third reason is that it was quite a different form of protest action. It was quite creative. Shutting down a shopping centre, it was quite different to the kind of usual A to B protest march that people are accustomed to. But then I started to think historically about political action. I was fortunate enough to be volunteering at the monitoring group at this time, and I was talking to a lot of the people who worked there about the kind of political actions that had taken place in the past. And I was thinking a lot about the relationship between, what took place in the past and what's taking place today. And as well as, protests outside courts and police stations, government buildings and what have you, there's also another form of political action which used to take place a lot in the past, which doesn't so much anymore, and that's the strike, right? When I read Darcus Howe's biography and about the Black People's Day of Action, people went on strike that day. And in the US, there's a big history of people striking, not just for workers' rights, but in solidarity with other political demands as well, including police violence. But we can't really strike anymore, can we, in this country? I'm not really sure how much capacity Black British people ever had in terms of their striking, their power to strike. But more than ever, perhaps, it's so difficult to strike, right? So there's union membership is negligible these days, right? Work is very atomized, right? So you're not working on a big production line in a factory. You're probably serving coffee or working at a call centre. Work is very precarious, people on temporary contracts, there's no job for life anymore. It's very, very difficult to strike, as well as all the kind of bureaucratic barriers. You have to have this many ballots, so I don't understand it, which is what a bureaucratic barrier is for. So it's very, very difficult to strike. And so I started to think about strikes and why they were important, right? And so strikes are important because we live in a capitalist democracy, and capital and the state have a very close relationship. So if you want to put pressure on the state, it makes sense to put pressure on capital. And so therefore, if you basically hit capital in its pocket, if you disrupt production, then you're making demands on capital, right? That makes sense. It's what we might call disruption at the point of production. Things are being produced, capital needs to make a profit, we're going to stop you producing stuff, you're going to stop making money, so you listen to what we want to do. Pretty straightforward political action. Very, very difficult to do these days. But we can still disrupt capital. We still can disrupt capital flows in this country. Because although a lot of labour a lot of these kind of factory jobs might have been moved to the global south now, we're the ones still buying the stuff, right? So the interest of capital still needs Britain because of our markets, because of our buying. Cool, I'll try and be quick. And therefore, if you want to disrupt flows of capital, rather than doing it at the point of production, we can do it at the point of consumption. I felt like shutting down Westfield is almost the modern day version of a strike. You're rather than preventing capital from producing goods it needs to make a profit, you're preventing them from selling it to make a profit. And I think this has the potential to be a hugely influential and effective form of political action if it's done well, if it's done carefully, and if it's done on a mass basis. Very quickly, last 2 minutes. It gets even more bold. So I then began to think about, particularly after Joshua's talk today and what Kai and David was saying, about how this reaches beyond just Britain and the US, right? So these are solidarity actions with the US and what have you. So if all of these factories, all of this production has moved to the global south through neoliberalisation and all that, during the rise of Thatcher, closing of the mines and the factories and all that, and if we already know, as has been said a number of times today, that the resources that we purchase, that are produced, come from the global south as well, then surely one of the best ways in which we can articulate and be actively in solidarity with the struggles of the people of the global south is by preventing capital from selling all of the stuff that it produces in the global south. Stop it from making a profit, right? And if we can't strike in solidarity in the same way as we perhaps used to be able to, what we can at least do is disrupt the flows of capital at the point of consumption. So that if workers or other people are striking in parts of the global south in relation to a specific industry, there is the potential there to be like, right, you guys are on strike. We can't strike in solidarity with you, but we can shut down spaces of commercial, we can shut down shopping centres, basically. Stop these things from being sold so that we can shut down the supply chain at multiple junctures. And so I feel like the potential of these kind of relatively new forms of political action that we're seeing in relation to Black Lives Matter, shutting down these big commercial shopping districts, have a greater potential than simply showing solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement or drawing greater attention to injustices of police violence here in the United Kingdom. They have the potential for us to rethink global supply chains and how we show solidarity with the peoples of the global south in a way that is comparable to the power of the strike in the generation before. Thank you.
I would like to welcome up Imani Robinson, who will be speaking on In a World Where Black Lives Matter, I Imagine, ... Movement building, creativity, and the rehumanization of Black lives.
Okay, I'm going to start with a little video. And at the end of it, there's a quote. And Black Lives Matter protests often end with this quote, or begin with this quote, or take up space with this quote. So I want you guys to repeat after the woman in the video, Natalie, the founder and director of Matters of the Earth, which is the organization that I work for. And you'll know when you need to get involved. So.
Are our lives connected? Are our experiences experienced by others on the other side of the globe? Is it possible for us to be stronger in our local efforts when we connect and are part of a global movement? Black Lives Matter is more than a moment, it is a movement. It is a movement that is transcending boundaries and connecting people internationally, not only through our struggles, but also through our Black pride, strength, creativity and love. Black Lives Matter's co-founders, Patrice Cullors, Elisa Garza and Opal Tometi, are encouraging us to look for new ways to mobilise and connect and that make demands on the lives that we are entitled to. When justice is not served, families and friends need to reach out and find support in other people who have had similar experiences. These struggles are struggles that are felt all over the world by black and brown people. The United Friends and Family campaign, the Defend the Right to Protest, and the NUS Black Student campaign are just a few of the organisations in the UK who are mobilising directly with Black Lives Matter in the US to hold state and institutions accountable for the loss of life and the brutality experienced by black people. They are working to create support networks for those families who are facing injustice at the hands of the state. Together, they are stronger. They are learning, they are thriving, and they are sharing their experiences and their networks in order to have an international impact. The demanding of national accountability through international solidarity is only one of the beautiful ways that we can connect ourselves through the Black Lives Matter movement. In a time when we have to speak out so publicly about the brutality that we face, we also must look internally at ourselves and the way that we communicate and speak to each other. We need to make sure that the language that we're using is inclusive and is loving and is supportive and one of solidarity that does not exclude one another. My brother Luke Alexander Lloyd died recently as a result of his mental health issues and also the cuts that were brought in by the Conservative government to his mental health benefits. As an activist, I have been propelled onto the front line to fight for justice in Luke's name. We need to use the Black Lives Matter movement as a platform for sharing our stories and breaking stigmas that are associated with black mental health within our own community and also with the primary care providers. We need to break stereotypes and the prejudice that makes somebody who is dealing with somebody with mental health issues see us as a threat or a danger. One of the beautiful things about a movement is solidarity. So we must create supportive networks where people can step into any room, any space and feel that they're not persecuted within our own community first. I want to close by saying the Asata Shakur chant, words that fill every space where the Black Lives Matter movement occupy. I would like you, no matter where you are in the world, to repeat each sentence after me. It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
Thank you.
Okay. It is our duty to fight for our freedom, and it is our duty to win. At a time when Black Lives Matter is a radical political statement, what does it mean to align with this movement? To fight for freedom, to fight for black liberation? What does it mean to win? We are in a state of war. The trauma of racism, the destructiveness of capitalism, the straitjacket of heteronormativity, the limitations laid down by the gender binary, the politics of power and of oppression, the systematic privileging of those deemed able, both physically and or mentally, to live. All of these are factors that are state-sanctioned violence and brutality. They work against our collective liberation of black and brown people all around the world. It is our duty as movement builders and organisers to support and show solidarity to all who are fighting for freedom, to aid in the transformation and revolution of this generation. It is our duty to liberate our minds and expand the possibilities of dreaming and of achieving. Young black and brown people should not be the first young black or brown person of anything in 2015, but we are still presented with pioneer statistics. And whilst we are immensely proud of these achievements and these strides in black achievement, these statistics obscure and obfuscate the successes that we gain every day and the strides we have been making for generations in all spheres of society. When we are seen as expectations to the rules and not viewed as the norm, these statistics override the fact that we are not proportionally represented in the formal spheres. We do not gain equal pay. Our livelihoods are not equal. We do not proportionally hold positions of power. Imagination, that capacity that permits fiction, play, dreaming, pure fascination, a lightness, creativity, pure joy, excitement, humanity, life coursing through ourselves, the kind of revolution you can taste. Dance, flight, movement through the space and the time of our minds. Imagination is freedom. Imagination is power. Imagination is liberation. Imagination allows us to create outside of the parameters in which we have been taught and confined. We must imagine in order to build and rise. We must dream in order to live and breathe. We must fight in order to transform and transcend. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. Therefore, we must continue to imagine and to invent our own tools, to rebuild our realities, to rebuild our houses. The dreams and the requirements needed to liberate all black people must be centered in our fight for freedom, and unapologetically so. To love and desire freedom and justice for ourselves is a necessary prerequisite for wanting the same for others. In a reality where anti-black violence punctuates the daily experiences of black people, it permeates our bodies and our lungs, it permeates our minds, it characterizes our fear, our anger, our sorrow, at times even smothering our joy, our laughter, and our love. When anti-blackness disenfranchises us, chokes us, and incites fear in us, and fear of us, murders and incarcerates us, when it denies us our humanity and our right to live and to express ourselves freely and genuinely, to reimagine ourselves and our blackness, the very logical conclusion and an essential strategy for an intersectional liberation is to ground ourselves firmly and uncompromisingly in our own truths, to be ourselves, and fundamentally so, to be unapologetically human, to be unapologetically black. This is one of the guiding principles of Black Lives Matter. We must love and support each other. At the beginning of this presentation, you watched the founder and director of Matters of the Earth speaking at the Women's Freedom Conference, which was live streamed from New York just on October 25th. Matters of the Earth are bridging the gap between the academic and the creative worlds through unarchiving, reimagining, and visualizing knowledge for engagement and mobilization. We creatively collaborate with activists, communities, and organizations, placing tools into hands in order to help people educate and empower themselves through self-organizing and the strengthening and building of movements. Natalie would be here, but she's currently building sustainable partnerships with social justice and movement building organizations in the US in order to strengthen the work that we are doing here in the UK, to share strategy and to share skills, to create international organizational structures, tap into the heritage of movement building in the African American community, which is strong, and forge networks and friendships that will make the work on the front line that we do stronger and safer. Creative collaboration in movement building for us does not necessarily mean being artistic, though our work with artists is crucial to engagement with our message. When we talk about creativity, we are explicitly speaking to the often undocumented resourcefulness and resilience of Black people in our everyday lives. Building or organizing creatively in this sense can be as revolutionary as having a liberated conversation at work or on social media about Black literature, about Black film, about valuing the voices of all Black people, including Black trans people, including Black women, including the variety of categories that we place ourselves in to deny the fact that we are human in the first place. These things are as much of a transformational strategy as holding an event as such as this one today, or as scaling a pole to tear down a Confederate flag, or the British flag, or as storming the preview of the latest cinematic silencing of the contributions, lived realities, and leadership of those whose existence has been denied repeatedly and throughout history. The daily practice of Black lives, the daily practice of Black creative resilience must continue to be named, valued, and strengthened within the movement for Black lives. We must be committed to embodying and practicing justice, liberation, and peace in our engagements with one another. This is one of the core principles of Matters of the Earth in all of our work. As an organisation, we believe it is crucial to align ourselves with others in the movement, and this is a key approach we take to organising, whether with individuals, grassroots organisations, or large-scale institutions. All have unique contributions to and impacts on the movement, and are valued by us as an organisation in equal measures. We believe that affiliations with others are vital because we need to be held accountable for our actions and organising. We want a feedback loop that ensures that our truths are not silencing the truths of our fellow freedom fighters. We need to fight collaboratively because this movement is not about one group or one leader or one organisation. We must not let our individual power and agency become ego. We must find strategies for self-empowerment whilst never forgetting and devaluing the importance of our collective power. Nobody gets thrown under the bus. We need to create structures that train and develop leaders in all of us. Patrisse Cullors recently defined an organizer as the smallest unit that you build your team around, the person that gets the press together, the person who helps build and launch campaigns, the person who decides what the targets will be and how we are going to change this world. Organizers then carry a lot of responsibility, both for themselves and for the movement. The constant devaluing, disregard, and murder of Black people is a global human rights issue. In the face of this, the Black Lives Matter Network is an organising project, a movement that will succeed because of the work of its many organisations in its many contexts. It will be because of our collective knowledge, our collective power, and our collective leadership that creativity, resilience, and movement-building skills in each one of us, that our collective dreams of a free and just Afro-future will become manifest in our lived realities. We have nothing to lose but our chains. By becoming an active participant in the movement for Black lives, we have everything to gain. We have nothing to lose but our chains. In a world where Black lives matter, we are free to dream and to imagine ourselves in any way that we desire, to love without boundaries. Black life in all its multitude of expressions, identities, and lived realities matters on an institutional and systematic level. We are meaningfully valued in the world as human beings, as expressions of life's longing for itself. Black people love and care for themselves. We laugh freely, and we breathe. We have safe homes. We are living in a world that is ever blossoming. We are connected to each other and to all forms of life. The earth is valued. Nature is valued. The 7 generations principles are valued. When we organize together, we can create imaginatively. We can take action innovatively, powerfully, so that you might feel it deep within your core, coursing through your veins, through yourself, the kind of revolution you can taste. Dance, flight, movement through the space and the time of our minds, togetherness. Imagination is freedom. Imagination is power. Imagination is liberation. Black love, black power. Be transformed by the renewal of your mind, because your life has intrinsic value. There is nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns. Black lives matter.
All right, I think we're going to go ahead and start our first set of questions here. If I could just calm the room and my panelists. You with us? Okay. Please.
Thank you for your papers. You mentioned Herbert Harrison. We've heard Malcolm X, Panthers, Deacons of Defense, Robert F. Williams. So my question is, today in 2015, how do we position self-defense?
To the panel, thanks for your speeches, presentations. My question is, with the Black Lives Matter movement and unity, you know, the whole world, as you know, is learned behavior, you know, so what are your takes on having black media, black schools, education, because, you know, white supremacy is one movement, you know, globally, so Black Lives Matter has got to be one movement regardless of, you know, whether you are LGBT or, you know, whatever religion, etc. We need that unity on a global scale to be a system what is, you know, systematically looking for holes to divide and conquer black people, and it's been doing this for a long time. So, you know, what's your take on that?
Okay. And then one more from over on the side, please.
This is a question we've had tweeted in by someone from the Department of Religion and Africana Studies at Lehigh University. And they have asked, what is radical about the appeals to authenticity at the conference? It sounds like old ideas to me.
Okay, panelists. Who wants to tackle which one? We've got self-defense, positioning of Black Lives Matter in relationship to community voice and education, authenticity.
I'll start with the self-defense question, because I think one of the things that I've learned quite recently from a book, I think it's called Negroes and Guns or something, Negroes and the Gun by Nicholas Johnson. It's a history of what he calls the Black tradition of arms, which I thought initially was only kind of a side issue in terms of certain people, Robert Williams or the Panthers. But what I found in reading that book was that armed self-defense is quite at the center, at the heart of the Black freedom struggle in the United States, at least. And this is a book about, you know, the U.S. context. So you have, you know, abolitionists like Frederick Douglass and like that generation. Obviously, they supported a civil war to abolish slavery. But even post Civil War, you have people like Ida B. Wells, the anti-lynching campaigner. She has this quote where she says, you know, a Winchester rifle should have pride of place on every mantle in Black households. There were folks like Du Bois, you know, W.E.B. Du Bois, many quotes of him supporting armed self-defense in the face of lynching or in the face of white mob attacks. People like even Fannie Lou Hamer, who was at the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, you know, has this funny quote where she says, you know, they were asking her, how do you deal with all this white terrorism? And she says, well, I have a shotgun in every corner of my room, and if any white boy steps on my lawn, he's not going to be riding mama home again. So it's actually, this is an issue that transcends political divisions. You know, there's different, Du Bois to even Booker T. Washington had a shotgun. It transcends gender divisions. You know, folks like Harriet Tubman carried a gun. And I mentioned, Ida B. Wells and Fannie Lou Hamer. It transcends all these divisions, and actually all the most prominent leaders that you look at were quite supportive of armed self-defense. And so I think it's an issue that there's a rich tradition of, and something that is already in some ways percolating into the fore in terms of the movement for Black lives. But again, it's quite taboo, and it's quite, we're right now in the process of rewriting the history of the 1960s so as to include the Deacons for Defense, and to include, there's a bunch of books that have come out just in the last 2 or 3 years that actually are restoring that component of the history. So I think it will reemerge and needs to reemerge in some sense, because if the government can't protect your life, then who else but yourself can protect your life? And every organism that I can think of protects itself by any means necessary as a matter of basic survival. So,
can I just have the other panelists maybe weigh on the other two questions?
If I can just perhaps build a little bit on what Brian was saying, I think I kind of can think of 4 ways practically that people are organising defence against police violence today in Britain in 2015. I guess one of the most straightforward ones is organisations like the Monitoring Group, who are represented here today, and other organisations which take on people's cases. So when they've been brutalised by the police, they take on their cases, whether it's running media campaigns, whether it's running community campaigns, whether it's running legal campaigns, all of the kind of advocacy that's necessary for taking a case against the police. And whether that simply be to try to get them disciplined, or using different forms of kind of bureaucratic weapons to try to basically clog up the system, and using that as a weapon against the police. Another one is community monitoring. We run lots of workshops with young people relating to stop and search, what to do if you're being stopped and searched, how to resist in as safe a way as possible these kinds of daily forms of aggression that a lot of our young people face on a regular basis. Popular protest is obviously another one that I guess I've kind of already mentioned. This is, I think, a good way of self-defense, in that if the police are very brutal towards someone, they know that it's likely there'll be big protest actions in response, and urban unrest. If you look at the patterns of deaths in police custody, you can see that deaths in police custody go down after massive spates of urban unrest. I'm not necessarily saying that it's 100%, it's fantastic, when we burn cities down, but you can see that if the police feel like Britain will burn if they kill more people, then they're less likely to kill people. And I think it's important for us to recognise that and have kind of an understanding that there are many kind of consequences, a myriad of consequences to urban unrest, and one of them is the police getting in a lot of trouble with the government and others for their actions, resulting in the kind of damage that you see happening during these periods of unrest. And I think it's important for us to recognise that as well.
So, Imani, could I ask you to maybe respond to the radical question?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the things you both said, but I think also it misses out that the sort of self part. So how do I look after myself? What does self-defense mean for me today? It means self-care. And what does self-care mean? It means looking after myself in all of the ways that I will need. So I need to have a safe place to live, and I need to have people around me, and I need to be able to eat a healthy meal. And all of these things are part of a wider societal framework or network, I guess. And in order to look after myself, self-defense more than just in combat in that one moment, but self-defense on a long-term scale, for good, in sort of thinking about new paradigms of self-defense, is really about organising and rallying around collective power, so that those things are, weaved into the fabric of our society. Because without self-care, you can't really, there is no self-defense without that. So.
Thank you for that. If we can move to you can clap, it's okay. So if we could take the next 3, and I think that's unfortunately going to probably be all the time we have, and then let our panelists respond to that before we move to the next part of our day. Go ahead. Oh, look, another person. I see you.
Right.
Very
I
briefly.
guess through all of the talks, what's come across to me is basically that we need to kind of get rid of capitalism. And I know the first speaker was saying, you know, people need to go more to the left. And how do you do that? I guess it's how do you get people to vote for those? Like in England, the Green Party, for instance, like people would never go Green because they think that all their ideas are a bit too fluffy. But really, they're the only sort of party that care about actually just, you know, us all living well, basically. So how do you kind of make that happen, I guess?
Thank you.
I'm an African. I was born in South Africa during the apartheid era. Black Lives Matters. What do you make about referring to the opposition parties within South Africa as the organizations to be recognized? Does it not mean that maybe your vision will be biased in terms of not you fulfilling your role in terms of empowering those who are in power because they're also as black as you are? I'm sorry, don't take my question as offensive. Thank you.
This question is for Mr. Cuoba, and it's in the context of the United States. The United States have claimed, and some academics claim, that the U.S. have never been a colonial country, has never wanted to have supposedly colonies. Could you mention, you know, in that context, whether if there are colonies or have been colonies, whether colonial people directly under the colonial power that the U.S. have fought against the U.S. military, and how can you relate to that with, you know, other people of color, African Americans, and so on?
Okay, you have to be extremely fast because I saw you.
Very simple question. How do I, as a university student, take my grassroots activism out of the academy and into the community? Because it's very hard without that power and platform to do that.
I will just say that there is a workshop tomorrow that will cover quite a bit of that movement forward. So you may be able to get quite a bit of that covered at tomorrow's workshop, and the details you can find in your program handbook. So if we can move to the panel now to then try to take us through fairly quickly through some of this, and you can defer and encourage people to speak to you later.
First question about the Green Party. I don't really have that much faith in party politics. If we look at the Green parties across the European Union, they have a far better left tradition than the Green Party in this country. And since they've all got into power, they've all sold out to neoliberalism. So I'm sorry, I don't really have any faith in the Green Party of this country not selling out to neoliberalism. Cool. Oh, he'll be next. Don't worry. Okay, so the thing about Black lives and being in South Africa, where Black people are in power, but there's still obviously enormous issues there. I think the key thing to remember is that you don't need white people to have white supremacy. Like if you live on the Niger Delta in Nigeria, you're being killed for white supremacy for Shell oil. But you're not being killed by white people, but you're still being killed by white supremacy. So when we say Black Lives Matter, we're talking about white supremacy, not white people. Oh, that was it, I think. I guess, the last thing is, I don't know whereabouts you live, but if you live in an urban area, I'm sure there are community organisations that you can join and contribute to. I don't know. You live in Newcastle? I don't know anything about Newcastle, but I'm sorry. Oh, there's some.
I will. I'm just to keep the, because not everyone can hear. If you're making link after, please, and continue the love. If we could keep going with our panelist response.
If the question was how to end capitalism, and if the proposed answer was about state or party politics, there is nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns. This is kind of it's speaking to the difference between liberal and radical. So choosing which party to vote for, or trying to find something that will say that it will change, but stay within mainly very similar frameworks, is pretty liberal. It's pretty surface. Things like that, we've seemed to have made liberal gains that actually haven't made any radical revolutionary change. And so our frameworks for ending capitalism or
revolution need to be radical. We need to think, use our imaginations to build new houses rather than to use them as tools.
Brian?
Yeah, these are huge questions, so I'd be happy to talk more, after the panel. But just briefly, I guess, I think that the U.S., like the Democratic Party, is like the Achilles heel of the left in the U.S. It's the thing that like constantly we get stuck on and we can't move beyond. So I think building some kind of independent force, whether it's the Green Party. I mean, the Green Party is not necessarily actually the best vehicle for that, but there has to be something else that we build. And that's why I looked at South Africa, because they just 2 years ago founded a new party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, which, as I said, it got over 1 million votes. They have parliamentarians now. They're growing rapidly. And it's an openly socialist party under a government, to speak to the other question, which has massacred striking black mine workers. And so I think when you're in that situation, we have to recognize that colonialism comes in two phases, right? There's the colonial and the neo-colonial. So South Africa dealt with the colonial phase in some sense by getting rid of white rule. Now they have black rule, which is like a neo-colonial regime. It's a regime that is acting in the interests of white monopoly capital, with black police officers, black government that murders workers on strike. So we have to, I think, continue that understanding of the need to really have that radical change. And the last thing I'll just say about this is I think that we need a very serious confrontation of and critique of the white left, because historically, Marxism has been a great framework for thinking about capitalism and revolutionary change, the power of the working class and so on, but it's been this kind of defensively guarded private property of white folks. And so, how do we disrupt that and bring the good, the class politics and that sort of thing from Marxism, but not in a way that reproduces white supremacy and white leftist, white male left kind of politics. And so I think that's the challenge. And there's a number of thinkers, people like Selma James or even CLR James, folks who have begun to do that. But we have to find our own way. And I think it's going to be something new. It's going to be something like in the EFF in South Africa, they talk about Marxist-Leninist Fanonian politics, which is like, oh, okay, that's interesting, because they're actually trying to begin to synthesize different strands of radical black and class struggle type Pan-Africanist traditions. So let's talk more after the panel, but these are some of the things that come to mind.
I will just let you know, anyone who's taught 17th, 18th, or 19th century history of the Americas would never say that the U.S. is not a colonial country, from indigenous peoples to other folks. And I'm sorry, we're going to have to call it a day, but please do come in and talk to the panelists about that particular question. But I will have to turn it over to the next segment of the program. But please thank our speakers for their contributions.
And thank you once again to a wonderful chair. Thank you, Karen. Now, we've got something really, really special for you now. We are near to a close, so just hold in there. You're doing really well. It's beautiful to see so many of you still here. But we've got something really, really special, a lovely surprise. And I'd like to invite up here Justin. Justin Hansford is an activist, lawyer, scholar, law professor, and Pan-Africanist. His work currently has taken him to South Africa as a recipient of the prestigious Fulbright Scholar Award to study the legal career of Nelson Mandela in South Africa. As an activist, living just 10 minutes away from Ferguson, Justin has been at the forefront of legal organising and advocacy in the aftermath of the murder of Mike Brown. After facing arrest for his protesting efforts, he co-authored the Ferguson to Geneva Human Rights Shadow Report and accompanied Ferguson protesters and Mike Brown's family to Geneva, Switzerland, to testify to the United Nations. I could go on, but I'm going to leave it there. Please, a very warm welcome from Nottingham to Justin Hansford.
Thank you. So I just really wanted to say, first of all, thank you for having me and for having this event. It's very moving to see my friends and my protest family up there on these big screens all the way here in the UK. Even if I don't understand all the accents and everything people are saying about them, I know that we have not just comrades, but family across the world, and that means a lot. We spent a lot of time out there. As you heard, I represented the family of Mike Brown. I've also worked with Rika Boyd's family and Eric Garner's family I'm working with now. We've done public education. We've faced the police. We've been tear gassed. They shot rubber bullets at us. You know the story. We've been traumatized. Many of the protesters today have PTSD. Many of us have recurring nightmares. Many of us have, in spite of that, been able to frame our resistance in such a way that you could hear us across the Pacific or the Atlantic or whatever the name of the ocean is, and that that means so much. So there are so many things in my head based on what I heard today. We definitely don't need a new civil rights movement, and we're not a new civil rights movement. But again, from the beginning, they called us rioters and looters. And so it took intentional work to create a framework where they could look at us as humans and as the children of the freedom riders. And so to take that tradition and mobilize that tradition and try to just get them up off of us, and off of our backs, so that we can be less criminalized, at least in our resistance. That was a long struggle, and I think as we move forward, spending time in South Africa, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, are my close friends in South Africa. We have a Fanon reading group and a Steve Biko reading group, and I know Patrice, and I saw pictures up there of Opal and Damon and Tefpo. They went to Palestine together almost a year ago. And I know Patrice has come here to the UK before, and we're getting some frequent flyer miles that we're racking up, trying to make sure that this is a global movement, not a local movement, because that's not gonna be enough. But more than anything else, I just wanted to say thank you for having this event. I continue to hope that God blesses you, and I hope that you continue to grow in your intellectual understanding of the movement. I hope to continue to grow, and this was a huge growth experience for me. I learned a lot today, and all the white domination. One thing I've learned in South Africa, I stopped talking about white supremacy and I talk more about white domination, because I believe it's the ability to take that overblown idea of themselves as a state, as a system, and to impose that on Black people around the world. That's the power to impose that violence on us is what we're fighting, I think, more than anything else. But as long as we can come together like this and work with each other and learn from each other and grow with each other, I think we're going to win. And I wanted to end. I have a comrade here from the United States who is going to come up to the front. I think she knew she was going to do this. You can introduce yourself and lead us in this.
My name is Belaina Shasafa. I'm studying at the London School of African and Oriental Studies currently, also a university student in America. I've met Justin at the Black Lives Matter conference, and he worked closely with my sister in Ferguson. And it's spaces like this that bring us together and make these connections happen. I didn't think I'd see him in Nottingham 6 months later, but yeah, it is our duty to fight for our people.
So that is our chant that we end all of our Black Lives Matters events with. And so, it's, as you saw before, Sada Shakur is the one who made this a reality. But actually, I would like to ask everybody to stand up and hold hands for this, because this is a time when we actually get a chance to openly express our unity. Oh yeah, no, this is family. This is all right. Hold hands, yes. And you can lead the chant. So for each time she says one sentence, repeat after her, and don't be afraid to shout, because we mean this, right? We want them to hear this all the way in Ferguson. All right?
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
A little more powerful next time.
Let's go for it.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to fight for our people.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
We have nothing to lose but our chains. All right, thank you.
It's been a long day. We've got one speaker left before the evening session. The final speaker is Stafford Scott. Anyone who's followed the events surrounding the death of Mark Duggan Northland will probably have heard of Stafford speak at some stage. Stafford is my colleague at the Monash Group, but more importantly, he's been supporting the community in Tottenham for over 30 years. Many of you young folk might not know what the level of brutality was like during the 1970s and 1980s. I'll give you a small example, because you've probably all heard of Broadwater Farm. Broadwater Farm's an estate in Tottenham with around 1,000 flats and a community of around 3,000 people. In the months leading up to the 1984 uprising, there were over 3,000 police officers stationed on the estate on a regular basis. This is 3,000 police officers enforcing 1970s style racist stereotypes. This stereotyping hasn't gone away, and in this climate, Tottenham has witnessed 4 black deaths: Cynthia Jarrett in 1985, Joy Gardner in 1993, Roger Sylvester in 1999, Mark Duggan in 2011. Mark has been at the forefront of many of these campaigns during the past 30 years. When we were planning this conference, we did think about listing all the black deaths in this country, but there's just too many. There's been 3,180 deaths in custody since 1968, and a further 209 racial murders since 1970. These fallen are people from our communities, and groups like the Monitoring Group have always counted and remembered them, because we always knew Black Lives Mattered, even before the hashtag existed. Over the past 30 years, the Monitoring Group has helped thousands of people suffering racial violence. Some of these campaigns you might have heard of, like Blair Peach, Bradford 12, Drummond Street Defence Campaign, Kuldip Singh Saikon, New Diamond 5, Zaid Mubarak, Stephen Lawrence, Michael Menson and Ricky Will. Many of these campaigns we are having to relive as we discover that we were under police surveillance. I've been asked to introduce Stafford. Well, I don't know whether he needs an introduction. I'll put it simply. He's older, wiser, and a lot more articulate than me, and he's going to provide some words of wisdom today. He doesn't come up to Nottingham very often, and we hope we're going to put his hands together to give him a warm welcome.
Well, thank you. There was a interesting introductions from Jags. I think the only thing that he said about me that I agree with is that I'm older than him. And since the Black Lives Matter movement started, I'm starting to feel even older. Since I was invited to this event, I went and had a little look at the Black Lives Matter website. It not only made me feel old, it made me feel as if somehow the most significant characteristic that's guided me all my life has been removed and introduced. Because when I went to see what it was all about, I learned this new terminology. And apparently, I'm a CSI gendered person. I fought all my life for people to see my blackness, respect my blackness, and understand my blackness. And I won't, can't, shan't put it aside for anybody. I've got lots of things here that I want to say. There's too many things here that I want to say, and then there's all these things in my head that I want to say. And I've been in here and I've listened to some wonderful speakers. The bits that I understood, I thought was pretty good. I'm old school. I make no apology for that. If it wasn't for our old school style, the new school wouldn't be around. So the new school needs to, I think, remember that. Not to put us to one side. Not to think that because we didn't born you into a society where you were strong means that what we did was wrong. It's part of a process, it's part of a journey. It's a long journey, and sometimes we're going to go down different roads. In America, in the UK, we're in different places. Most of the black African Caribbeans that's in the UK come from the Caribbean. That's why we're called African Caribbeans. It makes sense, doesn't it? But we come from the Caribbean. So when we first came here, we looked to the Caribbean for guidance. We were Garveyites first. That's race first. That's black first. That's how we were born. But then we realized, we always knew America was here, but roots, that kind of grabbed us and shook us up and made us have a double look. We knew about the civil rights movement. We lived through some of that. I'm 55 years old. I grew up with the notion that black is beautiful. I was fortunate enough when I was growing up to be cute. So white people used to see me and say, "Yeah, you look like Cassius Clay." They didn't know many black folk in those days, did they? So when I heard Cassius Clay come on my TV and say, "Black is beautiful," I said, "He's beautiful, I'm beautiful. We must be beautiful." And every black person I see, especially in those days, because we were a minority. A minority. In those days, we wouldn't have spaces like this filled up with black people because we wouldn't be allowed in there. You wouldn't be allowed to do it in places like Nottingham. I tell you that, this city has some history. All right? So growing up, we kind of had to be rough, and we kind of had to be tough. So if I come over as macho, I'm not going to apologize for that. That's what helped me to survive. It's what sometimes protects my family. It's what sometimes I have to use to protect the hood. I'm glad that when Jags introduced me, he didn't talk anything about me being a leader. Normally when I'm introduced in other circles, they call me a leader, community leader. I actually think that's probably as dismissive as being called CSI gender. It's patronizing. It's patronizing. Some people I see in this country, they fall into this thing, I'm the leader, and they want to be the leader. I don't know about that. I've accepted at different times the term, the one that suits me best is the one I grew with, and that's a rebel. But I've accepted, as I've grown, I'm a community activist. But the reality is, I'm a community servant. I'm a servant of my community. I don't need to shout and say that I'm a servant of my community. I need to serve, and that's what I do. There was a time in my life when I was younger and wilder, when I was ready to sacrifice myself, because I wasn't going to accept racism in any form, any shape, at any time, and at any point. And I was ready to sacrifice myself and give up my life. So much so, at the age of 17, I ended up in prison. Amongst the things I was involved in, actually started off being arrested by SOS. You've heard people talk about the SOS laws here, where some of us got arrested for crimes that didn't even happen and then got punished. So it made me mad and wild. Ended up in prison. One of the things that I did to end up there was seriously injure a well-known racist who lived in my area and used to terrorize and torment people and thought he was going to kick a black woman's head in front of me whilst he called her a black bitch, amongst other things. So I was ready to sacrifice my life. And when I went to prison, that's when I was exposed to some of the writings that goes down in the States. I can't even tell you all the books I read. The first one I read was the Scottsboro Boys. And because my name is Scott, that burnt me to my soul. I've read the Eldridge Cleaves. I've read all the books that there were to be read at the time. And the experience that I read about taught me and made me understand But here I was in prison saying I'm here because I'm black, innit? Because I stood up for myself, innit? But reading those books taught me what blackness really is, what blackness is really about. And it's more than a colour. It's more than a way of life. Blackness, when you're in the West, means making sacrifices. And that's what I learned from my brothers and sisters in America. And I want to say this to my brothers and sisters in America who are here today. We're brothers and sisters. We came from the same place. We just got off at different stops on our journey. And let's hope that our journey is going to ultimately take us all back together again. But we have to recognize and understand that we're in different places at different times. We are a minority in this country. And I know that you're a minority in the States, but when you get together with Hispanics, Latinos, and other groupings, it makes you much larger than we are here. So your struggle may be somewhat different from my struggle. My struggle, I'm not going to change the political processes that we have in this country here today or now. So I'm going to find different ways that I struggle and I serve my community. I work for an organization called the Monitoring Group. The Monitoring Group is a company limited by guarantee. And our aims are to promote good race relations, to evidence race relations. Sorry, let me do this. I told you I'm old. To advance race relations by means of education and awareness raising, to relieve the needs of those who are distressed or suffering violence or harassment. Sounds pretty grandiose, but what we do is we do casework, we do advocacy, we put on trauma therapy services for our clients who are the victims of racism, racial oppression, race discrimination, and violent racial attacks. The Monitoring Group is now recognised as one of the leading anti-racist charities in the UK. It's because we're good, but it's also because there aren't that many anti-racist charities left in the UK as they stop finding ways to fund these organisations. Over the last 30 years, it's become a permanent feature within the black and ethnic minority communities and their struggle for civil rights and state accountability. As a consequence of this and its national campaigns, it occupies a unique and unparalleled space in the UK's social justice landscape. This is evidenced by the fact that it has supported or initiated over 100 family and community justice campaigns. And I want you to know the emphasis that I put on the words family and community justice campaigns, organised scores of conferences, public meetings, protests on policing, racism and state accountability. And we've been involved in many campaigns, such as the Stephen Lawrence many campaigns and many public inquiries, such as the Stephen Lawrence campaign and public inquiry, the public inquiry into the murder and killing of Victoria Clomier, and the murder by the racists in Feltham Prison of Zayed Mubarak, which led to the uncovering of discreditable state conduct. And these public inquiries led to significant changes in state policies. So we believe absolutely fundamentally that any campaign or activism that we undertake is on behalf of and in the name of the victim who has suffered an injustice. We're not running no political programs. We're not trying to give leadership to the world. We're trying to defend those who are at the hard face of racism. I come from a place called Broadwater Farm in Tottenham. Broadwater Farm is an estate, as Jag said. It just takes up about a mile square in the area. But Broadwater Farm is infamous because up until August the 4th, 2011, Broadwater Farm was the last place that the mainstream media would have said had riots in the 80s. We had lots of riots in the 80s. I hope our brothers and sisters in the States heard about them. If you didn't, we're going to have to do them again. But we can't talk as good as you guys. You've got all these black institutions, universities and colleges where you go and you get educated. So we might not be able to talk as good as you guys, but we can kick up a stink when we're ready. And we want people to know that and understand that. because in kicking up that stink, we're not just doing it because we're mad people. We're doing it because we come to the point where we've had enough. And we're putting down markers. And we're telling them when we're beating them, yo, copper, Black Lives Matter, remember that. Black Lives Matter, remember that. Take that home and let everybody know that Black Lives Matter. So I come from a place called Tottenham. The 4 people the judge just mentioned to you, Cynthia Jarrett, I used to call her auntie. Coming up here with my brethren, I told them some jokes about Floyd and Patrick Jarrett, who I grew up with from there to even today. Joy Gardner, didn't really know her too well, but in our community, you'd see someone a couple times and say, hi, what's going on, sis? So I knew her on speaking terms. Roger Sylvester, little youth that grew up under us. He used to come to Broadway Farm. I used to say to him, Roger, you shouldn't even be here, brother. You're too nice for this place. You're too good for this place. And Mark Duggan, he was unfortunate to be born on Broadway Farm because he was born to people and parents who couldn't escape the hood. Now, I wasn't going to call all those names, but Jags did, so I've just done it because I was going to ask everybody in here to tell me those names. Because I know that most people in here wouldn't be able to tell me those names. If I asked you what year did those people dead, most people in here wouldn't be able to tell me that. So that's why I questioned Adam Elliott Cooper about shutdowns in Westfields. That's why I asked him the question. Because the question I asked and the question I asked today is why would I lay down for Eric Garner when I can't stand up for Roger Sylvester? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Roger Sylvester, 1999. They dragged him out of his house, dragged him down the stairs, dragged him into van. They dragged him so viciously that by the time he got in the van, he didn't even have no clothes on. They took him to a hospital, supposed to be a place of safety, and they strangled him to death. 50-odd minutes they strangled Roger Sylvester. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. I'm not just saying he said that because it's popular now. The nurses who saw and heard them squeeze the living daylights out of my little brethren, they told us that that's what he said. So I want to understand. I don't understand. Why would I? And I support the family of Eric Garner. Don't feel no way. But why would I? Why should I go to a shopping centre and lay down for Eric and I can't stand up for Roger Sylvester? All right, so some of you are young. You might not remember what happened in 1999. But what about a brother called Smiley Culture? Oh, you know about Smiley? Police officer don't give me no producer was his tune. You know that? Big tune, made him massive. Also made him a target of the police. So when they come to us and tell us that they raided his house for drugs that they never found, that they let him walk around the kitchen, you know, a black man, walking around the kitchen in the middle of a raid, and that he took a knife and put it through his heart. No reason, you know. Man's living good. There's nothing in the house that could incriminate him. He put a knife through his heart. Who stood up for him? Who stood up for him? And if you didn't, why didn't you? Hear what they said. They put a knife through his heart. And then afterwards, when they was questioned and asked, well, why didn't you handcuff him? They said, well, he's smiling. He was in his house. He was just going to make a cup of tea. But then they did a second autopsy on him and said, well, actually, we find shackle marks on his wrist. And they said, yeah, that's all right. We handcuffed him after he stabbed himself in the heart, just in case he took out the knife and wanted to stab us. So who's standing up for them, brother, there? Is it because we didn't get out the tweets and get out the messages to everybody? Did no one know that this happened? I don't understand. So yeah, I support Eric Garner and the struggle. I actually went to the American Embassy the first time after Trayvon. When I got a shock, whoa, where all these people come from? I just had 15 meetings or 10 meetings in Tottenham talking about Mark Duggan. Unarmed black man shot dead. I never seen none of you. And here you are at the American Embassy. So greetings, but let me tell you all this. Justice is like charity. It begins at home. You can't get justice for people in your country. You can't get justice for people in your community. How are you going to get justice for people across that big pond? How is that possible? How is that possible? So yeah, the States is iconic. I accept that. Love Malcolm. Love Malcolm. Came to, I think it was Alabama. That place so big I get confused. Came out there in the 80s once to do, 80s, yeah, in the 80s, marched for Johnny and Marnie Harris, met Sister Angela Davis. Love it, man. Love it. Got banned when I was coming home, you know, because I had the cheek to go on television and say, look how they're treating black people in America, man. I got cussed out by some white people because I said that when I was asked to come here, on Boudoir Farm, they said, oh, stuff, man, you're going to redneck country, but now I'm here, I can see that this is Martin Luther King country. And the white man told me some things, man. So I stand shoulder by shoulder, but I also stand for my community. The coordinator for an organization called Tottenham Rights. Tottenham Rights. I love that, because if I say it really fast, you think I say Tottenham Rights. But Tottenham Rights came out as a result of the disturbances, riots that happened in London and across England in August 2011. On that, there's a really good documentary that's coming out. The first one that's going to tell the story of Tottenham. A documentary that's not going to mix, and there's no disrespect to anyone, because I know it kicked off here, but it's not going to mix what happened in Tottenham with what happened in Salford. It's not going to mix the experience of impoverished young white people frustrated by the system with the experience of young black people growing up in a hood like Tottenham. So for once, we get to tell our story as to why Tottenham burned. I say it's a really good story, but I hope that it never burns and never has to burn again. I grew up in Tottenham, and I grew up at a time when there was another, and I don't want to dismiss this as a slogan. There was another slogan, another term that really inspired me, and that was black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. And for me, that slogan wasn't a plea to those in authority to recognize that black lives had some value, but rather it was spiritually, emotionally, and physically uplifting. It was a reaffirmation of self, culture, and identity. I say for me, I think that's for my community. For me, it was like a battle cry. I was part of that first generation mass, what they called it, mass immigration into the UK. They might know what mass immigration looks like now. But we was part of that first pool that was actually born here and went into the system and educated by the system. And I'm telling you, by the age of 10, I was ready to fight system, because I saw what system was doing to my mother and father, and I knew what the system had planned for me. So I was ready to stand and be a rebel. So for me, this notion that black is beautiful meant you may look at me and see an ugly beast, someone lesser than an animal, someone you consider to be lesser than human. But when I see myself in others, I see the beauty and the humanity of the world and life reflected in them. So I grew up believing that black was beautiful, I am beautiful, and everyone in my community who looked like me was beautiful, even though the system and the environment that we were born into meant that sometimes we didn't always behave in a beautiful manner. But black was beautiful, especially for us being born in this country. And for us, this is Babylon. This is where it started, you know. This is where they reach out and went all over the world. And here you don't even see policemen with a gun every day because they have everything under control. So I grew up to be a rebel. I had no ambition to be an academic, an intellectual, even an activist. I just wanted to rebel against everything. I was a bit from the Quintus Kinti school of how you deal with Babylon. You try to run, if you can't run, you try and mash it up, you can't mash it up, burn it down a little bit. I don't really come on sometimes, but don't give in to it. fight it, and resist it at all times. So this notion of black is beautiful, the concept of self-determination and maintaining cultural identity was always at the fore of our campaigns here. Because when we came here, they told us to assimilate. Oh my God, what do you mean 3 minutes? Oh man, they told us to assimilate. Right, I'm going to talk fast now, right? They told us to assimilate, but we weren't into assimilation. And we did lots of things. And some of the things we tried to do, I hear the brothers and sisters saying that that's not what they're going to do in the States no more. But we was about self-help, self-organization, self-development. Groups like Southall Youth Movement grew up in Southall where they advocated and provided service for young Asian youths. On Broadwell Farm, the Broadwell Farm Youth Association, which I'm proud to be one of their founding members, we delivered services to our community, both young and old. A range of activities that empowered and helped our community to look after self. The uprisings of the 80s shook this country to its core, and so it rightly should. And at that point, we were sold that myth that you're all talking about. What was that word? Duopoly? We were told representation was going to make a difference. And we bought into it. We said representation is going to make a difference. I want to be the representative. That's the problem. The community has to decide who their representatives are. So we had a lot of self-appointed representatives. Some of them do good work, especially when they work in government offices. They created all these black groups, caucuses, that actually were frowned upon by those institutions, but were helpful because they held them to account. Their very being challenged their ability to be overtly racist as they'd always been. Unfortunately, some of these bodies, and we had them in the Home Office, we have them, the Black Police Association, they're not my best mates, to be honest with you, but we had them all over. And they helped to hold it to account. And we had some in government, the Gang of Four that went into government. But the problem with some of them is that they failed to caucus and they failed to keep on coming back to community, because I believe it starts in community. I have an issue in my community with some people who come out of the university. But bam, they just suddenly up beside me. Bam, where you come from, bro? University. I'm here to lead. I know everything. I've read the books that dead men have written. I have some issues. We need them, don't get me wrong. We need those brains, we need the insight, we need the ability to be critical and to be able to analyze, but you need to be grounded. You need to know that you have to serve the community before you dare come talk about lead the community. Nowadays, we live in a society. I wanted to go through what all those groups done to show you that we did do things. So when our young people come and they're looking for us to have shops and business, well, we haven't arrived at that point yet. But this is what we've been doing to change this as a society. And anyone who doesn't believe we change this as a society, you need to know what 1960s was like. This was monoculture. This was monoculture. You went out there, you ate fish and chips. Right? It was one culture, one way, only. And I don't care what no one says. We changed it. We changed it. We've made it possible for others to come, for others to be here. But you know those others who come and they're here, they don't ever look at me and say, you know what, Steph, you guys changed this and made it easy for us to come here now. So what can we do to support you, to help you to get your family that's in the Caribbean, that's not allowed to come here, right? The left will tell me, the left won't even know that my family is trapped in the Caribbean and can't come here. They're going to come and look at me and tell me, say, yeah, you better start, try to remind myself, you better start, come out there and engage for Eastern Europeans. Because now black people can't come here, we're going to tell you Eastern European is BME. So you're all the same and you're all in the same boat, right? They're going to, right? There's the same notion that I heard from the brothers about the Democratic Party in the States. They're going to suck you in and then they're going to give you their politics and want you to prioritize their needs. But I refuse to do that. I prioritize community. I've got so much to say, but I'm not even going to get a chance to say it. So let me just say one thing. Who heard the news yesterday? Did you hear the news yesterday? That we won the right to appeal against that perverse outcome of an inquest into the killing of Mark Duggan, Do my brothers and sisters in the States know what they did to young Mark Duggan? Young Mark Duggan, they forced him to live a dirty life. And when they caught him in a trap, instead of just taking him, they shot him. Unarmed man. This is England, the country that says it brought laws to America and gave you laws, gave laws all over the rules, all over the world. And now they're here to set a precedent that if you're young and you're black and you're unarmed, we can kill you. And we will not answer. We will not be held to account. As a matter of fact, the law and the government will tell us that we did the right thing and we will get promoted. Ain't that worth coming out to stand up and fight against? Shouldn't we be coming out and fighting against this at the same time as we talk about what is going on in America and going on in the States? As I have to wrap it up, as I have to finish, I'm going to stop as I started. Justice is like charity. It begins at home. It begins at home. It's great what you're doing here today, but I hate when universities, and I get several of them come and talk to me and tell me to come and talk about Black Lives Matter, and I haven't had one university ask me to talk about Duggan. I could be a professor when it comes to civil rights movements in the UK. I could be a professor when it comes to what happened on Boardwalk Farm. But nobody asked me to come and give a lecture about those brothers and sisters there. So let's not fall into traps that one location, because of its great history, somehow has a right to provide leadership to everywhere and everywhere as to follow. America's already acting as if it is the world. Let us stand up for our community. Remember that anything you do, communities have to be at the fore. Any work you do, it's great that you're bright and smart and can use some 15-syllable words, but come into the hood, rock them down, let people understand. And then we can truly stand together, and then we can truly say that Black Lives Matter, because Black lives will matter to us all. Thank you.
Nottingham, we don't give ourselves credit. I've lived in London for several years. I've lived in Birmingham for several years. These are our big cities in the UK. In Nottingham, we do not give ourselves credit for how much we pioneer here. You know, as I was saying earlier, we pioneered the riots. We were there before Notting Hill riots. We were, you know, it was Nottingham. People are surprised, you know, is it really the first conference of it or event of its kind in the UK? Surely London's done it, surely Manchester's done it, surely Birmingham's done it. No. You know, here we are in Nottingham at the forefront of things again. Absolutely fantastic, and it's a privilege to be a part of it. So this evening, I've got another amazing lineup, something really quite different for you. And just to let you know, in case it doesn't get mentioned again today, tomorrow we have part 3 of the marathon, which is activist workshops, and I invite you to come along to those if you feel the need to actually get involved from an activist point of view in the issues that we're discussing. But for tonight, anyway, we've got a nice mixture of discussion. So we want you to get involved in the audience discussion. We've got some cerebral gymnastics going on, so because people are going to just really blow your mind with some thoughts about the Black Lives Matter movement, and we've also got some amazing performances for you as well. So I'm going to hand you over to Marissa, aka Chris Riss. For those people are like, what? That's Chris Riss? What? Marissa's Chris Riss? Yes. I don't know. This should show my age now. Can anyone remember Wonder Woman? Oh, this. You remember her? First of all, she was just sort of like dressed like Marissa, looking like an everyday woman. And she sort of goes on top where no one can see her. Did it? One moment she's Marissa, next moment she's Christmas. So I'm going to hand over to Christmas, who will introduce our first act, and I really want to hear a lot of love for this person as well. So,
hi everybody, welcome. I'm Chris Riss. We've had a great start to the day today, and we are kicking off with our afternoon event, well, our evening event, should I say. Our first act, which we have up, is a Nottingham superstar. He's out there in Nottingham. He's doing a lot of good things. We did a Black Lives Matter music competition, which we launched it all over Nottingham, and we let loads of people, we had loads of entries, we had a few entries, but we also did we had our own eyes peeled for relevant music around Nottingham. And we seen this guy, and he has a piece called Freedom Style of Speech, and he's gonna blow off the roof. So welcome, A Nizzy.
DJ. Yeah. We're saying Black Lives Matter. Yeah. Yeah, the world's in crisis. Yeah, I'm talking about innocent lives and government lies and ISIS. Death and fires. Baltimore riots. Another black boy dead from a white man's gun. That's another black son that's dying. That's another black mum that's crying. That's a corrupt police force. And that's way too common. And that's way too regular. Man, that's way too often. Man, that's more than a problem. Come, let me free up the truth. Come, let me state my views. A young black man that's always been stereotyped like this. So now you want to ask me this. Wait. Now you want to ask me this. How do you feel when the sun comes on and a white person says nigga? I ain't gonna lie, I feel uncomfortable. Like, go figure. Cause the way that I think's much bigger. Yeah, I know my roots and my inner, but I'm just a hypocrite. That's a word that I say, that's a word that I use every day. That's a word that's polluted the music. That's a word that can make you cool if you use it. That's a word we're abusing. That's a word we forgot about, a word that we're losing. They invaded and enslaved us. They took diamonds, they took gold. They invaded and enslaved us. They raped us and they took diamonds, they took. We ain't building like the Asians. See a black brother doing well and we get jealous, we start hating. That's the slave master's mentality that's been put in our brain. I can't see no changes. Why do you think I'm hustling? Because I'm done with all the suffering. You see, I'm trying to put my ends on, trying to put my friends on, trying to give it all back. Now tell me if I'm dead wrong. Heard them say that I preach too much. What do you expect, blood? I seen too much. Man don't know where I've been too tough. Man just assume and pre too much. Ambition, don't question my talent, my passion, my vision. Mummy's life, I'm on a mission, following my intuition. And now my phone's pinging. That's a message from prison. That's a message from Jimmy. Walk one fam, long time, been a sex since you've been in. I'ma send you this skrilling, and we soon start living for real. Free all my G's in the system for real. Free all my brothers, all my childhood brothers, my family, man. Let's get out of this system, out of this cycle. It's in policies. And according to them, if you're a Muslim, you're a terrorist. Like to be stopped and searched if you... You're more likely to be stopped and searched if you got more melanin in your blood. In 2015. And they say ignorance is bliss, but ignorance exists and ignorance is real. Voice of the future. Young Martin Luther. March with me. Freedom style of speech. Have your say. Thank you everyone, man. It's been a pleasure. Hey Nizzy, you can follow me on anything, Twitter, Facebook, everything, website. Thank you.
His name's A Nizzy, and don't you forget it. James is the Director of Africana Studies and Associate Professor of English at Lehigh University. He is the author of a book about hip-hop underground and African American culture. He's written numerous newspapers, including, written for numerous newspapers, including The Guardian, and he is currently an MSNBC expert contributor on race, politics, and popular culture. He's currently composing a hip-hop curriculum entitled The Fifth Element of Knowledge, which takes the 4 elements of hip-hop culture and maps them against different learning styles and standards. Amazing. Anyway, without further ado, I give to you Professor James Braxton Peterson.
Am I good right here? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I am so excited to be here. And I want to thank all the organizers. I need one of those t-shirts, though. Somebody's going to have to give me one of those t-shirts. I want to thank all of the organizers, especially Zoe Trott, who went through a lot of stuff to get us here. I also want to thank my colleagues, Chris Driscoll, Monica Miller, and I know Dr. Nat Duncan's around here somewhere too. Here she is. All traveling across the pond for this momentous occasion. And it is a momentous occasion, and so I'm honored and humbled to have traveling across the pond. Momentous occasion, and it is a momentum in the movement for Black Lives. Now, somebody's going to have to keep time here, so just let me know when we're getting close. The title of my talk this evening is "A Song, a Slogan, and a Service: Dispatches from the Movement for Black Lives." A song, a slogan, and a service. Dispatches from the movement for Black Lives. And my first dispatch here, and I'm going to be running through this a little bit more quickly than usual, so please bear with me. My first dispatch here is to think a little bit about how a song becomes an anthem. And I guess I better get mine. Is to think about how a song becomes an anthem. And how many people here listen to Kendrick Lamar? All right, a few people do. Kendrick Lamar has a song called "All Right." It's track 6 or 7. Yeah, see, she knows what I'm talking about. It's track 6 or 7 on the album "To Pimp a Butterfly." And for those of you who have been following the movement in the United States, you will know that "All Right" has become an anthem for the Black Lives Matter movement. And what I mean by that is when people are organizing in the streets, when they're under duress from police, when they're rallying together and thinking together and trying to galvanize each other, Kendrick Lamar's "All Right" has been an anthem that they have sang and performed, sometimes in direct response to law enforcement brutality, but also many times just to galvanize the movement itself. I had the privilege of seeing Kendrick Lamar in DC last week when he performed with the National Symphony Orchestra in Washington, DC in the US. And it was amazing because he did his full set and he left the stage without doing "All Right." And people were outraged. Even though you know an artist is going to come back after an encore, they were absolutely outraged that he hadn't performed it, and he came and performed it as his last song, showcasing just how powerful this particular song. But I want to think for a few minutes in this dispatch about how a song becomes an anthem for a movement. There's a great scholar by the name of Shauna Redman. My clicker is not working. We won't mind the technology so much. This thing where it says a song becomes an anthem is where I'm taking a quote from a scholar out of the US named Shauna Redman, who studies how songs become anthems. And what she says is that for people of African descent, music constitutes a unique domain of expression. Right? For people of African descent, music constitutes a unique domain of expression. From traditional West African drumming to South African Kwaito, from spirituals to hip hop, Black life and history has been dynamically displayed and contested. Thank you very much. Yeah. Dynamically displayed and contested. Now you guys have seen the whole presentation. Displayed and contested through sound. Right? And I would argue that this is the process that's happening with "All Right" and the movement for Black Lives, or the Black Lives Matter movement. But I want to break it down a little bit and give you a sense of exactly how this process is occurring for you. How is it occurring for this particular song in this moment, for this movement, and for the folks who love the song and are deploying it as an anthem? One of the opening lines for the hook for the song, you hear Kendrick Lamar say, "Nazareth, excuse my language, but I'm fucked up, homie, you fucked up. But if God got us, then we gonna be all right." Right? And I want to draw your attention to Nazareth, right? Because there are not a lot of rappers either here or in the US who allude specifically to certain Christian themes. And Nazareth has such a rich etymological tradition for us to think about, in the sense that, we all know where Nazareth is sort of the birthplace of the Messiah, but it also has certain meanings that derive out of its biblical context about prophecy, about representing tribes that have been exiled from their communities. And for Kendrick Lamar, I think he's using it to sort of capture all of those meanings, right? To think about an urban environment out of which most people expected nothing to come, actually producing great things and great folks, right? Hip hop is that, if you think about the roots of hip hop culture. So he starts off there with that term Nazareth, right? But Nazareth also has an etymology or has a word sort of history with meanings like to watch and to keep guard, to be vigilant, and again, to acknowledge those folks who have been exiled from their community. And so I think that the Christian themes in All Right, If God Got Us, right, are one of the ways in which it has become an anthem in the movement for Black lives. You might also be familiar with the line from the song where he says, "And we hate po-po. They want to kill us dead in the street for sure." So she knows all the words, right? We hate po-po, right? They want to kill us dead in the streets for sure. Now, this album came out earlier this year. And I can remember when the album was released and the song All Right came out. It was a really powerful song. I thought it was one of the strongest songs on the record. And when I first heard that line, "We hate po-po, they want to kill us dead in the street for sure," my initial response to it was to think back historically, right? And I took that all the way back to Rodney King. I mean, initially I was thinking about like Michael Brown and Trayvon Martin, but I took it back to Rodney King because when Rodney King passed away a few years ago, it was a really troublesome moment for me as a writer and as a commentator. Some of you in here are too young to remember the Rodney King piece, but the Rodney King video being when he was brutally beaten down by LA law enforcement was really the first viral video in this entirely long and tragic series of viral videos that we've seen. But it's striking because the Rodney King video went viral without social media. Right, the Rodney King video was shot on VHS tape. Do you guys know what VHS tape is? You look kind of young in the front here. Like the person who shot that tape had a camera on his shoulder, right? He wasn't using a phone camera, right? Right. But that video went viral when we were young, and they did. That's the moment, right? That's the moment. And so when Rodney King passed away, I wrote a piece about his life for the Daily Beast, and I opened that piece by saying, "Death is the new black." And the reason why I wanted to frame it that way is because when he died, one of the things that people didn't really take note of was the fact that Rodney King actually passed away because he succumbed to the injuries that he sustained in that beating. So although he died years later, right, we disconnected his death from the actual experience with police brutality that he endured in the early 1990s. And so I at that moment, I was sort of thinking about the ways in which Black death seemed to be weighing not just on me, but on the sort of world in which we live. And so when we think about Rodney King, and that disconnect, I was thinking historically, we hate po-po. They want to kill us dead in the street for sure. I was thinking historically. I was thinking about folks like Mike Brown. But then a week after the song comes out, right, Walter Scott in South Carolina is shot dead in the street. Now, for those of you who are following that story, you might remember that the story originates with the law enforcement officer who murdered Walter Scott says, "Hey, I tried to pull him over, right? There was a scuffle, right? There was a struggle. He reached for my gun. I feared for my life, and then I killed him." Right? Now, for those of us who have been following and a part of this movement, when we first heard that, we're like, wait a second. That sounds familiar. Right? That sounds just like the story that Darren Wilson had for Michael Brown. Right. Now, remember, this is the story before the civilian video was released. A couple of days after that civilian video was released, the lawyer for the law enforcement guy quits abruptly, right? Because now the story is completely invalid. If you watch that video, Walter Scott is shot in his back as he's running away from the law officer. Right? We hate po-po. They want to kill us dead in the street for sure. But the moment that the anthem went from being something that challenged me to look back at history to looking at something happening in the future, the moment that it became prophetic, right, it instantiated itself more powerfully as an anthem. It's one thing for me to say, well, I'm looking back from All Right and thinking about Michael Brown or thinking about Rodney King as the sort of point of origin for this video moment. But the moment that then Walter Scott is shot, I have to understand it as a prophetic piece as well. And the fact that it can function as both prophecy and history is yet another reason why it became an anthem. There's so many other reasons why. I'm going to move along to the last piece here so I can get my other dispatches in before this is all over. Before he even starts to rap, Kendrick Lamar says, "All's my life I has to fight." Right? He says, "All's my life I has to fight." And let me just be clear here. You don't have to be a literary scholar. You don't have to have read The Color Purple. You don't even have to know who Oprah Winfrey is to appreciate the song All Right. But it is important to note that he is quoting Alice Walker in those lines. All's my life I has to fight. Right? And it's important to note how and why he's making this quotation. What we have here is an image of Oprah Winfrey playing the character of Sophia in Alice Walker's classic, The Color Purple. And this is a moment where she is confronting the main character, Celie, in a field. And what's happened is Celie is played by Whoopi Goldberg, right? And what has happened is that Oprah's character, Sophia, is married to a relative of Celie, a guy by the name of Harpo. And for those of you familiar with Oprah Winfrey, you'll know that her multi-million-dollar production company is called Harpo Productions, right? Now, Sophia is a character within the world of The Color Purple who is always engaged in resisting oppression. She resists white supremacy and she resists the kind of male dominance and male oppression about which The Color Purple really captures from that moment in American history. And so when Harpo is having problems with Sophia, he goes to Celie and he says, "What am I supposed to do with this woman? She's unruly. I can't control her. She doesn't listen. For those of you who read Bitch Planet, she is non-compliant, right? She's non-compliant." And what Celie says to Harpo is, he says, "Beat her." Right? He says, "Beat her." So Harpo goes to Sophia, they get into an argument, and he tries to beat her, right? He tries to beat her and ends up getting his ass beat. He does. Sophia beats him up, but then she goes directly to Celie, right? And she says, "All's my life I has to fight. I've been fighting this kind of oppression. This is male oppression of women all my life. How dare you tell him to beat me?" Right? So what is Kendrick Lamar doing quoting Alice Walker at the onset of this anthem, All Right? Right? He's challenging us to think about a number of different things. But what I would argue is he's changing subject positions, which is he's a male rapper taking on a quote from a woman character in one of the most classic pieces of African-American literature to show us and to demonstrate for us the value and the power of intersectionality in this movement. The value of the power of understanding that this is a movement that requires both anti-racism and womanism and feminism at the same time. At the same time. All's my life I has to fight. So these are just some of the reasons and the ways in which Kendrick Lamar's All Right. How am I doing on time? Kendrick Lamar's All Right has become an anthem. 10? I'm going on now. They're not gonna let me go. They're not gonna let me go on all night. Right? They're not gonna let me go on all night. But I want to talk a little bit about excellent. I want to talk a little bit about how that intersectionality that helped to make All Right become an anthem really is a model for how we have to continue to prosecute this movement for Black lives. And one of the sort of key examples of this is the SayHerName hashtag, slogan, thesis of the movement within the movement. The idea that we have to centralize women's voices and women's challenges within the systems of patriarchal and racist oppression in order for this movement to make the progress that it needs to make. And the reason why I've been going around all over the US and now here in the UK to say that is because sometimes that gets lost in the movement of Black lives. Sometimes it gets lost that the founders of the Black Lives Matter movement are all women of color. Sometimes it gets lost that women are subject to sometimes unique forms of oppression within systems of patriarchy and racism, sexism, and classism. And so the movement within the movement is one way for us to think about and acknowledge how intersectionality is a centerpiece for the movement for Black lives. Now, this hashtag has proliferated, and I'm going to give you a couple of cases of how powerful it is and what it's been able to do. But first, I want to read a quote from the African American Policy Forum, which is led by Kimberly Crenshaw, who's an amazing scholar and lawyer. And what she says is, although Black women are routinely killed, raped, and beaten by the police, their experiences are rarely foregrounded in popular understandings of police brutality. Yet inclusion of Black women's experiences in social movements, media narratives, and policy demands around policing and police brutality is critical to effectively combating racialized state violence for Black communities and other communities of color. That's Kim Crenshaw from the African American Policy Forum. And I just want to tell you a couple of stories of names that you have heard because of people embracing that ethos, because of people embracing the hashtag and the theme, Say Her Name, the movement within the movement. And if we back up here to the beginning, I'm not going to show this video, but I just want to tell you a little bit about a couple of these names. You can see here in your far right bottom, that's the full-length video of Natasha McKenna and her last encounter with law enforcement. And I don't know how many of you have seen this video, and I have to be honest with you, like one of the challenges of doing this work is to really think about how often and how many times we're supposed to see these videos. How often or how many times should we share these videos? And for Natasha McKenna, I've opted to not show it. You can see it on your own if you want to, but I will tell you that we know Natasha McKenna's name because of the Say Her Name movement, because of the movement within the Black Lives Matter movement, because of the folks who are deeply invested in that intersectional moment and its potential to advance the movement in very progressive ways. If any of you have ever heard of Natasha McKenna, you can credit Say Her Name and the movement within the movement for bringing that to our attention. And I would argue that this is a very, very important piece of what the Black Lives Matter movement is doing and what it has to continue to do. But Natasha McKenna was a woman who had a diagnosed psychological challenge, right? And in this full-length video, what you will see if you care to or dare to watch it is you'll see 6, maybe 7 law enforcement officers in full-body hazmat suits, right, trying to subdue her. Right, she is completely naked. And they are using tasers almost like a cattle prod to make her compliant. Now, the idea that this was her last encounter with anyone in her life is troubling. But if you think about how the video performs the ways in which law enforcement dehumanizes people, and the very particular way in which they dehumanize poor people and poor women and women of color, it is absolutely striking to think about it in that context. But again, what's more striking for me is that we would not know who she is. We may not know her name without this movement within the movement, right? You know, if you're silent about your pain, they'll kill you and say you enjoyed it. That's a quote from Zero Neale Hurston. And it reminds me of Sandra Bland, right? How many folks have heard of Sandra Bland? Right? We know Sandra Bland's name because of this movement within the movement, right? We know who she is because there are people who are dedicated to making sure that we access this intersectional moment. But I go to Zero Neale Hurston here, another literary reference, because this is a video you actually can watch. Right? Well, let me say at the outset, I do not believe that Sandra Bland hanged herself in a cell in Texas. I don't believe it. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do not believe that Sandra Bland hanged herself in a jail cell in Texas. And I think the proof of the fact that she didn't is in her video. Because if you watch her video of her encounter with law enforcement when they pull her over, right? She's calling cops pussy. She's like, I'm not putting out my cigarette, right? Right? She's doing everything, and again, excuse my language, she's doing everything that Black folks in America are taught not to do when they encounter law enforcement. She's doing everything that Black people are taught not to do when they encounter law. She is rebellious. She is another Sophia in the tradition of Alice Walker's Color Purple, right? And she's not silent at all, right? Because as Hurston says here, if you are silent about your pain, they'll kill you and say you enjoyed it. I do not believe that Sandra Bland committed suicide in a jail cell in Texas. But I honor the Say Her Name movement, the movement within the movement, for making sure that we know her story, for making sure that we understand what is going on and what's at stake. Without the collection of these narratives, we don't have a movement. My computer keeps freezing me out. It's working for the cops here, so. Somehow. So that's my second dispatch. I could go on, but I just need for folks to understand that we need to embrace this intersectional moment, and I'll give you my last dispatch here, and I will get off this stage. There's an essay on the African American Policy Forum piece. It's called The Charleston Imperative. And I'm going to read an excerpt from it and then kind of give you a sense of how this last dispatch works. Excuse me. And this is referring to the massacre that took place at Emmanuel AME this past summer. If the reaction to the Charleston massacre is to be realized as something beyond a singular moment of redemptive mourning, then neither the intersectional dynamics of racism and patriarchy which produced this hateful crime, and let me just say what this person is speaking about here, the person who murdered those parishioners, those worshipers at Emmanuel AME, they were literally at Bible study, right? When he went on a tirade as he was shooting them in the church. And his tirade was about Black men taking white women and Black people taking over the world and things of that nature. So when African American Policy Forum here is saying, then neither the intersectional dynamics of racism and patriarchy, which produced this hateful crime, nor the inept rhetorical politics that sustain the separation of feminism from anti-racism can be allowed to continue. We can no longer allow the separation of anti-racism and feminism to continue, right? And for the author of the Charleston Imperative, the Charleston Massacre is precisely an example of this. And what I would like to think about here for a moment is how we sort of figure out how that's applicable in a particular situation. And I'm going to end with an anecdote to show you how I think we might be able to think more communally around some of these tragic instances. By the way, as soon as I get a few minutes, I'm going to add Spring Valley video to this. I don't know if you guys saw the Spring Valley High School video in South Carolina, but a law enforcement officer felt as if the only way for him to get a young Black woman, a young Black girl, a child, right, out of her chair was to brutally throw her around and drag her around the classroom, right? But the Charleston moment was one that was really, really debilitating for me because I remember where I was. I remember exactly what I was doing. And as someone who covers these stories, when the massacre started to break on the news, it's breaking for me on social media. And as I'm seeing these things unfold, my first impulse is I really wanted to go to Charleston. I really love South Carolina. It's a beautiful state. I've spent quite a bit of time there over the years. But I couldn't go when the actual event happened, but I was able to get there about 6 weeks later. And so my family and I went to go worship at Emmanuel AME Church about 6 weeks after the massacre occurred. And the church is beautiful. It is a beautiful church. And it's beautiful because of its aesthetics and its architectural structures, but it's also a beautiful and really sacred space because of the history of that church, right? This is a church that's been burned down for being a church engaged in resistance efforts. It's a church that's been terrorized before, right? And so we enter into the sanctuary, and unfortunately, we chose a Sunday where the governor of South Carolina happened to be visiting the church as well. So there actually were law enforcement officers there armed with guns, which always makes me a little bit nervous. But we entered into the sanctuary, and I'm trying to just sort of absorb it and kind of take it take it all in. And there's this process that the congregation and the pastor kind of have to go through at this point in time, because they're accepting so many visitors. There's so many visitors that are coming in to try to like pay tribute and try to be in solidarity with them. And there were basically 3 types of tributes. And you can imagine that because they're having all these visitors, these tributes take up a lot of time. And so this process must have lasted almost an hour before you could even start the church process, the church service. And so there's 3 types of tributes that people were making. The first type, which is the type I thought was the best, were people who sent letters into the church expressing their solidarity. And the pastor would like read a bit of the letter, say this is from so-and-so, share with the community. I remember that Sunday that we were there, Hootie and the Blowfish had sent them a check for $50,000 for their music ministry. Everyone's like, yay, you know. Who knew Hootie and the Blowfish? Who knew, right? Who knew, right? The second type of tribute that people were making were people in large groups. So there were parts of different church congregations that were there. There were like parts of choirs that were there, and they would stand up really quickly. 30, 40 people would stand up. One person would speak for them. They would express their solidarity, explain where they're from, so on and so forth, and then kind of keep it moving. There was a group of 3 young women there who performed an incredible song, but they like truncated the song and dedicated it to the folks that were there. But then there's a third type of tribute. And this tribute was a series of individuals who would go up one at a time. And unlike the groups, so the groups would stand up where they were, right? The individuals came to the front and like stood at the pulpit. And believe it or not, the individuals took the most amount of time, right? They talked the longest, right? And they were going on and on about like how they couldn't believe that this had happened, which to me is just BS, you know what I mean? But they would also, explain how they cried when they heard about it, and really talk about their sort of emotional feelings and their affective response to hearing about this awful tragedy. Some of them like made different like arts and crafts kinds of things that they would donate. And as the individuals were coming up and doing their thing, I'm like looking at my kids like, because I'm getting really annoyed. I'm getting really, really annoyed. I'm looking at my kids like, yo, do you guys see what I'm seeing here? Right? That the groups are getting up, moving fast, being in solidarity, thinking about community. Individuals are up there talking about their own personal response. And the blood is still in the rug. The blood is still in that rug. Do you understand what it means for you as an individual to come into this space and talk to the people who have survived this massacre about how you feel? The people in that church are still mourning their losses of their pastors, their grandmothers, their aunts, their uncles. The blood is still in the rug. That's not an exaggeration. Right? How in the world can you as an individual come up and feel like the articulation of your experience with this massacre somehow should absorb the time of the community's experience with it? So that really is, for me, what taught me why this intersectional moment is so important, right? Because it's not just about the intersections of race and gender, although that's vital, right? The intersection of the feminist movement and the anti-racism movement, right? 2 movements that have been around for a while, but often find great difficulties in working in collaboration with each other. But it's also about individuals understanding that this movement is not about you, right? It's not about me, right? You can't stand in Emmanuel AME and talk about your personal feelings to the people, I have 3 minutes, to the people, right, who are still wrestling with all of those issues. And so the intersectional moment then, to me, becomes the predicate without which the movement cannot make progress, right? if individuals can't make sacrifices for the community, right? And if leaders of movements across the sort of anti-racism and feminist spectrum cannot work together, the movement will not be able to sustain itself. And there are very clear indicators, right? Very clear indicators when we're operating in these intersectional moments, right? You will know that you are being intersectional because, one, you'll see that in the people in the room. You'll understand that in who's speaking and why and for whom and from what platform and on behalf of whom someone is speaking. You will hear it in the themes and the content of intersectionality, which is trying to embrace a series of issues and platforms, right, to bring them together in a quilt-like fashion, right, so that we can achieve the greatest purpose of this movement, right? Achieve the greatest purpose of this movement. Obviously, this movement is about wrestling with and defeating and rooting out state-sanctioned violence. But at the root of that is patriarchy, racism, sexism, classism. And unless we understand how those things work, how oppressions work, oppressions and oppressive systems are intersectional. And this is why at the end of the day, the only way that the movement for Black lives will be successful is if we embrace that intersectionality ourselves and understand that the higher purpose and the greater goals to be achieved through intersectionality is what this movement has been about from the very beginning. Thank you.
Where you're from. In Nottingham, we call it a whip round. We had a whip round for you. We got your t-shirt. If you don't ask, you don't get. Now, don't come all asking me for a t-shirt because you ain't gonna get it. Don't work like that. Okay, just while we're getting ready for Christmas to come on, just to let you know that the hashtag for the October dialogues is hashtag Black Lives Matter UK. We have been trending throughout the day at 6th in the UK. So people throughout the UK have been talking about this event. Please use it in your tweets when you're tweeting about the speakers, when you're tweeting about Akala, when you're tweeting about our next guest. Now, our next guest, otherwise known as Wonder Woman. I met her because she came to work for Bright Ideas. Was it about 2 years ago now? 18 months ago. So she came to work at Bright Ideas, and she's just amazing. And you know, she's always telling me, you know, I've learned so much at Bright Ideas, and you know, my learning's gone like that. But actually, I've learned so much from this young woman. She's just been incredible. You know, I think of her as my daughter. Some people might say, you know, we shouldn't cross those intersections of professionalism and personal lives, but you know, she's like my daughter. But you know, there is another side to her which also is amazing, and she is the artist called Chris Riss, which many of you will know. So in December last year, just to recap what we talked about earlier, we had a protest in Nottingham. It was called I Can't Breathe Nottingham. And it was against the senseless loss of Black lives at the hands of police brutality, not just in the US, but here in the UK, most importantly here in the UK. And that will come across in the lyrics that you're going to hear next. So just to repeat again what I said this morning, 3 artists from Nottingham were tasked with the really tall order of coming up with a protest track to order. You know, if you don't ask, you don't get. So the protest was on the 21st of December last year. It was the busiest shopping day in the year, just that, you know, 3 days before Christmas. And these guys had about 3 days to write a protest track for the Nottingham I Can't Breathe sort of movement. Less, yeah, it turned out more like 48 hours. Chris Riss, Two-Tone and Jadiga went away with the producer, is it Aomola? They went away, and the first night they went away and they came back with nothing, and you know, we weren't panicking because we knew they could do it, but the second day they went away, so this is the Thursday before the Saturday, they went away, and the text started coming through saying, yeah, it's coming together, the next piece is coming together. And on the Friday, which was the day before the protest, we heard the track for the first time. So, I'm going to hand you over to Chris Riss. She's going to just tell you a little bit more about the context, and then we're going to have a look at the music video, which was also produced as part of the Nottingham protests. Give her a big love. Chris Riss.
Hi everyone again. Back as Chris Riss this time. Yeah, so I'm an artist from Nottingham, do music, and we have this tune which we produced called I Can't Breathe. It was about the Eric Garner situation. He kept saying I can't breathe. He said it about 11 times and they still killed him. My boss Lisa, as when I'm Marissa, she showed us this video and we was like, wow, like we're gonna make a tune. So I got together with 2 other guys. We were originally supposed to perform it together, but one of them's broke his ankle. So we're just gonna make do and we're gonna get through. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do the verse and we're gonna play the video. So I hope you enjoy it. So, see, feds wanna target the black race. You get, nah. Too fast. Okay, see, the feds wanna target the black race. You get run down for your black face. Government don't care about you. See, nor do they care about I. Black boys, they don't want to see you alive. And black girls, they don't want you stand by the side. The pigs don't get locked for no homicide. When they're going to draw the line, think of Mike. I can't breathe. That was his plead. See, they left him lying in the street. Yo, they left him dying over peace. I got brothers, Walipa cousins, uncles, nephews, plenty of others. See, what about Mark Duggan? What about Tamia Rice? Coming like they never valued their life. I can't breathe. Don't shoot. I can't breathe. Don't shoot. I can't breathe. Don't shoot. Last words from an innocent youth. Hit it. I can't breathe. Feds wanna target the black race. Get gone down for your black face. Government don't care about you, nor do they care about I. Black boys, they don't wanna see you alive. And black girls, they don't want you stand by the side. The pigs don't get locked for no homicide. When they're gonna draw the line, think of Mike. I can't breathe, that was his plead. Left him lying in the streets. Left him dying over peace. I got brothers, Walipa cousins, uncles, nephews, plenty of others. What about Mark Duggan? What about Tamir Rice? Coming like they never valued their life.
I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
Last words from an innocent youth.
I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
R.I.P. Last words from an innocent youth.
I question your intellect. If you think my skin's a threat, you pedophiles don't get 5 to 10 and we're getting killed over cigarettes. It's so sad. So sad. You see, black power's my dad, and white Wilshire's my mum. How you gonna kill a man with no gun? If I put my hands up, it's no stun. Rest in peace to Mark Duggan. The system's still corrupt. White suits are in closets. The uniforms are changed up. New reform, they blame us. What black man do you know with a chopper? Tell me who's importing this stuff. Last night's crime scene, that was a horror. But I ain't holding no grudge. I wanna see unity in my borough. It's time my people woke up. When a black kid kills a black kid, don't you know we get double life? Can I live till I'm 25? Can my offspring have a better ride? You know, like a hot spring when a genocide. Why? They gotta go that far. But when cops kill, who police the law? My black life matters just as much as yours.
I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
Last words from an innocent youth.
I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
R.I.P. Last words from an innocent youth.
I can't breathe. Officer, loosen your squeeze. Here, take all the fags that you want. In my life is more precious to me. If you're gonna kill one, you gotta kill us all. Stand together, we're gonna build a wall. Survival tactics, we're built for war. I don't like their tactics, they're ill for sure. And that was lame what they did to Eric. That was lame what they did to Mark. I feel pain when I split my bars. The racism ain't as blatant as it was before. Trust me, so much foul injustice. The system is a dustbin. They walk from stone cold murder, then play victim. That's disgusting. And we can walk with 1,000,000 man, but is it gonna make a change if it makes you a wait? Let's step then. Samuel, tell him again, if it's foul on the top, somebody gotta step down. Injuries, the lynching is abroad. They think of us as like bottom of the list. They think of us as like no minority. They think of us as like we're minority. I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
Last words from an innocent youth.
I can't breathe, don't shoot. 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 I can't breathe, don't shoot.
R.I.P. Last words from an innocent youth. Last words from an innocent youth.
Thank you, thank you. So now we're going to introduce our next guest. She is amazing. By reading the bio, she sounds like, I got to talk to her after. So yeah, her name is Professor Monica Miller, Assistant Professor of Religion and Africana Studies and Director of Women, Gender and Sexuality Studies at Lehigh University, and the author of several books about religion, hip-hop, and race. She is also co-chair and founder of Critical Approaches of the Study of Hip-Hop and Religion Group, and the guest lecturer at colleges, universities, conferences throughout the US, Cuba, Europe, and Canada. Give a big round of applause for Monica Miller.
Thank you, thank you. It's such an honor. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. I'm so honored to be here, thinking about the transatlantic connections and conversations and dialogues, and now we're in the thick of hip hop and still talking about breath and still talking about bodies. I want to thank you all so much for being here. And she probably will be a little bit upset with me, but I want Dr. Zoe Trod to stand up. Woo! Who has worked incredibly hard to make all of this possible, and the work, obviously, along with her colleagues, and the work that is also happening as an academic, as a scholar who doesn't get in the street quite often. So my street is often the sonic flow of hip hop, but talking to people on corners, and also having a rich opportunity at Lehigh University to be in a department, religion studies, to be in a program, Africana studies, my colleague, Dr. James Peterson, my partner here, Dr. Christopher Driscoll, my colleague, friend, Dr. Natanya Duncan, where hip hop lives. And so I'm really excited that the energy and the flow and the vibe of hip hop is here tonight. So thank you all so much to all of the collaborators, the community partners, this space that we're in, where art and the mind meet together. And so I'm really excited to talk with you all a little bit about Nowhere to Go, hip hop, Black life, and flowing in a post-everything moment. And I want to put out there this idea of flow, because we've been flowing all day, and we've just had some beautiful artistic creativity that has flowed. Dr. Peterson's talk, we are flowing and thinking with historical figures, movements, ideas. Dr. Zoe Trod started this conference off today with a flow, with a historical, intellectual genealogy, right? We've got Frederick Douglass, we've moved through Black Power, we moved through global movements for human rights, and here we are now talking about hip hop, and I am absolutely excited to do so. What I want to think with you all about is I want to think about the philosophy of Black Lives Matter, and I'm thinking about this within a hip hop cosmology. So Kendrick, right? And all of those other artists, and J. Cole, and all of that energy that is on the front lines. And what I want you all to think about is the civil rights movement and Black power. And today we've had so much conversation about where have we been, where are we now, and where are we going, right? And so a bit of our conversation has been situated between this idea of movement, right? Is this a moment or a movement? And I think that hip hop culture as a vital usable past, to use Professor Trodd's work and rhetoric to talk about what it is that we trope from the past, I think hip hop provides a flow that allows us to keep complexity and contradiction in tension. And before I get on with my talk, what I'm trying to do here with Nowhere to Go is to think about what do we do? One of the participants today talked about, I don't really know what Black Lives Matter is, right? This is a US kind of movement, a US movement, a moment that has had global import. But what do we do? And where do we go? And we've had so many ideas about what we could do. Do we need more Black cops? Do we need more policy? Do we need more community oversight about our own protection? And we ended the conference thinking about imagination. Maybe it is imagination where it is that we need to go. And this is what I want to call the double bind. And it is the double bind of the transatlantic divide, which again, this conference has so brilliantly brought together, that the transatlantic, right, in the ways in which it crisscrosses is here in this moment. And I'm very grateful for all of you in the room. So while we know where to go, there still is nowhere to go. And I want to think about hip hop, Black life, and flowing in a post-everything movement. And I want to begin with James Baldwin, and I didn't copy the launch event last night, which was brilliant, where young people are talking about these ideas of resistance, liberation, freedom, right? Talking about Nation of Islam, the 5% concepts. I want to think about the philosophy that is grounding the conversations that we've had today. And I had planned to start off with Baldwin, and it was amazing because last night we began with Baldwin's nigger. And I want to talk a little bit about distance. So let's begin with this quote from James Baldwin, that brilliant humanist, intellectual, civil rights advocate who had nowhere to go. And so he used the transatlantic moment or movement to move his body to a place where he had to get distance from home, a geographic distance from home, in order to reflect on home. And we'll see at the end of this presentation how he reflects on home. And he does it by giving back a particular thing to the American landscape. One can measure very neatly the white American's distance from his conscience, from himself, by observing the distance between white America and Black America. And there we can add not only the antagonism, the binary between white America and Black America, we can add Black Americans, Americanness, the managing of Muslim difference, right? The illegibility of trans folk, LGBTQ folk, and we could go on and on. But we're talking about distances, and not only the geographic distance, but the ideological difference. So one has only to ask oneself, who established this distance? Who is this distance designed to protect? And from what is this distance designed to offer protection? And so I'm excited to talk about hip hop. And I think that hip hop offers a certain kind of usable pass, right? We've been thinking about, is Black Lives Matter Black power? Is it part of the civil rights movement? What about hip hop culture is a usable pass, is a contemporary moment, and is a movement? And when we say movement, what do we mean by movement? Something that is going to literally untether the system from itself? Can we get outside of the system? Do we ultimately have nowhere to go? Is it policy? Is it the Hill? Is it a Black president? Is it keeping it real? Where are we going to go? And we know for Baldwin, he went to France. He said, let me get some distance from home in order to reflect on home. But what hip hop has done is that they've created a digital and a sonic diaspora. You don't have to leave home to be a part of the diaspora, right? You just have to have a certain kind of faith in the flow. And so what about hip hop? Might we consider might have some utility for this usable past? And so I want to think with you all, and this has been a constant term that we've used today, moment or movement. Moment has a temporality to it. Movement gives the assumption that something is happening, an event, a moment, a movement. But I want to think about movement in a different kind of way. I don't necessarily want to reify binary thinking, right? A certain kind of bifurcation of thought. We had civil rights, we had Black power, those were movements. What happens? What happens in the break? What happens with the fragmentation? Hip hop is a movement that has global flows. And here I talk about that kind of movement as a certain kind of apparatic flow. A movement that is queer, that is fluid, that is complex, one that has a particular kind of imagination. It is a usable past that provides not easy and tidy resolutions and answers. I'm not interested in easy answers to the problem. I don't think more Black police officers on the force will help. I don't necessarily think that a Black president in the White House will help. He's done incredible things, and I have some issues with some other things, as I do with many hip hop artists, right? But critique is a part of the process, right? Heritage lives only if we can critique that heritage and recast it so that it can relive in new historical moments. And so this usable past is a productive conceptual moment for us to think about how we archive roots and routes, how we think about the desire to be. And so that is what I want to think with you all about. What is a movement? Should this be a movement or a moment? Or should this be a movement where we are literally moving, transgressing borders and boundaries and sexualities and religion? Do we know where to go, or do we have nowhere to go? Let's see. And so this is really the slide that I want to think about, establishing the problem with movement, right? We're talking about the movement of bodies across a certain kind of divide, the transatlantic, right? And here we are in this room, and both sides and multiple sides of the Atlantic have come together. And so I want to think with you all about distance. Now, where's my Baldwin here? Let's see. All right. So I want to look forward, and I also want to look back. We've been playing with this notion of the past and the present. And for me, the past is always present. But if we tie ourselves too closely to the past, there is no present, and there is no movement in the present. So let me say something that's probably a little politically incorrect, a little irreverent, if you will. I don't know actually, let me just be crass for a moment. I don't think Black Lives Matter as a movement is I don't want to call it a new Black Power movement. I don't want to call it the Civil Rights Movement. I think that it is movement within, and that stands upon those movements of the past, and that it's doing something radically different. And what it's doing is it's looking forward, and it's also got this moment of looking backward. So the past is not unimportant, but the critique of the past and using the parts that are effective and productive and generative of the past are important. So here we have Nicki Minaj, right? And I'm not going to stay on this too long. We might have some Q&A about it. and what this means. But I want to think about our preoccupation with this notion of the movement working backward. We heard a lot of Malcolm today. We didn't hear about Nicki Minaj, though. So I think that Nicki is representative of a certain kind of moving forward. So what is there about those who rely on this notion of history? Too much. Too much. So much so that we become here in this moment equally doomed to repeat the past in a way where we don't know where to go. It was mentioned today in the conference in one of the presentations, Bayard Rustin's name was invoked, and I was very happy for that, right? We say the civil rights movement, but whose civil rights movement? We talk about violence, but whose violence are we talking about? Violence or whose violence? We talk about a civil rights movement, right? But we're not always thinking with James Baldwin, and we're certainly not always thinking with someone like Bayard Rustin. Now, let me get just, I don't want everyone responding, but let me get just a little interactive. And as our panelists mentioned this afternoon, why isn't Rustin mentioned? We know MLK, right? Does anyone remember? That's exactly right. And so that race and sexuality were these two ideas that had to be separate. And in fact, we had a difficult conversation last night in the launch, right? With a particular comment that gave an assumption that if you separate race and gender and sexuality, that now you are considered a divided house, and that a movement cannot have a divided house. But this is why we're still asking, do Black Lives Matter? Right? So what Nicki Minaj is doing with Looking Ass Niggas is providing a moment to think about how we move into a moment. Black Lives Matter, right? Professor Trod started off the day reminding us that this is a moment of a movement which represents movement around gender, movement around sexuality. It is queer. It is women. It is women of color, right? And religion is not foregrounded. I'm using the idea of faith in the flow, but the Black church is no longer the center. And I think that this is a productive moment, a very interesting space to think about what is it that tethers it together. And for me, it's Black bodies. Black bodies as the site of significance. Not Malcolm, not the civil rights moment, but Black bodies and the unending Black death. That Black death which proliferates, not just in the US, but also all over the world. And so I think it's important for us to think about how we're navigating distance, how we're thinking about the usable past, how we're measuring the contemporary moment over and against that usable past, and what are the strategies and tactics that we have cultivated of knowing where to go. And I think this is where hip hop provides a moment to think about that, right? Think of some of the popular hip hop strategies. Keep it real, right? Life is kind of a hustle. It's uncertain, it's shape-shifting, it's witty, it's unsuspecting. They weren't ready for Kendrick. No, right? They weren't ready for Kendrick. It's unsuspecting. So in terms of strategy, it might have a 10-point program, but it also knows that much of this needs to be coded in certain kinds of ways. Right? If we think about the 5%ers as the young man was riffing on yesterday, one of the brilliant aspects of Nation of Islam and even the 5%ers, which is this esoteric kind of outgrowth, right, of the Nation of Islam, is that they spoke in code. They spoke in code during a historical moment where white supremacy said Black bodies are nobody, 3/5. And yet you had black men on the corner in Harlem, renamed Mecca, calling each other gods. White folk didn't know what they were talking about. They said they were dropping signs on the corner, right? And we know that the politics of surveillance always bears down on black bodies in a way to label them as pathological. So that founder, Clarence 13X, was labeled a paranoid schizophrenic, right? A black man that thinks himself God, or a black woman who thinks herself God, must be schizophrenic. Why? Because you're not yet fully human. How can you be a God in that moment? And so, how do we move away from problem status? How do we move away from the problem? There's so much movement, and yet there's so many problems. And the problems end up lining up like a grocery list, right? So problem status, right? How does it feel to be a problem? We're literally 112 years away, moving on from that powerful question that Du Bois raised. How does it feel to be a problem? And yet we have bodies globally, brown bodies, Muslim bodies, LGBTQ bodies, brown people that literally don't even feel like they can be. To be means one has to be. Ontology, beingness. How can you be a problem if you're not even yet fully human? And so thinking about where we're going in the past and the present, how do we move away from problem status? How do we transmute problems into creative ingenuity and skill? And this is where I think hip hop comes in. Because hip hop was unanticipated. It took what it could, right? You're poaching raw products that were dealt to you through the sleight of hand of being on the underside, right, of American democracy and of capitalism. And there are a number of ways in which we've tried to move away from problem status. The abolitionist movement, the Back to Africa movement, right? That we've heard these ideas mentioned today. The civil rights movement, the Black Power movement, the women's movement, LGBTQ movement, the Black Lives Matter movement. Is it a moment or is it a movement? International movement, global movement, is it intersectional as Black Power movement, as civil rights movement? And perhaps it is both moment and movement in flow, in process, in action. I think I need some water, if that's okay. Thank you. And so we've done a lot of moving. We've talked about policy. We've talked about adding more brown faces to police force, right? And it's interesting for me and my colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic, because for us, we don't necessarily know what to do with this moment. What is this moment that we're in? Michael Brown's body lays in the street for 4 hours in the scorching sun, but yet we have a Black president. And they're both made gods. And I'm not saying God in an affirmative sense. We commemorate that body that laid in the street. But there is a peril side to sociological God status. And then yet we have this, what I would call in my own work, this new Black God in the White House, right? So we've done a lot of moving, but we still face problem status, and maybe perhaps we've bought into this strategy of using certain kinds of distances rather than refuting the distances. We should not have to make the claim that Black Lives Matter is intersectional. It automatically needs to be intersectional. For any question to be raised around the import of Black women's contributions to any type of social movement, whether it's the Black Church or Nation of Islam, Black women were known, and I mean, it's literally common sense, the backbone of the Black Church. And so are queer folk. You wouldn't have Black church if you didn't have the LGBTQ contribution, right? And I'm not saying hip hop faces these problems as well, but these are the kinds of distances that are not only geographic, but are metaphorical and ideological and social in nature. So we have a lot of moving to do. And I'm not quite certain we can talk about movement, if this is a movement, if we're still raising questions such as, well, if you separate race and gender, right, then that is a house that is divided. If we're still asking that, then maybe we're still stuck in the civil rights movement, where we know patriarchy and heteronormativity and religious hegemony dominated just as much as all of the generative and other formative and affirmative political aspects. So where are we moving to, and where are we going? What kind of moment is this? How do we move away from the problem? And I want to think about this notion of being lost in the wilderness. And I think about myself. I spent a lot of time in Europe, thanks to colleagues on this side of the Atlantic, and thanks to my good friend and colleague, Dr. James Peterson, who provides these resources within our Africana Studies program in my own department of religion. And I myself feel conflicted. I come here and I'm like, oh, thank God I'm out of the US. Thank God. And yet, literally within 20 minutes, I can feel my American imagination working on me. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you see me? Wait, you don't see me. And I myself, within my own imagination, have this perplexing moment of not wanting to be seen and yet being overseen, right? And so it's this kind of being lost in the wilderness, right? Slaves called it Canaan land, right? Escaping to the north. Canaan land, the land of milk and honey, as my colleague Dr. Peterson mentioned, that biblical language and that language of the prophetic is so important, not only to Black social movements and social protests, but also for Black expressive culture, Black cultural production. And in fact, as a scholar of religion, I would go as far as to argue that without religion, without the theological vocabulary of Black Islam, Black atheism, Black humanism, and Christianity, there literally would be no way to make a way out of no way. Or as hip hop says, how the do you make $1 out of 15 cents? How do you do it? Right? In a lost interview with Tupac Shakur, he talks about, look, I turn words into money. That's creative ingenuity. That's a certain kind of transmutation, which is just as social and political as it is religious. And one of the most powerful vocabularies and grammars that I think Black Islams, not just Nation of Islam, we could go back to the Moorish Science Temple of America, we could think about the 5% concepts of Islam. And this is not to say that these were pure philosophies. They had problems. They still do. So does the Black church, right? So problem status is still there, right? But what became Canaan land for the slaves escaping to the north? For those that were participating in Black Islam, it became the wilderness of North America, which means that you wonder why you wander. There's nowhere to go. How do we orient ourselves to a particular moment or a movement? And so I'm hoping we can talk a little bit about taking stock of what this is. What is Black Lives Matter a moment or a movement, or should that movement be something that is recursive, in process, never ending? Maybe this is the question we always need to ask ourselves. And what Black Lives Matter means in the US, it will look different in the UK. 4 minutes. Oh my goodness. All right. And so you can take a look here and think about what I'm interested in talking about, though, and how do we smuggle in the problematic aspects of the past? How do we think about distances as constraints? And what might be the utility of calling Black Lives Matter as a new civil rights movement, a new Black power movement, or even using the language of a post-civil rights movement? And this is where I look to both hip hop and philosophy. I think of this moment as movement through aporia, impasse. Today I heard so much impasse and so much liminality, stuck. We have options, but they're not complete. We have moments, but without resolution. And so French philosopher Jacques Derrida says that this notion of aporia means that this could be an alternative to problem status where you don't know where to go. It's a non-passage. It's an experience of that liminality, that being in between hyperlegibility and illegibility. That which appears to kind of block us, right, and to separate us. But also to think about the hope against hope in this moment of what could it look like and what could it be if we were to think about the impasse, the interstices as a space of impossible possibility where we no longer could be constituted as a problem. And then, of course, I look to Jay-Z, who talks about if the beat is time and the flow is what we do with that time, how we live through it, then that means that the beat is everywhere, but every life has to find its own flow. I'm not going to play this. I don't have time, but I'm sure that you all have taken a look at this. But this is a powerful moment where J. Cole asks a question which is important. It's important to the prophetic. It's what we call theodicy. It's when we take the time to think about that word which was mentioned today, the hounding and the haunting. And it's that question called why. And he says, why? Every time I step outside, why do I see my niggas die? He didn't have an answer, but he's asking a question. And in this clip, he goes on to riff with and on Obama. And he has a critique. Lauryn Hill and Black Rage. Black Rage. We heard a lot today about pain, how we express that pain, and how that pain can cause new forms of distances. And I love Lauryn Hill, but in neurotic society, she's being transphobic. I've written about that. She wrote back to me about that, and I just disagree. But the psychic life of pain and grief, right? But that Black Rage is founded upon 2/3 a person. And here we end with this notion of niggas in Paris. So we think about Baldwin escaping to France. He had to get away from home. It was suggested last night in the pre-launch event that, well, he wasn't part of the movement. He didn't keep it real. He didn't stay there to be in the movement. Actually, he needed the distance to reflect on home. And I'm going to go to that clip because I'm going to show you what Baldwin was able to do when he got distance from home to reflect on home. But this is this kind of current iteration of a Baldwin moment, right? Niggas in Paris and maybe niggas in Britain and this new diasporic exile. Jay-Z says, I'm shocked too. I'm supposed to be locked up too. Hell, if you escape, he's talking about America, if you escape what I escape, you be in Paris getting fucked up too. It's a celebration, but a celebration of the impossible. Baldwin says in 84, right, now this is after he spent some time in exile, I always knew I would have to come back. If I were 24 down, I don't know if or where I would go. I don't know if I would go to France. I might go to Africa. Europe is no longer a frame of reference, a standard bearer, the classic model. It's not the measuring stick. There are other standards in the world. When I was a kid, the world was white, and for all intents and purposes, and now it is struggling to remain white, which is a very different thing. And I will end with this clip, which is not very long. And what I want to say is that the world is no longer white, right? Think about that. I can't breathe, where you have the police officer who says, fuck your breath. The world is struggling to remain white. And after Baldwin gets the distance that his humanist and atheist and Black queer self needed, Despite the politics of identity politics and authenticity, and folk were saying, you need to keep it real and stay in Harlem and be a part of the movement. And he's, fuck it, I'm going to France. And this is what he finds.
Well, I know this. Anyone who's ever tried to live knows this. So what you say about somebody else, you know, anybody else, reveals you. What I think of you as being is dictated by my own necessities, my own psychology, my own fears and desires. I'm not describing you when I talk about you. I'm describing me. Now here in this country we've got something called a nigger. It doesn't in such terms, I beg you to remark, exist in any other country in the world. We have invented the nigger. I didn't invent him. White people invented him. I've always known, I had to know by the time I was 17 years old. What you were describing was not me, and what you were afraid of was not me. It had to be something else. You had invented it. So it had to be something you were afraid of. And you invested me with. Now if that's so, no matter what you've done to me, I can say to you this, and I mean it. I know you can't do any more, and I've got nothing to lose. And I know, and I've always known, you know, and really always, that's part of the agony. I've always known that I'm not a nigger. But if I am not the nigger, and if it's true that your invention reveals you, then who is the nigger? I am not the victim here. I know one thing from another. And I know I'm going to born and I'm going to be, you know, I was born, I'm going to suffer, and I'm going to die. So the only way you get through life is to know the worst things about it. I know that a person is more important than anything else. Anything else. I learned this because I've had to learn it. But you still think, I gather, that the nigger is necessary. Well, he's unnecessary to me, so he must be necessary to you. I'll give you your problem back. You're the nigger, baby, it isn't me.
Thank you.
Monica, thank you.
Use that term against you. You can't really, there's no equivalent, there's no response, because I don't want people to be thinking about how you respond to hate, right? Or how you, because we don't want to get trapped in like a reactionary mode when it comes to these kinds of movements. I think what we have to understand about the N-word, especially in this moment where hip hop, people feel like hip hop allows them to say it in public spaces, right? White folks saying it in public spaces, right? Is there, to me, there's like very simple rules about the N-word, like very simple rules. Number one, white people should never say it under any circumstances whatsoever, right? Just don't say it. Just don't say it. And number two, if you're a black person using the term, you need to understand that within your private speech community, with your homies, with your family or whatever, that's one thing. But the moment it gets outside of that private speech community, the moment that it gets on a record or it's said in a classroom, then you cannot divorce it from its awful white supremacist history. I don't care how much of a term of endearment or how much you want to deconstruct it or whatever, you can still use it. I don't want to censor anybody. I'm just telling you that's how it works. Number one, white people shouldn't use it. Number two, if you think it's some kind of term of endearment, it may operate that way amongst you and your homies or about you and your private speech community or your small circle, but the moment it gets outside of that, it engenders the sort of awful history that it has.
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and I want to just add one thing. There's certain parts of that question that I don't want to touch, aside from saying it's painful, and it's a painful word. And when I sit down and I talk to my grandmother about it, it's a painful type of thing. And you know, just a few days ago in London, I was having this conversation with a group of graduate students at the London School
of economics, and they were mostly white. There were some students of color in the room. So just to build off of what Dr. Peterson is saying, here's the flip side of it, though. I feel like that hip-hop artists in particular, there's a certain identity politic that is at work and that is at play in the question itself. It makes me uncomfortable when I get the question all the time, not by people of color, but by dominant culture folk about Kanye being too misogynistic and why does he think he's a god, and did Jay-Z donate to Black Lives Matter? Because we do not, and again, the social responsibility is one thing, right? But there are a whole lot of white folk consuming hip hop as well, and there are a lot of different art forms. And I'm curious why we do not ask the same questions about other artists. Do we walk in museums and wonder why women's legs are splayed out in particular ways? And do we see that as pornotropic? Do we see that as misogynistic? I mean, you know, there are people that feel like Kanye West is too full of hubris, right? He's a god and he thinks he walks on, you know, water, and but yet at the same time he called himself a slave too, right? Like he philosophically we would say he's like this Black Hegel, right? He gets the dialectic, he understands kind of how it works. But I also do, you know, aside from the reality of the pain, I also do want to put out there that I think that disproportionately, I can't speak for this context, but in our context in the US, that artists of color are held to disproportionate expectations of political participation. And I don't think it's fair. Kurt Cobain was talking about raping people, and I don't see where that conversation around misogyny necessarily was. So I think it's important that we have a balanced kind of perspective. But certainly artists definitely have a social responsibility, and they'll rap in their music that they don't want to be politicians. But of course we know that hip hop, I mean, I think Dr. Peterson would agree, it's this global bridge. I think hip hop actually has been able to accomplish what no prior movement has been able to do, sonically, lyrically, physically, geographically. And so there is a commitment that comes with that. But I think that it also, that those questions need to be balanced out, and that the racialization, remember when I miscalled that group of basketball players nappy-headed hoes, he blamed it on hip hop, and the hip hop, you know, the Black community took it as real, and so we had a burial for the N-word, and then we had town hall meetings on Oprah, and we started blaming hip hop artists, right? We started blaming rappers, and while we started pathologizing our own community, Imus gets his job back.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you fancy the odds, there is always a very good response for someone racially abusing you or calling you a nigger, and that's a punch in the face. I mean, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. If it's 10-on-1, maybe you might walk away, but if you feel pain, there's nothing wrong with responding adequately to that. There's a lot of sisters these days are doing MMA. You know, and everyone knows Ronda Rousey would take Floyd any day of the week. In fact, my Muay Thai coach is a woman, and she beats me up regularly. I would recommend the sisters take up some form of self-defense. I think anyone in any kind of remotely revolutionary movement should be practicing some form of self-defense, because it can get like that. But B, I mean, with the word nigger, and I will just say nigger because when we say N-word, that's what you're thinking anyway, right? I mean, people act as if white people only started calling black people niggers once hip-hop got popular. Right. It's very strange. And I agree that rappers are held to complete double standards, of course. And even as someone who's critical of certain strains within hip-hop, I'm still defensive in the sense that when the narrative around critiquing hip-hop comes up, no one asks who owns hip-hop, who puts hip-hop on the radio. As Mos Def said, old white men is running this rap shit. Right. Some tall Israeli is running this rap shit, and his label took the song. For those who don't know, Mos Def made a song called The Rape's Over on the same beat that Jay-Z used for The Takeover, and they took it off his album without telling him his label, and then of course he couldn't get back into the US and all kinds of other stuff. So there's certain type of performed blackness, as Baldwin talks about, you know, and niggerized blackness that white society loves to consume and then pathologize at the same time, but it's for you. It's your version and your vision of blackness. So I think that on the other hand, though, I think Black America is in a particularly unique space in the sense that if you are a successful Black American artist, you wouldn't even be able to shit in white people's toilets if it wasn't for mass movements of black people. So you kind of do owe your community in a very black and white way that isn't really applicable to many other places in the world.
It's true.
Go ahead. I wanted to know, first of all, maybe if our American guests can tell us, we're very well aware, as you know, what's happened in the States as far as individual Black deaths are concerned in police custody. And even our media will give us more information on what's happening to people in America than they do in England. You know, even if you send things to known Black journalists in England to know about, they kind of almost ignore it and will focus on what's happening in America. We need to know both sides, obviously. So I wondered if very briefly, either one of you or both of you could say what you know about how Black deaths in England, how much is known in America. That would be useful. And to Akala, maybe, I'm not sure if you've taken your performance to the States and what the response has been like, oh, so that happens in England too? I mean, well, you know, it'd just be interesting to know what responses has been. Thanks.
It's difficult. I mean, one of the things that, you know, we were noticing on the news today is that we're getting stories that we don't get told in the US. I mean, so part of it is just the limitation of media. But I think also the other part of the problem is precisely the work that we're doing in this room to kind of amend, right, those distinct kind of conversations. This is not uniquely an American problem that this is happening over here. But that's one of the reasons why I was talking about distances, because there is a way in which we can assume that in certain parts of the world, certain things aren't happening, right? Like, as a Black woman here in various parts of UK and Europe, I feel safe. I feel safe. Like, and I'm not saying that everyone should feel safe or that that is a false sense of protection. But when I look at cops and I see the fact that they don't have guns on their hips, I'm like, phew, I can breathe. And so I do think that there needs to be, a better transatlantic dialogue around what Black death looks like, right? And that in different contexts, it'll take on different textures, but we're dealing with the same sorts of structural problematics.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate this question. I mean, the answer is that not much. Right. Folks don't know much about what's going on here. To be honest with you, you shouldn't assume that folks in the U.S. know much about what's going on in the U.S. either. Right. You know, I'm just keeping it real. You know, 257 Black folks have been murdered by police in the U.S. already this year. Right? 245 of them have been Black men. Right. And so, and you have to also understand this in the context of some of the other things that Akala is talking about. You know, the prison industrial complex and mass incarceration has removed 1.5 million Black men during the most during the height of their earning potential out of communities across the United States. The situation in the United States is a dire situation. And so there's a number of people, Black folks, who either check out, right? And then it's a small percentage of folk who are actually engaged in the movement. Now, we try to do different things to try to get the word out and try to be more informative. And I think you know, the movement for Black Lives has shown that we can use social media and use different tools to do that. But we would be mistaken to think, one, that most Black folk in the U.S. are informed about all these issues, even in the U.S. But two, we have to understand, like, what is really going on. Like, there, you know, in some communities, in some situations, there are extremely powerful, systematic, oppressive forces diabolically focused on diminishing Black life. And they're very, very successful right now. And so we're here to learn, right? We're here to learn and try to learn a little bit more. And I think, you know, there's great potential in making this movement more global, but we've got to make it more global with the understanding of, like, what's at stake and what people are confronted with where they are, and how difficult it is to even raise awareness around local communities and where we are about what's going on right in certain cities in the U.S.
I think that's exactly right. And one of the worst, I mean, definitely, I think that the intellectual exchange across that Atlantic divide, that hip hop is doing it, right? Like, Jay-Z and Kanye are spending more time over here. I don't know if they're spending time in the right areas, right? That's another conversation. But I think that intellectual
dialogue back and forth is really important, because we also in the US don't want to assume that Blackness takes on a similar kind of dimension here, right? Like Blackness might look different ways, not only phenotypically, right? But that Muslims, as I mentioned earlier, religion hadn't been mentioned at all, right? But like Muslims, the managing of Muslim difference here and in various parts of Europe are problematic. And it would be what I would call a condition of niggerization, right? And refugees and different types of things in the optics of surveillance, right? So just because there's not Michael Browns, every 28 hours perhaps, there are things going on here that do connect it as a global movement, and we need to share knowledge, whether that's virtually, whether that's in the cipher and building. Again, thanks to the constituents that made this conversation possible, we need to continue that. And Dr. Peterson has an excellent point. There are folk in the U.S. not even aware of what's happening in the U.S. itself, so it's a layered issue.
Well, I would say if you want to get to know more, there's a fantastic documentary by a filmmaker called Ken Farrow called Injustice. It's on Vimeo. You can watch it. It looks at 9 particular cases of state murder of black folks in this country where juries have returned a verdict of unlawful killing, yet the state has still refused to prosecute. There's been many more since. The film was made in the early 2000s or late 90s. There's been many more since, but I wouldn't be fooled by the fact that police in the UK don't have guns. They still do a very good job of killing people when they get into their custody. That said, I don't think we should say the problem is exactly the same or the same extremity. But in terms of mass incarceration, numbers are very similar in terms of the disproportionate amount that black folk make in prisons here. So even if the manifestation is particular, which it certainly is, even if the fact that there's a welfare state in Britain means poverty is not as extreme in America as it is in America, and there's various differences, systematically, there are very similar issues. What I will say though, 2 things, and I'll come to your question as well, sis. I've heard a lot of statements about intersectionality, but I think there's one gaping hole we've missed in all the conversations around that issue. If we're not connecting violence against black and brown bodies inside the Western world itself with the violence that the states of the West do to black and brown bodies globally, including with Obama in the White House, who seems to think it's perfectly acceptable to bomb countries in Africa. For those who don't know, Libya was bombed by NATO, sanctioned by Mr. Obama. And the groups that were supported by NATO in Libya explicitly murdered an entire town full of black people, a place called Tawerga in Libya. This is stuff you can look up. It's on the internet. It's very well researched. So I think if we're not connecting the violence that the American and British states do externally with the violence they do to us internally, are we lending credence to the idea that because of our proximity to whiteness, that our black lives are worth more than black lives that are not in closer proximity to whiteness? So I think we have to make that connection. In terms of the States, it's funny, it's weird, because I went to New York in the summer. I went to Afro-Punk Festival. You're all probably very jealous. It was incredible. Most of you probably don't know, it's 2 brothers from Hackney who started that festival. I met them. It's 2 London brothers, 2 East London black youths from Hackney who started Afro-Punk Festival. They're probably going to get annoyed with me because they don't want the whole world to know that. Because in the States, probably everyone thinks it's an American festival. And over here, people would be hating on them because like, how are you going to go to America and start a big old festival? People hate, innit? And they're from the hood as well, so it's all of that, right? But I was surprised, to be honest with you, what social media has done. Walking through New York, it was like being in London. Like, people was like, right, that's a collar. And I was shocked because obviously it was after the Frankie Boyle thing and the Guardian video and then some of the music I'd done. But I was surprised the degree to which, obviously, Afro-punk is a particular type of black space. Obviously, there's non-black people there, but it's a majority black festival. For those who don't know, it was Lenny Kravitz, Grace Jones, Lauryn Hill, Gary Clark Jr. I'm not trying to make you jealous. That I went to watch. But obviously, that's a particular type of black people who would attend that kind of event. So obviously, in that niche, I was surprised the degree to which myself, Loki, others are crossing the Atlantic. But obviously, major record labels are not going to start promoting that cross-cultural dialogue around these forms of injustice. That's not in their interest. So we have to tore off our own backs and keep our independence.
And I think the important thing about intersectionality is that it's a flow. It's a global exchange of knowledge. And I think art and music and aesthetics and also just travel and imposing certain distances against themselves so that we can open up spaces of conversation. And they don't need to be competitions. They don't need to be scaled. We don't need to hierarchize particular moments that Black death is worse over here and sexuality is a little bit better over here and race is worse. No, they're all literally a part of the same system. And I think that was part of the piece that came out of today's conversation.
Also, can we keep an eye on the time? Because the last train to London is at 9:32. And I wasn't planning to stay. I weren't planning to stay in Nottingham tonight. But shit happens, innit? It is what it is. But I'm just saying.
Quick. Okay, my question, I'm going to keep it really, keep it really real. All you guys on the stage, very, you're well educated, you're on point. But my fear is the Black Lives Movement, what we need, what I can see, what we need is education from a infant level, because we are dealing with white supremacy globally. People aren't even aware of what the game is. You cannot win if you don't know that you're in a game. And that's, my question to you on the panel is, we need to have a unity where we don't have any, women, men. We need to be focused on the idea and execute and action it. So, have you got any ideas of where we're going to take this Black Lives Matter movement? What kind of proposals, regarding, beating the system, because it is a system and it needs to be destroyed,
I think there's multiple sites one can occupy, and I think that's part of what I was getting at in my in my commentary and what I'm offering to it. We're not going to all be in the street. We're not going to all be in the classroom. We're not going to all, try and contribute to the intellectual archive and building those things up. I mean, we do programming at Lehigh where we're bringing, Angela Davis and Nas in conversation, and then we're inviting the public. We're trying to go out into the public. I think that it's multidimensional, right? And it doesn't look a particular way, right? But in terms of, strategy, thinking about it as kind of like an art of war, right? There's multiple positions, and I think that it's extremely dangerous if we begin to pit particular positions over and against themselves, right? Like that one is more authentic because they're holding up a sign versus doing a different kind of work, say, for example, in this space or in another space. There's multiple fronts, and education in the grassroots level is very important.
Yeah, I'm an educator, so education is everything for me. I mean, I hope that as people are asking us questions, I hope you understand that, you have to put those questions to yourself, right? Because the reality is like, I'm not really anything special. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I stayed in school. You know what I mean? I try to work hard. Some people maybe say I work a little bit too hard, but, I do the work that's in front of me and where I'm invited to go. And a lot of times that is education-based work. One of the things that's a feature of the Movement for Black Lives is books and breakfasts, right? I don't know if you guys do that here, but in Philly, we do books and breakfasts, and we do it across the US. And what that is people volunteering their time to sit with young people and read to them, to sing with young people, to teach young people about history and systems of oppression. But again, it's not enough people involved in the movement. It's not about somebody sitting on a stage. It's about what are y'all gonna do? And the education piece is the key to it. It is what will sustain the movement. But you try to tell young people the value of being a teacher, and that's a tough sell for young people. Young people want to be doctors, lawyers, or rappers, no offense, right? But they don't want to be teachers, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get rich being a teacher, but I am going to change lives and I'm going to save some lives. And so I think the onus is on us as a community and on individuals to place a premium on how and where and why we need to value education. And that's a movement that's a little bit beyond the movement for Black Lives, to be honest with you. But again, I'll just give you a quick example. There are students in a small town close to where we work called Allentown. These are like young students, mostly Latino students, who staged a week-long walkout. Their school system is so jacked up that they staged this week-long walkout. This is something very, very difficult for them to do. It means they had to put their grades on the line. These are young people in middle school and high school. They had to put their grades on the line. They had to be fed because they couldn't get lunch. These are all like Title I, which means they all have to go to school just to eat, right? That's how poor they are. And the call went out for academics to come out and help and support and help them by teaching in, give them some informal classes and work with them. And a lot of people said, yeah, I'm gonna come out. When I went out there wasn't any other academics out there. You see what I'm saying? And so it's a lot of, we get together and we talk and blah, blah, that's all well and good, but there's work to be done. And when it comes to education, it's work that a lot of us can do. You know what I mean? But we have to put a value on it. For young people, you have to really consider careers in education. We can't talk about the fact that teaching populations are predominantly white, but nobody Black wants to be a teacher, right? There's no pipeline for people to become educators. And so you're right in identifying that's an important piece of it. And it's really, I think, the heart of how the movement could be sustainable. But until we place a different premium on what education means, and why we need to be a part of it in every way possible, that's volunteering in the community, helping, supporting the movements, but also becoming educators, then that's a hard road to sow.
And for the students in the room, if you're in classrooms and your professors, got Marx and Weber and, all those other folk on there, and they ain't got Fanon or Tupac or Nicki Minaj or whoever, or Kala, ask them to put it on the syllabus. And that's how we create, I think, that long history of the archive that does a lot of important work too.
No, I've got half an hour and it's 1 minute around the corner. I wasn't scared.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, it's calm. I don't know what the question is yet. Are we going to allow someone to ask one more question? No, I think they dealt with that question adequately. So we could ask one more person to ask the final question.
Very, very quickly, I will, because we're talking about intersectionality and building borders across within our own struggle in order to get a better attack against the ruling hegemony. But in relation to that, I was looking, Angela Davis's thing of race, class, and gender. Do you see that could be applicable with variations? And if so, what variations could you encompass in those 3 magic circles that she overlapped, in her book? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. In terms of strategy.
But we're supposed to kick it to a Kala. I'm very familiar with the book.
Okay. Cool. I'm not very familiar with the book, so I won't be able to answer that question. I'm familiar with the concepts of race, class, and gender, and I'm familiar with Angela Davis.
Question for Kala.
I should have just left you to it and answered that question.
There's a question over here.
Sorry, bro. No, I shouldn't ask one yet.
To circle back to the question from the beginning, we had 2 different responses to how to respond to the word nigger and other similar words. One saying, don't respond to hatred, and the other saying, just hit him. But as a girl who grew up in a predominantly white area, 4'10", there's nothing of me. I can't just hit someone. So it's very hard to not feel like you're going to victimize yourself no matter what you say. Sure. So how would you suggest that other people who don't feel... I
did preface my comment with "if you fancy the odds." I didn't tell anyone to go out and just.
But if you don't fancy the odds, do you just bite your tongue? What do you do?
Then you're going to live psychically with the scars of not responding. I'm saying my mum's 4'10" and her dad's about as racist as a human being could possibly be, and she spent her life rebelling against him and was punished very brutally for it often. Abuse of, and I'm not saying that means you should suffer abuse. I'm just saying the abuse of people by bullies is not new. And unfortunately with bullies, and this applies to globally what we're talking about, bullies only learn when they get their ass whipped. And if we look globally at the system of European hegemony, and America is its offshoot, and we look at how our government's kissing China's ass at the moment, now China's in the country, we can learn a thing or two about what happens. Power only respects power. And I would close on this, that I think for all the social movements we have against white supremacy, against European colonialism, against patriarchy and all these other forms, we're talking about Black lives specifically. There will always be racism as long as there are not Black societies capable of militarily, politically, and economically defending the Black population. And if we look historically at how white supremacy came to evolve, when the Portuguese and other Europeans first came to Africa, they were not racist because they found Black societies militarily, economically, and politically capable of defending themselves. The early parts of trade between Europeans and Africans were ivory, pepper, other forms of commodity, of which human beings were only a small part. If we look at the Greeks in ancient Egypt, they did not consider themselves superior to Africans because Africans were their teachers. If we look at the Spanish interaction with the Moors, they did not consider themselves superior to Moors because the people they were interacting with were not at a lower economic, political, and economic state. So unfortunately, I think we can only at best put a plaster over the wound of what is a bigger global conflict, and understanding the way in which the ideas or the ideology of white supremacy evolved in that catastrophic interaction between African and European civilization, I think will give us a better strategy in the long term of how we can develop or be part of a movement towards reducing the deficit between the West's ability to do violence to the rest of the world and not. The kind of abuses that used to happen to Chinese people in America when they couldn't vote, which did happen, when they were being lynched, which did happen, when they were used to build railroads, which did happen, are not going to happen today. Why? I've been to Chinatown and seen people cause trouble in London, and the police come and bust your head, not the Chinese people's head who are beating the guy up on the floor, drag the guy out and be like, what are you causing trouble for? There will not be an Africa town in London anytime soon, because we don't command that level of respect. I'm not saying everything China does is perfect, by the way. What I'm saying is it's unfortunate humans seem incapable, at least at the highest levels of power, of respecting anything but equal capacity to do violence. Let's just look on who's on the UN Security Council. So we can plead and we can march and we can organize, but I think also we've got to be honest with ourselves. If we look at how countries in Africa got their independence, most of them got it by the gun. If we look at how transatlantic slavery ended, Haitian Revolution, Sam Sharp in Jamaica, and I'm not advocating violence, what I am saying is, I don't consider resistance violence, by the way. I'm not saying we need to be out in the streets burning stuff, but what I am saying is we have to situate ourselves within a realistic sense of this conflict. And I think fooling ourselves into believing we can embarrass the state into being nice. They're not even nice to working class white people. Incidentally, I will close on this point. You were mentioning about free school meals. Our government has just announced here they're going to take free school meals out of the schools in the UK. And that ain't just black kids who's going to be affected by that. As someone who grew up on free school meals, I'm a bit offended by that. So the violence that is happening, as what Baldwin says, as the world struggles to continue to be white, there is going to be more violence. How do people reconcile the idea that you're superior with, oh, my government is bowing to China when they come to England? How are you going to reconcile you're taught you're superior, but India has just sent a rocket to Mars for 10% of the cost that NASA did it while it's still a third world country? The world is no longer white, but it seems we haven't realized that and we haven't organized ourselves accordingly. And certainly our states are going to do the best to hide that from us. So I think we have to take a historical view also.
Absolutely.
Can we just thank Zoe and the organizers and everyone for coming?
I don't want to resort to brute force here, but I am a black belt in karate.
Why not?
I kid you not. So we are going to end there. I'm not, people who know me, I'm not a person who does the round of thanks. I'm not. If somebody wants to do that, it's fine. Somebody always gets left off. And, people have been thanked several times. And people know who've done the work. You do not need to be thanked. No one needs to thank me. No one needs to thank the team. They know what they have done. They don't need it. So I will say a collective thank you to everybody who's taken part in today. I will invite you again to tomorrow's event right here at 10 o'clock. I hope to see many of you. Once more, give some love and respect for our panel.